3, 2, 1,
Welcome, Shadows and Shadowrinos, to our marbles on stream on the Liquid Race Tour here at dinner time. The Raiders themselves are having some amazing pizza, and here we're having the epic race of a lifetime with Gruntism and Willie G and Ella Maraco and the Lady Hacksaw and Blue Moon GG all competing for the top spot for a Blacklyte gaming chair. Make sure you press !point play in chat to be able to enter, and !point boost to do absolutely nothing. Here we have Martin Scruggs on the outside, pouring down that field, blazing a path, as Donatinho is right behind him, and we have so many of the bobbles falling off on the platform right now as we speak. Ninbob takes the lead, followed up by Duderock. They're going down the next path, and there is a brick in their path, obstructing their progress. They got to be able to get around it, and some of them are getting knocked off as a result. There is a bit of a basin force again beneath them that they might be able to land on, but none prevail as Silent Storm takes the lead. Coming into our next round, they have a Mary, followed by Bulldog, followed by Gerd, followed by Xavier. You can see them in blue as they're all those Twitch subscribers, giving them an extra boost and ad-free viewing throughout the entirety of the Race to World First for the next 30 days. As long as it's not going to last that long, be sure to check when your Twitch Prime is coming back off cooldown so you can support the Race to World First. Emery, unopposed, rolling through the maze, followed up by Spell Shadow, followed up by Che Bresler, but Franchise has something to say about it, and he says not today as he begins gaining upon Che Bresler. Emery looks to be the lead, but followed closely by Spell Shadow. Che Bresler once again coming around as the blockage has not been completed, and it looks like it's Bushu getting through the obstruction first. Is there. He's right there. He's going to be getting it, and he's going to be the first victor, winning the Marbles on Stream race.
you're about 12 seconds ahead.
Welcome back to the Alienware training facility in sunny Santa Monica, California. Dusk has fallen on the Alienware training facility, and we're going to be getting into Mythic momentarily. I'm joined by Dash and Kalamazzi. And Dash, we have a little bit of housekeeping to take care of.
Yeah.
Mythic hard mode Tazavesh, what's going to be going on with that?
So here's the deal, y'all. Take a breath before I lay this on you. The Raiders are going into hard mode Tazavesh. 30 Raiders going in 6 different groups of 5. However, they are going to be going in dark. So we will not be seeing any Tazavesh gameplay.
Why?
Why? There could be a few reasons as to why. I think primarily, given that this is an avenue to gain gear, possibly useful gear, they don't want to necessarily reveal anything within their runs. Of successes or failures, or points of success or points of failures to the other guilds that are going to be going in and doing this in the next 12 hours or so, who are their competition. Because if we go in and we die to something very specifically and lose our chance out, lose out on our chance for that hard mode gear, then hey, an Echo team can go in and say, okay, we're very aware of that, a possibility of that thing happening, and let's not have that happen to us.
I'm going to be honest. I'm devastated. That was going to be content.
I was excited for it. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, I actually zoned into Tazavesh earlier to do a key, and I had 5 bosses dead already on the board, but I hadn't done a single normal run at all. So it's obviously bugged somewhere.
Well.
That is not what they're doing, just to clarify. But, I mean, there are some changes to the fights on hard mode, and some fights are sort of demanding. Captain Hooktail being probably the hardest fight in there without a doubt.
So, yeah, I think Mize's Oasis and Time Captain Hooktail tend to be known as like the hardest fights for trying to do it deathless. Mize's Oasis has green swirlies that are on the ground. It also has the crowd control cast shield that you have to beat. Both of those are kind of difficult. It's really easy to just kind of get insta-killed by an accidental green swirly on the ground. Time Captain Hooktail, that guy's just menacing.
Yeah. The cadence of that fight is crazy. It's constant ad spawns, constant frontals, and I almost died earlier. But I didn't.
But you didn't.
It was an M+. I'm ready to go.
But that's good practice.
Deathless, exactly.
Yeah.
Our deathless runs.
Well, and I believe we did see them earlier doing their Mythic Plus in their Tazavesh groups. So there was a little bit of like, hey, let's already start gelling for what will be the groups and kind of get warmed up.
They practiced them on
like
the PTR as well after they heard
so.
that announcement that Blizzard made where you could get a myth track piece from doing it deathless.
So look, understandingly disappointing. And we're not going to necessarily try and paint it as any other thing. But don't worry, we got you covered. We're going to do our best to entertain you throughout the entire process. We're going to try and peek into their rooms occasionally, maybe get a reaction from some of the players or something like that, see what we can glean without compromising any of the competitiveness of the race. And in the meantime, you got us 3.
After hard mode Taz is Mythic.
That's the thing.
Yes,
That's the thing.
yes.
We have been told very specifically that as soon as Tazavesh ends, they are going into Mythic. So we will be seeing Mythic polls tonight. And I think that's something that everybody can get excited about. Something else that everybody can get excited about is these jackets.
Somebody in chat literally just goes, that Alliance jacket is looking nice.
Isn't it, though? For the Alliance!
Wow, that was like, I felt that one.
Right?
It's got me pumped up.
Yeah.
He's like those people at BlizzCon.
I looked at him like, what are you doing?
Locktar Ogar!
You have the horde jacket on, so it makes sense, though.
No, but seriously, if you guys like these jackets, you can definitely hop on to the TL website and pick some up for yourselves. I'm already angling for patches, like varsity jacket patches to be made for every raid tier, like going down the line. So you could order one now, and then maybe, okay, there's a Dimensions patch, or next tier, then there's like the raid 1 midnight, patch and things like that.
So you can buy the varsity jackets on tl.gg/RWF. That is the link that you can check out if you are also looking for one of these sick varsity jackets.
Yeah, they are very, very nice.
They also
so are the jerseys, by the way. I at least got mine delivered today.
Oh,
even
very nice.
with my name on it, which is super dope. My first time. You can go ahead. You can unfeel it. Yeah.
Oh, wow. I didn't break my
cop a little feel. But I'm so excited because this is my first piece of like monogrammed TL gear.
Oh, there's
ever.
the eyeballs.
Which is dope as heck.
I will say, I think that
right there.
I think that Team Liquid apparel does a good job of not looking too gamery. I think that gamer apparel tends to be like, there's a certain stigma around it looking like pretty dorky. Like you can't wear it outside of your house, perhaps. But I think that Team Liquid does a really good job of making it look
Exactly.
like normal clothing.
I
right?
agree.
Couldn't agree more. It's fantastic, and like you said, it's super comfy, which is honestly the most important thing for
Yeah,
me. Is
for
like
sure.
first I got to enjoy wearing it.
I need the Alliance one. I went to Teldrassil University before the incident, and then I had to transfer.
You had to
when it
transfer?
caught
I
on
had to,
fire?
I had to
You
transfer.
had to transfer.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, man,
Got it.
brutal.
There's kind of the fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
I mean,
rebuilt it, right?
Then I went to Thunder Bluff University.
Oh.
Learned the art of the war stomp.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
Nicely done. Yeah.
The stomp.
That's right.
The swamp.
I was taught.
One and the same.
I was taught the form of stone from a very young age.
Oh my
Spent
God.
15 years as a dwarf.
Dun Moreau.
Yeah.
Ironforge is my home.
I trudged through the snow.
Okay.
Both uphill both ways to Ironforge.
So in other news, all right, let's start talking about the race. Let's
Yes.
set the stage. So Liquid going to be going into Mythic probably what, the next hour?
Yeah, I mean, I would assume, and we've already heard that some of the groups have already gotten underway with their Tazavesh. I don't think all of them have started just yet, but you would assume about an hour maximum or so for them to complete those. And then from there, I don't know how much little, rejiggering there is to do with the final composition and stuff and getting everybody in to actually start polling, but it should be pretty quick.
And we've
after
seen some people already start Mythic, correct, Kalamazi?
Mythic, as in the
Mythic raid, yes.
Oh, the guilds, yeah, obviously. So, my guild was world third. We killed both Plexus Sentinel and Soulbinder Injury, but Instant Dollars has killed Lumathar.
Okay.
Which is actually very surprising. That boss seemed like it was pretty wild at the health-wise, but they didn't seem to.
And then they
take much
five-shot
time
it.
on it.
They
yeah,
five-pulled.
Five pulled the 5-shot it. They do, I believe, 4 splits total. So it's 4 or 5, I think, correct?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, so they have a decent bit of gear comparatively to others that might have gone at this point. They're working on 4 Jupiter Araz, which the rest pull I think was 75 we saw on the board.
Yeah, after like 10,
ago.
I think 10 attempts that it was dead.
Yeah, I can double check too because I think they're actively polling it. And they had a few polls in a row that they wiped at like 85%. This is stuff you could find on RaiderIO, by the way. It's one of the best one-stop shops for any and all raid information. So let me pull that up real quick.
That fight is the one I expect to be a significant increase in difficulty. That's like, if there's going to be a wall in the first 4, that's probably the one. Or first 4 or 5.
Okay, so what part of it is it? Add HP that you think is going to be difficult? Do you think it's intermission? Do you think it's
think it's everything.
Do you think it's the final phase burn that has potential to be the wall? Like what of the mechanics makes you? Okay, obviously it has some pretty difficult mechanics in some capacity, but I don't think that mechanically that is the most challenging boss. What makes you think that there's going to be a wall?
I think it's a mix of everything. I mean, they went in and buffed the boss significantly. Health-wise, almost all the abilities, if you get hit by them, they kill you. They're all like 20 million damage hits, which is insane. The mechanics change too. You can't stack the arcane manifestations on the boss anymore. You have to put them behind a black portal in the room. There's multiple waves of that, and the damage is just absurd the longer that fight goes on.
Interestingly, so first of all, there are 15 polls in.
okay.
There's some very clear breakpoints, at least in terms of their wipes, from a boss HP percentage. Multiple wipes, or a lot of their wipes, are right around 85%.
Sure.
And then their best percentage is just at that 76, and they just had a 77% pull. But that's kind of like all of their pulls have been like 85 wipe or that 76,
Yeah,
77% wipe. So I wonder where, what's happening in the fight at those two moments.
Like, if they phase, the boss's health will basically lock at a certain threshold, but 77 seems high for a phase 1 push, though. Yeah.
Right. So my assumption
That's
then...
3 phase 3s or 2s.
I don't know.
Oh, I don't think
But
it's gonna be a healthy boss.
15 pulls in already.
Yeah.
So again, this to me indicates, all
Right.
right, maybe Araz really, this is the first significant step up.
So setting the stage too as well for this raid, Fractalus prior, like on Monday, got a 130% health buff, and I think it was today or yesterday got a 30% health nerf.
Yeah.
So Blizzard's starting to look at some of the Blizzard's trying to calculate some of the numbers as to what the expected DPS values are going to be for the guilds, and they're getting the numbers in tune. If Fractalus is a big damage check, it's going to be super interesting. What's your kind of read on that fight, Kalamazi? Because I think a lot of people just view it as a weak aura boss, right?
It's mostly going to be an HPS, DPS check in that fight. There are some times you can high roll, just not getting any walls or breaks on Fractalus, and just literally AFK. You walk in, pull the boss, stand in the same spot, don't move at all, and the boss just dies. So there's not a lot of mechanical prowess needed for that fight. Follow a weak aura that shows you a shard of where to go, and the weak aura will figure out everything for the most part. It's simple. Don't build 6 walls. Don't enrage the boss, and he dies. But we don't know if they changed the enrage timer on Fractalus as well. They might have shaved the health and shaved the enrage timer back too.
Ooh.
If that's the case, then it still could be insane. I want to see like a 4.5 minute enrage on a fight like that. That'd be cool. I hope it's a wall, but if it's a wall, it's going to be a DPS. Or
It's interesting if that's a wall too, because
Wall.
whenever there are DPS, super heavy DPS checks for the Race World First guilds. Historically, a lot of guilds view that and they're like, oh, we're never killing this boss. But Turbo Boost has been announced. The Renown track gives you increased damage amps, and we're so underpowered relative to where we can be in a few weeks with gear that I think Fractalus could be a fight that's over-tuned or, tuned well for a Race World First guild. And then guilds like Kalamazis can actually walk in there and not really struggle as much in a couple of weeks.
We're World 5th right now, okay? I don't have to tell you.
Well,
where are y'all at?
Come on now.
We don't rate as much as you.
Next question.
Moving on.
If we rated as much as you, we would dominate.
We raid 3 days a week. We've both rated 2 days so far.
Windmill dunk you. Anyhow.
He's just, okay.
The interesting thing about Fractalus, though, and you mentioned like that 30% health nerf coming back in, is there's a lot of moving pieces right now. Of course, there's the item level gains and things like that, but there's also, we just had announced like an hour or two ago some more tuning
class tuning.
for classes.
Yeah. I don't get started on this.
Sorry. Okay.
No, keep going.
Go there.
I want you to keep going, but I want to control my emotions here.
I mean, so the Ret Paladins, right, getting a little bit of a boost.
That is diabolical.
Is it, though?
Buffing Ret is fine. What they've done in that Discord is diabolical.
Okay, so we're
not even
against
joking.
the
like,
community,
grow up. Like,
the Ret
seriously.
community.
The whining, I think, is the annoying part.
Which is, okay, fine. You're entitled to that.
Sorry.
But, no, but I mean, I think, again, it's like, okay, so if we're looking at, we also have things like affliction locks and, locks and hunters have a pet bug right now, right?
There is. I don't know if they fixed that actually. Was that?
Did they? I don't know if that was mentioned in the thing. That's my point.
Yeah.
I believe there's also things like that. So you have to understand that there's so many different things that can ultimately affect the target number for a boss's health, especially if it is expected to be this kind of a DPS check.
Right. I mean, Ret Paladin is not a class I don't think we're going to see in the race.
Probably not.
Really, Affliction Lock is seeing a lot of play, but the Affliction Lock nerf is a peculiar one because Affliction's only seeing putting out big numbers on council fights, wearing tier from 11.1. So we nerfed the spec that's wearing old tier because we didn't nerf the tier properly, and we're punishing the current version of the spec because we didn't nerf the tier right from old content. So what we should do is not nerf by 3, come in and nerf the tier properly, and then leave the class where it's at. Because Affliction can't be good for more than 5 days in a row, or Blitz gets angry and nerfs them. Which is the case, again, apparently
To be fair, if Affliction Lock is good for 5 days in a row, I also get angry. Because I hate like playing against an Affliction Lock is never fun.
Yeah, realistically, I mean, not to harp on this, we can change a moment here, but as far as apps concerned, you shouldn't or nerf the spec. The problem is the tier from last patch. Fix the old tier, even just delete it, break it, and leave it where it's at tuning wise.
Yeah,
I don't know why we're doing this. It's very odd.
Well, again, I think that's a completely legitimate criticism there.
Which could also be less of a thing if we had a heroic week for tuning and things like this. Just to throw that out there.
Do you think that heroic week makes the game tuning any better?
Yes, it always has. I mean, I think in the past tuning has been, to be fair, I think in the past tuning going in the raids has been a lot worse. I think they've done a good job the last few raids with tuning comparatively to olden times, but I think Heroic Week does give more time for tuning if you're in touch with what's going on.
I feel like Blizzard's going to do what Blizzard's going to do almost independent of a Heroic Week or not, right?
I mean, they should, but they have more data with a Heroic Week.
It's kind of like Ret Paladins commandeering their own Discord and shutting it down. Blizzard was gonna buff Ret Paladin regardless. You just now look foolish. That's kind of my thoughts.
I mean, I don't know. That kind of behavior is just unwarranted. Not from Blizz, from a Discord. Like, people go in there for help and not just.
You've locked your Discord is ridiculous.
It's legitimately actually frustratingly crazy. Like, why would you do that? It's like, don't get me started on it. All right.
Then we won't.
Yeah.
Then
but
we
regardless, though, I don't think the classes they buffed are going to be really super impactful for the race, as far as I'm concerned.
I think that Ellie Shaman and Warlock are about to be egregious here in a couple of hours. I think we're about to see some blue men at the top and some purple men holding their hands as they top the meets.
The whole idea of class stacking has been talked about so much over the last couple of days. Would those be the two classes that you expect to see overloaded on certain fights?
I think you're going to see DKs as well.
And DKs.
Probably
okay.
Melee just kind of not very good. Not very good. Yeah.
I think you see. I mean,
poor rogue.
Ellie Shaman, Warlocks, Rogue's doing okay, but like they don't really bring a whole lot outside of Trophic Poison, and you don't really need that if you're really like trying to find classes that bring a lot more damage. You can probably trim a Trophic as like a sort of weird raid buff.
Right, it'd be the first raid buff you drop kind of a thing.
Sort of, yeah. I mean, it's not really a raid buff. It's more like a damage reduction from mobs that the rogue hits with its poison. So it's like, if you're not like in that much of a need.
Atrophic could be better than Diva Aura. Diva Aura has range restrictions
Well,
on
it depends on the class. Sure, it depends on what you're bringing, like comp-wise, how specs are tuned, right? I'm just saying, I don't think Rogue's like incredibly impressive in rating. It's fine, but like comparatively to M+.
How often do we have to split outside of Devo range in this raid? I'm thinking like Dementia's first phase, you're separate for a period of time, but most of the time
you're gonna be playing
separate platforms for Nexus King intermission.
Maybe,
but that doesn't, at least on Heroic, that's not the threatening part of the fight where you need a bunch of damage reduction or something like that.
I don't think you're trimming a Rogue, just to clarify. I think there's going to be one in the comp.
Do you think there will be one?
Yeah.
I think you have all the raid buff slots locked down.
I think so too. I would expect probably a couple of LA Shaman, 2 to 3 Warlocks, 2 to 3 DKs, and maybe some. I would assume it's a mix of Warlock, LA Shaman, DK, some Shadow Priests, maybe some Aug Evokers, building around strong profiles and variants and damage profiles.
I like Dev too. I think Dev is
and PIs from Priest and amplifying those profiles. Yeah, Dev's good. Dev's been very good in
Dev's been popping off in a lot of fights.
Far, yeah.
So, and then
Prez.
I'm kind of predicting from the tank and the healer department to be like Paladin Warrior tanks.
Yeah.
In theory, you could play Venge if you don't really want to play Havoc. Havoc doesn't like sick, but like I think it's probably gonna be Pally Warrior, and then Fury Warrior is actually not as bad as people thought it was gonna be, but still not great.
Isn't that always the case? They always end up being okay. They look terrible.
Raid is a little bit
not great though.
So the healer department's kind of interesting because I think that a lot of people weren't super hot on Resto Shaman, but Resto Shaman has looked like it's been really, really good over the past couple of days. Resto Druid seems to be like it's going to maybe be a Mark of the Wild bringer, although
and Preservo.
I think Feral and Balance are both fine to bring Mark of the Wild if you really wanted to.
Sure.
But I suspect it's going to be Resto Druid. Priest. Oh man, I don't know if this is a tier that Priest gets cut. But
I could see a world where on some fights you run just like double Prez and then you put in a Shadow Priest. Other fights, I could see maybe a reason to throw in an actual healing.
It could be like double Shaman, Resto Druid, Mistweaver Monk, something weird like that.
I think you'll have a Shadow Priest regardless, so Fort will be covered, even if you have a Priest healer or not. But Jack was talking about Disc being decent on a handful of fights comparatively to maybe like double Prez, whatever, due to its potential for like its Disc healing profile versus some things being stacked and not being the best for Prez's actual profile. But healing's not totally my forte. But it would be very odd seeing your Fort buff coming from a Shadow Priest and not a Disc or Holy Priest this tier. I'm not against it, but if they're PIing me, I want as many as possible in the raid. If they're not,
there you go.
Well,
There it is. I was waiting for the other shoe to drop on that one.
There's always a plan
There's
B.
always another angle. There's always.
I love my priests. Okay, they're great.
Is that Dash? Yes, it is. Also, I'm seeing some people ask if we can do some transmog ratings and stuff. We absolutely can if you guys donate to have your transmogs or your transmogs rated and your pets viewed.
Yes, they're all
we're not going to rate the pets. We will celebrate them though.
10 out of 10. Dog out of 10.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe you could theoretically submit like gamer setups, like your computer.
We'll rate those.
If you want us to rate
your
those,
UIs,
we can do that too.
We'll rate a UI for $35
I'll tear
if you
apart
want.
a
He'll
UI.
tear it apart.
Mine's bad. Yours
so
worse.
will I probably. I actually do. I think I'm a player who needs like UI help.
Okay.
Really?
Yes.
What do you think is wrong?
Submit
What do you think is wrong with your UI?
I think I've probably not spent enough time with a number of like add-ons that I've used.
Yeah.
To do that. I'm really bad at creating my own weak auras.
Okay.
Where so sometimes I'll like just download a week or a pack or something.
Yeah, I think packs are fine.
Which I think can be fine in most cases, but maybe they are missing something that I need, or fight to fight. Maybe there's something that I need to be aware of. But I would say one of the things I'm most what's the word I'm looking for? That I struggle with the most is duplicate information. Right, and therefore a lot of messiness on the screen, right? Where it's like you end up having
redundant information.
Yeah, where it's like your bigwigs is giving you one piece of information, and then this other thing you downloaded is also showing it, and you've got buffs in the top right, but you also have buffs on your unit frame, things like that. Right. And so then all of a sudden it's just like there's just so much information that I'm not actually looking or internalizing at any of it.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay.
And I think that's what a lot of people, who I play WoW, and I'm told that to play it effectively or to play it at the high level, I need to have all these.
They
things.
might help you. They might help you soon.
I download all these things, and then I don't know how to actually use them. To my own benefit.
I do think that's pretty true. Blizzard themselves have been moving towards trying to get less. Have their own versions of add-ons and things in the game, which they're taking steps towards. Every patch at this point, you have the cooldown manager, the one-button rotation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Good news. We got some transmogs to
Let's
rate.
go. Bring it on. Bring
Right
it
on time. We also have, again, like Dash was saying earlier, the pets, the potential UI setups. This one,
Okay.
a Mog from Archmage Erwin, the Night Elf Mage.
From
Last
Pole
Pole
Magic. I love. Well, first of all, you're getting like an extra point just for the guild name. A little Last Pack Magic, a little Last Pole Magic. I brought in some Magic cards. Maybe we're gonna draft later in the week.
Oh, I saw
So
that,
I'm
yeah.
already on board with this one.
Oh, all right. I like this.
I like this because it's somewhat like simplistic. You know, it's not like overly ornate.
I like those ears, Tettles. Like, what do you think about those ears?
I'm not into ears.
I asked about those ears.
How dare you accuse me of being in the ears?
Well,
Big whip.
I don't know.
I feel like that's the right. I feel like that's the right response. I don't know.
I was trying to save you from the feet allegations, but okay, Tettles. All right. Jarvis Enhance. Can we go down?
It's like a. It's like a.
the old
There we go.
report.
Good job, Jarvis.
There it
Good.
is. Get them feet.
It's like a steampunk.
Yeah, exactly. Like I actually really like this aesthetic and that it's not trying to do too much in a way. This is actually it's pretty high up there for me. I'm
7-9. For me.
Oh, I'm going high 8s, 8-7.
Okay. All right.
Oh, like 6, I think. I think it's good.
What kind of rating scale is that, Dash? Is that a pizza rating scale or just like a general? You
What
don't.
do you mean a pizza rating?
Okay, don't worry about it. You're good. You got it.
We can get into this. We've got time. What does that mean?
Are you rating like a bell curve, or are you rating like you do in
Yeah.
school, where it's like a everything starts at a 6, ideally if you're passing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. No. I think I'm on like a
bell
1
curve?
to 1 to 10.
Yeah, one by pizza reviews. You know, very.
Oh, okay, you're talking to Dave Portnoy kind
Yeah,
of
yeah, yeah, yeah.
association. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, I like to believe I'm on a true scale, but also I'm not trying to make any enemies, so I gotta be.
You got your own scale, right?
I
Yeah.
gotta be real there.
That's fair.
Probably not giving out any ones unless it's real egregious.
All right.
But this is very good in my opinion. I like this a lot.
All right. Cool.
And you said 6, right?
That's a 6. Yeah, I think it's pretty good.
Well, thank you so much, Erwin, for donating $35 on behalf of the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. Where are we on our overall goal?
I was
I
just
think we're like
know?
$6,500. I think. I think was the last thing I saw.
Babe.
250 donations or dollars in donations we get, we actually pull a Jenga block out of the tower.
That
Which,
tower's starting to get a little crazy.
yeah, it is. I like it.
Ah,
Bravo. Bravo.
oh my goodness.
I'm trying to tell what kind of dog it is. Is that a German Shepherd?
That's a German.
It looks like, yeah,
Maybe.
or a mix of
Just
with
some
a German
mix,
of
yeah.
some kind, but it's a very fluffy pup there,
Very
adorned in, why am I forgetting what that?
Christmas?
Tinsel.
Or wreath?
Tinsel, there you
Yeah.
go.
Tinsel,
yes,
yeah.
Is that a toy under the tree? I can't tell. Maybe. Jarvis, enhance that toy, please.
I'm gonna say it's
What a
kind
An
of
lovely-
early Christmas gift.
it's kind of awkward that they still have their Christmas tree up in August.
I like. Oh, garland. Sure.
Oh, garland work. Yeah.
I don't know.
It could be a garland made of tinsel, because tinsel is yeah. So I don't think you were that wrong. There
That's
it
a toy.
is. It
Thank
is
you,
a
Jarvis.
toy.
Look at that. It's very nice.
I bet you that toy doesn't look like that anymore.
Probably not.
torn to absolute pieces.
A puppy dog? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bravo
shredding
looks
that up.
demonic. He's a pup, a German Shepherd puppy.
That looks like a fun.
They're like little demons, but they're great.
Play hard.
Yeah.
Are you? What is your rule for when the Christmas tree needs to come down? Are you like a 2 weeks after Christmas, 1 month?
When I
When
get
does it
around
start
to
to
it.
get crazy?
The vibes are good.
The vibes-
Okay, I'm normally not
when it
that.
starts actually dying.
the day of?
That is what has happened recently, but
Yeah.
it normally ends up being slightly after the new year, but certainly before like halfway through January.
Okay. We got Opal and Jasper here.
Submitted by
hallucinogens.
hallucinogens.
You know what? Why not?
Oh my gosh, which one's Opal? The one on the left or right, Tettles? What do you think?
That is a good question. Probably Opal on the left and Jasper on the right, just by submission of names.
Yeah, I'm going to assume
The
that.
one on the right has your eyes. Tettles.
The one on the right has green eyes. I don't have green eyes, Kalamazoo.
Yeah, but the same emotions are in their eyes. I can see it.
What emotions are in their eyes?
Chaos. I can see it. I can see it.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, they're
Well.
for sure scheming right now.
That's perfect. Tettles always scheming.
Yeah.
all
Always
the time.
It's ironic coming from you.
This photo interrupted. They're like, what? We weren't talking about
I was
anything. What do you
napping.
mean? Yeah,
Yeah.
we were absolutely just snuggling and being very cute.
You woke
Very
me up for this.
Don't even worry about it. Oh, it's Jerry.
Big Jerry.
from Lunar Lily.
What is this, a hamster?
A little
I
mouse hamster?
a few hours ago I did
Hamster.
explicitly request that people submit snakes.
No, you did not. No, you did not.
Yes, I did.
This will be a 2-person shift. I'm not kidding. This will be absolutely a 2-person shift. I will be over this couch and down.
Listen, I don't know if they gave it.
I will be so quick to get out of this frame.
They requested it. I told them that.
Literally, you guys were you in the room when
Yes.
Aya was?
Yes, I was.
Aya came over to was streaming and came over behind my desk, and I was explaining Rust to her, and I was literally running through the jungle going, "Oh my god!" And I hate it. Like the last update, they introduced snakes in the jungle, which is why I try to get through this biome as quickly as possible. And then right as I finished speaking, a snake leapt out of a bush and bit me, and I started screaming.
All right, so thank you, Lunar Lily, for submitting this.
Jerry's great.
Jerry's very cute.
We love him.
I wonder if Jerry's a bit of an escape artist.
Oh my god.
Pugger dog.
Maverick. I was going to say Maverick.
Pugger dog.
I like that.
What a
The head
name.
tilt.
Looking like
That had
Kalamazoo and
real
LFG. A pugger dog.
Pugger dog.
What do you mean by that? What does that mean, Tettles?
You were a pugger dog.
You're a pugger dog.
Somebody who uses LFG as a pugger dog.
I have been pugging some 10s. They've been a little rough, but today they were good.
Jokes.
Have they?
Jokes are well known for being funnier after you have to explain them.
Typically, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the comedy builds through the explanation is what they say.
That's a good name. I think it's a good name for a dog.
It is a great name for a dog.
It is. Speaking of dogs,
This is very on the nose. I know Zula. She's getting so comfy here that she's just she's being a lot more independent now. These more recent.
How's she been doing in the hotel?
She's been doing great, but we don't spend much time there because we spend most of our time here, and then we go back late night. So she's exhausted, so she just hops on the bed and just passes out.
You're just like the rest of us. You're just here 16 hours.
Yep.
With the rest of us. All right, thank you so much, Mavic, for submitting
nice,
Pugger Dog.
We appreciate you. Ooh.
Zlatank.
Frost. DK.
Guiltless. 77 blood.
Full blue.
Okay, do we lose points for being level 77?
Ooh.
I think it's an alpha play submitting before 80. It's
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, I'm just that good. Yeah.
Right.
I think that's
Yeah.
positive.
Didn't even make it.
Or yeah, it's like I have a Mog this cool, and I don't even play the game nearly as much as all of you. You know.
Yeah.
Kind of a flex in and of itself.
I like this. I like this. Yeah.
This
I
looks
okay, yeah, go back. Can we get the full zoom out again, though? Because I really like the way the shoulders and the helm are working together.
Turn that sucker around.
There we go. I didn't see the weapon. Jarvis, enhance that stick, please. There we go.
Yeah,
Very nice.
yeah.
Dual stick action.
I mean, this is really good. I want the blue on the boots to be a little lighter, but I don't know if there's an option out there for it.
I think there's a Legion Artifact two-handers. Do you know there's a bug with the Legion Artifact two-handers right now where I think if you have the two one-handers, I think if you mog a two-hander into the Legion Artifact two one-handers like this, then it makes your obliterate like miss or something like that. Or maybe they fixed that bug. I'm not 100% sure, but I remember reading that somewhere in the DK Discord.
My dog
Azula's just barking.
is standing off screen and
Azula, come here.
barking. What do you want, sweetheart?
Is he trapped?
She wants to get into that room. What's in that room? What are y'all keeping in that room?
Nothing good.
She sees something she wants. She's out.
I think this is a 8.2 to me. This is good.
She really is. She wants to get in there. Azula, sweetheart.
I'd give this probably a 5. I think it's like pretty decent.
I'm going to give this a 7.5.
Seems like the average Frosty came on to me. Like,
Yeah, I think everything from belt up works really well, but because we've got that kind of glowy flaminess from belt up, like I want it somewhere in the boots as well to bring it all together.
well, their obliterate's not doing any damage right now, so this is kind of tough.
Well, they're a bloody case. Doesn't matter.
They're
Frost. It says Frost.
Oh, they're a blood elf. I missed that.
Yeah.
Got it. Ooh.
They also have Zlatank, but they're a Frosty K, so I think
Zlatank.
All right.
All right,
Yeah,
well,
8.2.
thank you. Thank you very much for
Thank
your
you.
submission.
I like it.
On to the next.
Tear.
Vengeance Demon Hunter.
pretty geared too. 693.
Be
That's not bad right
careful
now.
with this rating, guys.
693.
They are on Moon.
Wait, only one web?
They're not an RPer.
Only one web?
No, I'm just saying.
I think it's a Mog, or
Just
maybe
mogging off one
Second
weapon?
weapon.
might be
This
an armory thing.
Okay, okay.
I like it.
What do we think about the shoulders?
So yeah, okay, the hood and the cloak work really well together. I think it's the purpley pinkishness in the shoulders that I don't feel like matches the red of the hood and the cape.
It's hard to find a color red like that to match shoulders to those pants and everything, but I think it's just solid. You can tell some work went into this.
Definitely.
Yeah. Demon Hunters. Yeah, okay.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, Tettles.
Yeah, it's got all
Take it
10. Got all 10 toes, so that's that's good.
7.7.
You
This
get a
is
big
probably
whip. I don't want small whip.
6'2" for me.
I guess like a.
I think it's the shoulders. I think it's the shoulders that I don't love. I would look for a different set of shoulders here.
It's a 4.
I actually really like, kind of like the bandage wrap torso with all of this. But therefore, I'd almost want shoulders that are smaller, you know?
I think a naked Vengeance Demon Hunter could be a good look. Just tattoos.
There you go. Yeah, just the
Yeah.
body art.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What'd you rate this?
7.7.
Okay.
Thank you. Turn.
Do
Breaker.
you have any tattoos?
No.
Okay.
He's getting one, though, you said.
Oh, you are?
I don't know. I never said that. Thank you for.
Oh, okay. Hello, Azula's here. Oh, Sansa. You have the same color hair
This
as
was your
Azula.
teacher at
Teldrassil
Thunderblood
University. Yeah.
right?
Yeah. This is after I transferred. This guy taught me the art of the totem and the stomp.
Art of the war stomp.
What
Sun
is this?
Sun.
What is this weapon?
That's
Toga.
actually sick. This is very Tauren.
Yeah, is he a High Mountain? No, so they're not a High Mountain Tauren, but they committed to the High Mountain look. That's impressive. I like that.
Yeah.
He's carrying that totem around too. That's
Yeah, this
okay.
is good. I like this a lot.
The shoulders match the hair. I think this is heat.
I love the head hair braided into the back hair, which we see right here as well. Yes, this is very nice. This is an 8.6 from me.
Turn that sucker around. That's right.
8.6 for you, huh?
I like it
Okay.
a lot. Yeah, this is very tribal, very
Yeah, no,
ritual.
I like how Taurens just look. Generally speaking, I would give this probably like an 8.5.
What about my Tauren?
I like this.
My character. You like my character's Mog, Tittles?
No, your characters are ugly.
Did you submit $35 for us to rate your mod?
No, I
Well,
haven't.
then you don't get an opinion from us.
I will.
That's fair.
Okay.
I will give it for free. Your characters are ugly. I would give this an 8.5 though. I think this is very good.
Yeah, this is up there.
Dude, that wep is insane.
I'm going like an 8.7 as well. You know what I want? I just want the kind of greenish. I don't think it's possible, but I love this wep. I just want the greenish in it to be the blue that's in the shoulder.
Oh yeah.
And all that, and then it'd be that would be like near perfect for me.
I think-
But I just don't think it's an option.
I think the
so.
hands are like something about the shoulders are really nice, but the hands. I understand that they match the shoulders, but it doesn't feel like they match the shoulders. If that makes sense.
Yeah, if they were more of that like bone color almost.
Yeah, that lighter color.
or
That's the
something like
hair
that.
and
But
the-
even still, this Mog is fantastic. This is up there.
For sure.
Well done, Sun.
I like it. Very nice.
Yeah. And thanks for teaching our boy Tettles the way of the war stomp.
Oh my gosh. That's right. That's right.
Tettles is a man of many skills.
Also learned the Order of the Bull Rush once upon a time.
What a lovely
All
creature.
right.
this is
Well,
here as
again,
well.
if you guys would like to donate, tl.gg/donate, and we can either rate your Mogs, look at your pets, your setups, your UIs, whatever you want. But we appreciate you
So
donating
let's.
to a good cause.
For those who just joined us, what's going on right now, Kalamazoo, with the guild? What are we what's the game plan for the next little bit?
Nothing. We've called it. It's over.
Yeah.
So we're currently in.
So we gave up? Like,
Yeah, it's all-
like,
We're going home.
We just decided it's, so this is your post-show. Enjoy it.
The guild currently has, I don't want to say gone dark, but they're opting not to show their hard mode Tazavesh run.
Okay.
Which is maybe a little controversial. It is what it is. Someone in chat said Echo's doing the same later on. Maybe, who knows? I think it would also be a good idea for them to do the same. For a handful of reasons, it does answer the question though of when were they going to run Tazavesh? Because some were talking about maybe doing it later on in the week when you had some Mythic gear on characters to make it a little easier. But I think running it right now before Mythic is better because let's say you ran it after the Force War bosses and Mythic are dead.
Sure.
You allocated some gear, then you ran it. and you got a duplicate myth item. That feels terrible because you can't trade Tazavesh gear.
Because the Tazavesh hard mode myth items that you get are random out of a box,
and that
right?
staff you got from the raid could have been given to somebody else. Didn't get a staff from Tazavesh. So doing it now, maybe 3 or 4 eye levels lower, maybe even more, without committing crest, I think is still certainly worth it, even if 9 out of 10 groups complete compared to all 10, right? So we're hoping this should be done within the hour, half hour, 40 minutes or so, give or take here. And then we have heard when that's done, Mythic is looming. There's a Lumathar
Mythic
joke
polls incoming, y'all. You're not going to want to miss it. Plexus Sentinel going to go down quickly, I imagine.
So how many bosses do you guys think are going to die
was gonna
tonight?
ask
3 at least.
Okay, so you think Plexus Sentinel, Lumathar, and Soulbinder are all going to die tonight?
All going to die, and they're going to one-shot Soulbinder and Plexus Sentinel, and then I think at most 3 pulls on Lumathar, but I
think we're slamming Lumathar.
I would not be surprised if they one-shot Lumathar, but I could see 1 or 2 wipes.
Do we know if ID 5 healed Lumathar or is it 4 healed? Do we know?
I'll check. The first guild that killed Lumathar, I believe, 5 healed, but then every guild I saw after that was 4 healing it.
Okay, so while you're pulling that up, we got some stream obligations that we got to take care of.
Do it.
Broker Tettles has been the Trade Prince Tettles gimmick that got retired. We're out of the Liberation of Undermine. Broker Tettles, cartel member Tettles, has brought a great deal, and Blizzard has given us some codes to give away for transmorpher beacons. If you type hashtag Let's Go Liquid in the chat, you will be entered to win 1 of 5 transmorpher beacons.
On that.
Ooh, which one's that?
That is the thing that will, you click on it, you get the dialog box, you click on it, and then it turns you into a raid boss or a dungeon boss from the game's past. Personally, I like Blackhand. Blackhand is my favorite. Hashtag Let's Go Liquid to be entered to win.
That's a good one. That's a real good one. Yep.
Do you like the cartel bit?
It's good. Yeah, it's very suiting for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
We had to
Are you like extorting people for gold, or like, are you living up to the full?
Yeah.
Okay.
I also bring great deals.
Yeah, Tettles is a new homeowner. He's
good
making
deals.
as much as he can now. He's got bills to pay.
That's right.
Mouth to feed. A cat to feed.
That's right.
Congrats on that, by the way. Big step.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you want to help me, you can go to you can also go to check out some of our other sponsors, such as TL.gg/Hue for Philips Hue.
Yeah, the light right there. We actually had it color coordinated to the Zalatat.
Okay, I have a question, Dash.
What's up?
I need, hold on, let me cycle through this real quick. I have a question as to what color this is because Kalamazzi gave us the incorrect color yesterday.
Sure. Before you answer.
What color is this?
No, wait.
What color is
I'll
this?
wait. I'll wait.
Hand it to me and look at it from the same distance that I was away.
What just happened?
If you pick it up like that, it turns it off. Yeah.
Well, then I can't hand it to
No. It'll come back on. Give it a second. There.
Oh, because it's on like a
it's on a charging lamp. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Well, hey, I didn't even know that feature existed.
What color is that?
Green.
Thank you.
Are there hints of yellow in here?
Well, sure, but that's because
that's how
that's
green.
because all colors are an amalgamation of other colors.
So I went, it's greenish yellow. No, got my head torn off.
You said it was yellow. No. You didn't say it was greenish yellow. You
Maybe
go,
yellow is
that's
green.
yellow, and then I go, that's not the right color, and you go, well, it's green. I go, you're colorblind.
The heck?
Oh.
Gotta get it back on the charging port guy here.
Yeah, you're good. All right, there you go. Bang.
There we go.
Cool.
Glorious.
Yeah. So we do expect Mythic within the next.
Were they 5 healing or 6 healing? Did you figure it out?
Oh, they were 4 healed.
Oh, you're 4 healing.
They
Okay.
4 healed.
Okay. Jack was pretty. What's the word?
Adamant.
Yeah, adamant on them 5 healing that fight. Which, if you can do it and still beat the Enrage in Phase 2, definitely worth doing. But I was skeptical of that with how much health that boss had. But hey, if ID like 5 or 6 shot it, right? I believe 5 or 6 pulls. They say.
Yeah.
I mean, it's less than I thought, but ID is also very good.
I'm feeling good about Liquid one-shotting the first.
The first
3 convincingly, and I know Instant Dollars has been struggling a little bit on Araz, the Forge boss.
Mm-hmm.
I still think that there's a chance that Liquid could go through and one-shot it.
Right.
Depending on where the difficulty lands, right?
Yeah.
It's one of those things that it just really, if it's super overtuned health-wise, if the ads are hard to kill or something like that, it would make sense. Maybe the intermission ads. You have to kill all the ads in the intermission. We're going to talk about this whenever the fights really start, but you have to kill all the intermission ads within a couple seconds of one another. Otherwise,
the
they just wipe
pylons,
you.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's bad.
There's ways that it's hard, but still one-shottable for Liquid.
I think so too. Yeah.
You had something, Dash?
ID just had a new best poll.
Okay.
Actually, as we speak on Araz, they're now down to 69.5%.
That's not
Okay.
bad.
Nice. But that's a 7% improvement from their previous best of 76%, which came on poll 9.
Okay.
So that's really, I think, showing that there's something going on in that portion of the fight that took a little bit for them to get over in terms of a hurt.
I think
right?
I think that first intermission is there, right? We know whenever we talk about the intermissions, more people just are like, yeah, those are the damage amp phase. But that that intermission,
Right.
that is kind of the first break point of the boss, more or less. That I think that you were kind of shouting out where they were having these wipes at like 1 of 2 percentage
Exactly.
points.
Because before they got to that, it was like 5 polls in a row of being.
They're probably wiping the damage. Okay, so
yeah.
that makes me think that the pylons that you and I were talking about that you have to kill within a couple seconds of one another, otherwise they wipe you. That might be a big point of failure.
I mean, they
for that
hurt
fight.
bad on testing.
Dude,
barely got through.
we wiped them in testing a couple of times too. Yeah, it's one of those things that like. So there's the 3 pylons, and I think if you kill them, and there's like one up for 5 seconds, and the other 2 are dead, you are dead. Like it is like it was that close during testing.
Oh yeah. Okay. So those are the pylons that are building up their energy bar, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there's also ads that are spawning during the. There are ads that spawn during the intermission too that the tanks have to tank. But
I cannot wait to see that fight. I think that's good.
Visually, the fight's very,
to
very, very
watch.
cool.
Exactly.
Right. And also, you have to keep in mind that once you make it through that pylon intermission, the boss does take, I believe, 100% increased damage for like 12 seconds, and you are going to hold lust for that burn. Likely burn number 2 or whatever the last burn of the fight is. Basically, at the end of second phase 2,
So
going into that final phase.
yeah, I think that's where I think that's likely to be where the lust is because it's going to carry into that final phase. That final phase, it can be really challenging.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, even during heroic splits, we actually saw a lot of wipes in the final phase during heroic splits because some of the helpers were dead. So that meant that they didn't have the damage to actually be able to kill the boss. They were pushing the boss at like 25 some odd percent, and the guild with helpers just didn't have enough damage to kill off the boss until they started to optimize it a little bit more.
Yeah. So we shall see. I don't see an actual duration on these polls here, but regardless, probably right around there. They've had 20 polls so far, and yeah, 69.5 looks to be their lowest.
That's
threshold
probably 4 minutes. Their boss is really high, which makes me wonder if the ads have just a jillion HP.
I mean, it's hard to. It's hard because the boss gets a big damage amp. We talked about coming out of both phases too. It's like even though he pushes into the intermission at 70, he might come out at 55.
Yeah,
If you push into the next one at 30, he comes out at 25, then that's the last burn of the fight.
So the reason I said that too is because if the ads don't have that much HP, you can then allocate a little bit more damage to the boss. But if the ads, you're like, oh, all of our DPS, all 14 of our DPS have to hit these ads. This is not really an option. That means that you're not getting effective cleave on the boss.
Yeah, that was a
Or
4-minute poll action.
To believe chat here, the ads do have mega HP. At least that's what I heard them say.
That tracks. Like that's what like I hear their boss HP thresholds as they're going to the first intermission. I'm like, that's a little bit high. But that means it's going to be a real fight. Like I think that's cool.
Yeah.
Not all bosses. So we had this with Styx Monk Junker last year. Not all bosses are created equal, and some fights are really just not that good whenever they're tuned hard. I think Forge Weaver is a fight that if it's tuned hard, it can still actually be a fun encounter. Where Styx Monk Junker, that was a tuned difficult fight because it had a bunch of pass-fail nonsense on it. But Forge Weaver fits hard because, the killing the ads part is difficult. There's some like scalable difficulty that gets easier over time.
Have seen some comp swaps from them looking at the actual what comp they're running here.
Oh, really? What are they playing?
They're 3 healing this fight.
Oh, that means
They're
the
3
ads have
healing it now.
Omega's HP.
Yeah,
then that's kind of
they've been 3 healing this fight since poll 2. It looks like 1 Resto Shaman, 1 Mistweaver Monk, and 1 Resto Druid. They also had double augmentation in, but swapped to double Dev. Now it's 1 Dev, 1 BM Hunter, double Arcane Mage, 1 Shadow, double LE, double Warlock, double Frost Decay, 1 Havoc, 1 Windwalker, 1 Rogue, and 1 Warrior.
Oh, interesting.
So 3 healing is a little scary. I mean, bosses have died being 3 healed before. Obviously, Rick Reverb last year was boss number 3, being overtuned for a 3rd boss, needed to be 3 healed, died in 7 or 8 pulls, but that's a bit concerning.
Damage might just be low.
It could be. It very well could be. I don't know if there are actual eye levels listed here.
Like the damage intake might just be low.
You mean? What do you mean?
Like the damage that the boss is dealing to the raid might just be low. Where 3 healing is like pretty fine.
It could be that as well. Yeah, it very well could be.
Okay. Question from chat for you guys. Why is Liquid dark right now? What is actually going on? Why are we filling time?
So Liquid has broken into their 6 different groups of 5 to run hard mode Tazavesh.
Okay.
Now, the reason that they've gone dark is because you get 1 shot, and 1 shot only to make it work. And since they're going to be the first of the Race to World First guilds that's going in there, they don't necessarily want to be showcasing anything, either a success or failure to the teams that are going to be going into after. If anything, probably the failures are what you would want to avoid, because then you're saying, okay, you're giving other teams something to be acutely aware of, to make sure that they don't fall victim to the very same thing. So we can get these little looks into the player rooms.
It's kind of a bummer. I wanted to watch the hard modes.
I want to watch the hard modes too.
Hopeful's screen cover is the band.
That's
good.
That's
very
so good.
actually.
So yeah, it's for competitive reasons, such is life. We're hearing that Echo is looking to probably do the same thing. Possibly. Again, we're not obviously in direct communication with them, so don't hold that against us if we're wrong on it. But yeah, such is life. As soon as that is over, though, we are told that they are loading in for their first pulls of Mythic.
And then what is like hard mode Tazavesh reward? Like why is this worth doing?
I mean, you get a myth item at the end. As long as nobody dies and you full clear hard mode Taz,
All 5 people get
all
one?
5 get one myth
But you can't have a singular death at all, and you can't reset it, right? It is like a one attempt.
Yeah, no resets, no death whatsoever. If you die, everybody in the group loses their myth item. It's not individual, it's per the actual group. So the big reason we're doing it now is because if somebody loots a staff in here, let's say a myth staff or whatever item that...
A Celia secret technique.
Well, trinkets are a little bit more iffy, but yes, that could be good.
That's a good trinket.
It could be. But if you loot an item that you can use, like let's say a staff or a weapon, for example, and you go into the raid and one drops a mythic, that can be allocated to someone that doesn't have a mythic weapon.
Sure.
Comparatively to going into the raid first, given a staff a mythic, then one drops in here for you, you've wasted a staff from the raid, could have been given to somebody else. So it's definitely worth doing now. I'd assume somewhere around 700 eye level. Maybe the raiders are give or take, and hopefully everybody gets through it. If 1 or 2 groups don't succeed, say 8 out of 10 do, I think it's better doing it now than all 10 succeeding at the end of the week doing it with 5 bosses dead and mythic for loot allocation. So
yes, because that's because of how Master Looter works with like random loot in that way, right? Like if you know that somebody already has a myth track piece because the Tazaveshes have been done in advance, that means that you're not going to allocate them.
Yeah,
from
exactly.
The boss. Yeah.
Right. It feels bad if a weapon drops or anything drops and it's wasted by, oh, well, this person could have had it, but we already gave it to them and now they looted it twice, and it's just not fun.
How much of a item level gain do you guys kind of expect hard mode Tazaveshes to be like? Is it really that? Because I think a lot of people are just saying this is only 15 crests. Like this is a 15 crest save.
I think it'll be very, very minimal in most cases. I think a lot of guys are going to end up with a piece of loot that doesn't affect them in any way, shape, or form, because maybe it fills a slot that's already dedicated to something else.
So then you just upgrade it.
That's my tier slot, and maybe I got I can now upgrade it slightly.
Yeah.
But it's not really going to make a huge difference.
Sure.
There might be the occasional person who hits a trinket or something, and it is super valuable.
We only have 90 Gilded crests for this week anyways, right?
Yeah,
and
90.
What's the situation with crafting looking like with the Gilded crest allocation?
I mean, it's so convoluted because it depends on your vault. But if you basically like, if you're a caster, or maybe like melee similar too, if you don't loot like a one-handed weapon or a staff at myth level from your vault this week as a caster, you're likely making a staff. If you loot a vault from a +10 slot in your Great Vault or whatever, you just upgrade it, right? Because it goes 3 or 4 levels past max crafted, and that's 75 crest. Crafting it is 60. But crafting costs 2 sparks, so it locks you into having a higher weapon early on, but it's not going to be BIS long term. It's a really good early power gain, but at the same time, if a staff drops in Tazavesh and you can put it on, upgrade with 75 crest, that's still a massive gain, and basically like opening it in your vault this week. So there's a million different little permutations on what you loot might change things.
People might not craft until next week. And
I don't think you should.
They craft over the 2-hander. Well, I think they might. Okay, so there's a situation where I think
Liquid might, but most shouldn't craft next week.
Yes, but I think most people probably are not supposed to, unless you're like a rogue or like a Havoc Demon Hunter or something like that, where they're crafting they're crafting one-handed weapons anyway.
Sure.
But like for Race World First Raiders, they might not craft until Tuesday either, but they also, if it allows you to kill a boss a little bit easier, you're going to have to craft.
Right.
So that I was going to say, let's maybe discuss what are the scenarios that would dictate whether or not, or Liquid does craft.
Sprocketmonger Lock and Stock, I think, is a great example of this.
Okay.
Where if you're having low percent HP Sprocketmonger Lock and Stock wipes, and it's Monday, it's like halfway, or like it's halfway through Sunday, it's maybe early Monday, you might just send that craft anyways on
secure the kill.
On most of your raid to try to secure the kill. You don't have to send it on all. It's not an all or nothing thing. Like you could send it on 16 players, and you get a pretty tangible damage gain. But then there's you don't get those Gilded Crests back. Those Gilded Crests are difficult to come by, especially since this season we don't have the bonus 90 like we had in Undermine. So you were pretty starved for resources. So
yeah, it's going to be interesting. Cracked Keystones in Delves are dropping. So
no, don't leak. Don't leak. I haven't done it yet.
I mean, you probably should.
What does that mean? Cracked keystone.
It's a quest. Don't leak.
It's a quest from last patch. I mean, I heard about it 2 days ago, technically. So I mean, if you haven't heard about it, tell news. But you know, I digress. I shouldn't leak.
Why did you share that to me then, man? Like, what do you hate me for?
I thought it was sort of known, but I guess that's okay. I don't know.
The allegations were true.
Yeah,
the allegations were right about you. I've been defending you, and they were right.
Teddles, listen. They nerfed AF today. I'm a little feisty, but it's okay because Plan C is already in full effect.
There it is.
Plan Pizza.
C. Oh, I got pizza in the fridge for later. Don't worry about that one.
Plan Pizza has been in full effect for a while now.
It was very good, to be fair.
Pizza was solid.
Dinner tonight. Yeah,
very,
pizza was very good.
solid.
Also, just to harken back to Lumathar with ID, what do you think their eye level was when they killed it? Both y'all.
Instant Doodles.
I guess like 700.
701 is what I was going to say.
700.75. So both y'all basically right there.
Yeah.
Not bad. Great guesses by us.
Yeah, pretty good.
Well, so I will admit, I think part of why that was my numbers, because when I was sitting at dinner, I was talking to a couple of the Liquid guys, and they were throwing their item level numbers across the table at each other, and I heard 702, and so I was like, okay, well, if they're running as many splits as they're running and they're hitting 702, I was just thinking, like, okay, ID's slotting in just a little bit behind
I was
them,
kind of thinking Liquid's going to be 703 average, and then still be sitting on all of their Gildeds and all of their crafting, which can bump them up a little bit. They're probably sitting on somewhere like, what, 2 or 3 average item levels on players just by holding all their crests.
I wouldn't be surprised if a number of Liquid guys are actually still below 700, but it's to your point that they actually still have so many item levels left on the table.
Yeah.
That other guilds have bothered to already send to get up and above that 700 mark.
Catalyzing kind of an interesting decision point this tier too. Like, what are you supposed to catalyze?
Yeah.
Catalyzing Tazavesh hard mode gear.
That too, also. Yeah. Myth piece. I mean, Taz gear drops at Myth 1 out of 6. It takes 75 crest to upgrade, so you probably just put it on. It's like, hey, I got a Myth piece, but I'm not upgrading it.
Yeah, I'm not going to send the upgrades.
Unless it's like a staff or some item of great relevance, which you'd want at that point regardance.
That was good.
I always get so messed up by
good product placement by our co-commentator right there.
Cameras. It's a tough skill. I could never be a weatherman.
Yeah, well,
you know
Dratnos, thankfully, he's been practicing for years. So
well done. How many of you contributed?
Ooh, I've done one, but it had some juice in it, so.
You put it on the bottom, hopefully, then as a foundational piece.
Yeah, stability. Yeah,
okay,
stability,
yeah,
exactly,
okay.
yeah.
I better not be top-heavying up our tower back
topples
there.
over, we're going to be in trouble.
All right, enough lollygagging. We got some Mogs to rate.
We got some Mogs to rate. Let's go. Bring them on. Bring them on.
I promise we're only stalling for like 30 more minutes, probably.
I promise nothing.
Maybe, possibly, yeah.
I might be known to cope a lot.
Well, we have to split hard mode.
Look, I will never.
No, we're not splitting hard mode.
Okay?
Shut up about that.
I see different groups over here.
As the representative of the Alliance on the Potato, Trash Master Potato, 10 out of 10.
Wow. That is... It's like a fell orc.
I'm all for this. It's actually a very good mog. I actually really like this.
Oh, yeah,
but I also love Trash Master Potato as a name.
That back piece is sick. I like that.
Yeah.
It's the Trash Master's mantle.
Exactly. That's the thing. It's all very thematic. He's playing a green class. He's in full green. He's the Trash Master.
He is green.
Yeah.
He's an orc.
He himself is green.
Smork.
Everything about this is working for me right now. 10 out of 10. My first 10 on the broadcast.
Okay, I think Hunter Mogs are normally garbage. This is fire.
I like it. Yeah.
Like Azula? No. We're not messing with power cables. Azula?
I think she's a toy, but I don't know.
I know, but she's on top of a power. I'm going to actually take my headset off and just move her.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'll give this a 10. Dash already gave this also a 10.
I think 8.4. Honestly, I like it a good bit.
Yeah. Get away from that power strip, Azula.
Oh, yeah, it's true. I should move from there. Oh, she's back. Don't worry.
Rest in peace to anybody with ears, by the way.
There you go, Azula. Good girl.
Yeah, apologies, y'all. I just had a little dad moment there. She's right next to a power strip and a power cord, and I was like, oh, this could be disastrous.
Looking to juice up a little bit. It's all right. Very nice.
Electric.
Oh, my God. Got that dog in him. Giant Marrow, the Worgen Blood Decay. Can we get your best Kalamazi?
Oh, there you go.
Oh!
Not too bad. Yeah, there you go. Look, no, Zula's looking over here.
All fours, baby.
Will she howl?
Dog out.
Oh.
Well, maybe if you do it enough, but I don't know if I want you to
Yeah.
turn her into a howler.
I mean, this is like what's that game? The vampire game, like the Renaissance, like Bloodborne or whatever. It's like a Bloodborne mog.
Oh, okay.
I like it,
feel
sort of.
that.
I don't know, a little
Ooh,
bit.
What is this?
Some Venthyr poke.
Castle Nathria.
Yeah.
It's a Castle Nathria piece.
Or maybe it's Venthyr Mog. I thought it was Castle Nathria though.
I like this. It's good. Yeah, I think
This is giving me the Big Bad Wolf, like Red Riding Hood. Yeah,
The Big Bad Wolf
he
has
killed
stolen.
Red Riding Hood and then took all of her stuff. Because it kind of doesn't fit him very well, you know? Like, it's all tight. I'm like, yeah, this is the wolf after murdering Red Riding Hood.
The Big Bad Wolf
on her way to Grandma's house.
confiscated her clothes.
Oh, my God.
8.4. 8.4.
Yeah, I give it an 8.
Yeah.
I give it an 8.
I'll give this 4 for on all fours.
Hashtag
Very
all
nice.
fours.
Hashtag all fours.
Hashtag all fours.
Hashtag all fours.
Necronomicon is Gilded.
Very
Not
cool.
bad, too. Ooh,
Oh my god,
This
a dark iron dwarf with an eye patch.
incredibly unique.
This is all white.
Yeah, well, that's like an ash and gray Tettles, but yes.
Warlock.
I don't think that you're allowed to comment on color.
Big
yeah, you're right.
thinkers.
You're colorblind,
You're
sir.
right, sure.
All right, Windolin. Wow, where is any of this gear coming from?
The Trash King.
I'm pretty sure this is Trading Post stuff. I think this shirt and pants combo was from the Trading Post recently. I don't know where the eye patch is from.
It's giving me tracksuit vibes.
So
You
to
know,
your-
where it's like all the monochromatic tracksuit.
Okay, I have a. Would you be interested if there was like an average European Adidas tracksuit?
That's
on
what.
the
Yeah,
trail
it's
foot?
kind of what
Very
I'm
good.
like. Yeah, this is very much the
the classic the
Slavic
European
tracksuit.
Exactly. would it be cool? if,
It would be a bright neon color though then, right? Like this is the more toned down version. Looks comfy, I'll tell you that. Looks damn comfy.
I think this is like a 7.9 to me. Whenever I hear tracksuit, I think the Adidas tracksuit. Like I think of
Yeah.
Tarkov and the Adidas tracksuit.
Okay.
Farm. That's
Okay.
not what I'm thinking of Adidas Mog. I give it a 7.9. It's okay. Not great. Not terrible. But it's a Warlock.
I guess a 4.
You know.
I'm gonna give it a 6.5. I do appreciate that it all, kind of works together.
The guild name and the class don't really fit together that well.
Well, you know what? I'm not gonna say what I'm gonna say. Yep, that's fine. It's. I want to be nice to Tettles tonight.
Oh my god! Wait a second. Those are for big thinkers.
So this is probably same. I assume same person.
Okay.
Another character here because it's Window from the same guild, Big Thinkers.
Wow. Yeah, I like this Mog a decent bit more.
That's the Night Fae.
I got some big thinkers.
I like that. I like this one more between the two.
I
Yeah.
like this one more too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, look at the Delve belt out.
Everyone, you gotta rock the Delve belt. It's the classic.
some booty.
I don't know. I don't even know what comes over me. Sometimes it's just like the Mog just takes over. I just say
Chaos.
Turn that sucker around.
I think this is 8.7 to me. This is nice. Very, very nice. Tettles, the dogs are out too, sort of, for you there. What do you think?
There you go. Again, all 10. Count them up. Make sure they're all there.
I'll guess a 6. I think.
A 6.
What?
Man,
Big
you
whip.
are a stickler.
I grade on a bell curve. I'm sorry that you said that you did, but you lied.
Yeah. Well, I gotta know where's your 10 then? Like, I just don't know what your 10 looks like outside of that one troll belly out.
Oh, the
mog.
Colterran,
Yeah,
yes,
the
a 10.
Colterran belly out mog. Which I guess okay, that's my. If
I gave
that's
some-
your scale, then now
I gave
know,
somebody a
but-
10 earlier. There was a nice alt girl that was submitted that was doing it for me.
Yeah, I remember that one. I'm going 7.75 on this one.
Nice alt girl that was doing it for me. I gave her 10 too earlier.
Alrighty.
7.75. All right.
Ooh, a brewmaster monk, certified
Challenge.
certified free thinker.
There you go.
So we go from big,
Big
thinkers
thinkers.
to certified free thinkers.
You know what's crazy? This sound like this to me give very different vibes. I can't
be-
really put my finger on it.
I think this is actually really good. Like the tattoos match like the rest of the Mog thematically. I think
Mhm.
the staff or whatever that is good. I like this. I think like this is like a legit 9-1 to me.
It's-
This is really good.
I like the
Giving
ball.
me
The
Fire
what?
Nation Avatar
Oh.
vibes.
You like?
I like the fact that this guy is bald.
The bald. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. There we go. Let's think about our
bald monk.
phrasing. I like the bald.
I like the bald. Well, listen, bald looks better than balding. Those are the rules.
What are you telling me, Tunnels?
Oh, I'm not talking to you. Listen, man, you got a man bun going on right now.
Is that good or bad?
Good.
Okay.
I think it was about
It is what it is.
That's just like it. Oh no.
Sometimes it
yeah.
just is.
I like this. I think this.
No, I like this a lot. But also, like I said, it's giving me like a Fire Nation vibes from Avatar, and I'm a sucker for anything Avatar-ish. Whether or not that was the intention, I like this a lot. I'm gonna go with like an 8-2.
I would give this 9. I think this is great.
Is that what Azula's named after? Something
Princess
Avatar?
Azula.
I was
Avatar.
told that.
Yeah.
Earlier by somebody else.
Yeah, and Magic the Gathering's next set is an MTG set, and they're going to take all my they're going to get all my money.
Have you guys played draft?
Give it all away.
Did you guys end up drafting that box?
No, it's still on my desk, but we will. It's a long race. We got plenty of time.
If you want to save it, the current set's pretty cool to draft too. But if you want to break it open,
I'll do both. But that set, I don't have a group down in San Diego to play with, so this is the perfect place to break open a Commander Masters box.
All right, sounds good to me.
Yeah. Lancey.
Lance? How would you pronounce?
Oh yeah, it's probably just Lance. No, I think you're right.
The T
is Lance.
The T is tough in there.
The T is what made me think I have to go with the "se" at the end, but I think you're right. Lance.
The way you said it, I was sitting there like stunned, like buffering for a second. I was like, something's wrong with the name.
I look at Tenos. He's just thinking like the gears are spinning.
He's a part of the Darnassus Fire Department.
Yeah, he's got
Thank you for your service.
Got some
and
Vault of the Incarnate Smog on.
Considering he's a part of the Darnassus Fire Department, I think that all this works very well for Darnassian themed.
Isn't Darnassus gone?
Well, Teldrassil's gone.
Okay.
Yeah, didn't he fail? I mean, like,
yeah, you're right. Well, they didn't do their jobs well enough.
Now, I just gotta say it. He didn't put out Teldrassil. That's gonna be losing points for me.
Yep.
He's also not carrying like a water hose or anything to help put out a fire, which makes me understand as to how that tree got burned up. I'm gonna go ahead and give this. I'm sorry, you're gonna get like a 2 because of what you've done for me.
Okay, I actually think that this looks really badass, though.
I like the Mog.
If I'm just talking about the Mog itself and not going down the whole...
I'm hate rating right now.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
hate rating.
No, I understand.
Okay.
No, and I understand all the arguments around the Darnassus Fire Department, but I actually think this Mog looks really sweet. It almost gives me a little bit more Paladin vibes, though.
Center of the Shield, I think, is, very Paladin-y.
Yeah, so it feels a little bit more like a Paladin, like an Oathbreaker Paladin than a Warrior. So but I still love, I think the whole Mog looks really, really good. So I'm still giving this like an 8.5, and if it were a Paladin, it'd be a 9.5.
There you go. Okay. 7.9.
7.9.
Tettles.
Okay. Brett Spinner, Thesha.
Deities and demigods.
Thesha.
Jarvis. Enhanced.
The cloak, the cloak is blocking the action.
How did I get on the Gooner kick?
There's cables here.
Is this not what you were hoping for?
There we go.
You're doing it wrong.
Deities and demigods. Well, actually, it kind of fits with like that theme.
It sort of does,
In terms of a guild name.
That sword is sick. Oh, that's the Blackwater Behemoth
What in the heck is going on with
That's
that?
the Blackwater Behemoth. It's an old boss.
Oh wow.
Thesia, can you meet me in this the looks like a really cool Goldshire Inn on Moonguard later?
That's a Moonguard mod.
Oh my gosh, please meet me in the Goldshire Inn.
I think this.
I got gold.
All 10, Tettles. All 10. Wow.
10. 10.
Oh,
just like we were rating for her, 10.
Okay, realistically, I think it's pretty cool.
It's good. It's
8
simple, but simple can be good. Simple can be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go with just a straight up 8 on this.
Okay.
I think the weapon itself is cool, but I don't know. To me, it doesn't feel like a mage.
Look,
Yeah.
the weapon's got a tongue though. Look at
That's for the inn.
Oh gosh. Tettles stares off. What? Now Tettles is really going to Goldshire.
Wait, just took the ball away. I was using that.
Oh my goodness.
Lambert, submitted by Vuss.
All right. Oh, it's a kitty.
Aww.
Wow.
It's-
Azula, look. A kitty, Azula, look. Yeah, she has no idea.
Yeah, she's like no thoughts, empty head Azula right now.
No.
But
Meowdy.
Lambert, what a cutie.
Wow.
I love how many animals we get who are perched at windowsills, just like taking in, you know.
That's cat tree, you know, windowsill, cat bed. Those are the.
It looks like it looks like kind of the perfect gloomy snuggle under a blanket day. You know what I mean?
I was trying to figure out where we were in the house at first. Yeah, when I was looking at this photo.
But yeah, this is the perfect day to wrap yourself in a blanket and play some Vigi games.
What breed of cat is that?
I am not an expert on the cat breed, so I'm going to be of no help to you there. But maybe Vus is in chat and can hit us up with the cat breed.
Standard issue kitty. All right. Do cats have breeds, like many breeds?
It's a tabby.
I think it's a tabby. Yeah.
Tabby is what everybody's saying.
I was thinking it was American Shorthair is what I thought it was, but
Gray. It is gray breed. There we go. Perfect. Luna's here. Wow.
Aww. Luna,
Those
what?
teeth
Look
are
at that.
made for destruction.
That's true too. Actually, the tongue got me first. The tongue that doesn't fit in the mouth.
you know that dog is a licker.
Yeah. Wow.
Something about him. He looks like whenever you open the door, whenever you're coming home, he's just always there to greet you
What kind of
too.
dog is that? Is it a Malinois? It's not a Malinois, right?
I'm not really.
I can't even. It might be like a Malinois mix.
Maybe a mix. So yeah, Malinois mix. But I'm also curious now. My eyes have drifted to the
Me too.
the windowsill. Like,
Yeah.
are these awards, trophies?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what these
What are these, and what did you win? If
Jarvis
these are
Enhance.
trophies. Jarvis Enhance.
Please.
It looks like a trophy, but what is on top of that
I
one on the
know.
right? Like it's not straight. I'm trying to figure out what even would it be.
I think it's like just decor. I don't. Oh, it is a churro.
Oh, is that a candle? holder?
Oh,
Is
it's
that a
it's a
candle?
candle. Oh my
It is a
god!
candle.
It's like like a very ornate candle holder.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
2 candlesticks and a clock in the middle. Oh, okay.
and 3 casters who can't figure out what is going on.
3 casters, only one of which owns a house, I think. Or do you own a house too?
No, I have lots of decor.
Dude, I don't know decor. Like, what is-
Well, that's right. That's what I'm saying. You just bought yours, so you're not on the decor level yet.
Yeah.
You know?
Jarvis. Very nice.
Luna's adorable.
Yes.
Give her a boop for
If
us.
Blossy is in chat, please tell us what kind of dog this is. I'm very curious. I'm going to guess Belgian Malinois mix.
Some mixed breed dog. I think this might just be dog, man.
Someone's in chat says LOL Kamaze owning a house. What does that mean?
Yeah, whoa.
What does that mean, Mr. Gibb?
Don't gatekeep
Oh, we got-
home ownership.
We got Jacob from the Toronto Humane Society submitted by Anonymous.
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Hi, Jacob.
Wow.
Chocolate Lab.
Thank you,
Yes.
Anonymous, for submitting. Now, I'm curious, does this mean that Jacob is still available for adoption from the Toronto Humane Society? And if so, those of you who are in Toronto
Yeah.
and maybe in the market for a pup, definitely consider Jacob because he looks like an
Aw.
absolute sweetheart.
he does.
Oh, we got dogs playing here, too.
I think they're playing.
Oh, they are. The tails are both wagging.
There we go.
They're finally warming up to each other, which is
Aw.
really nice.
He looks so happy.
But yeah, Jacob,
Azula
what
hit her
a
head.
cutie.
I'm sorry. She hit her head. I feel bad.
Oh, she's fine.
Big concrete head.
Yeah, exactly. There's at least
Dog.
12 inches of skull between that and whatever brains she has.
It's just pure skull.
Yeah,
That's
exactly. It's just a dense head.
Thank you so much, Anonymous, for submitting Jacob from the Toronto Humane Society.
Very nice.
Yeah.
He looks very
Seriously.
nice. I like him.
I also like how he's got his own monogram towel.
And his own little toy.
Yeah. What a cutie.
I wish I was.
Go adopt that dog.
Yes. I wish
If I was in Toronto, Azula would have a brother.
You need a lab? You want a chocolate lab?
I have been fighting the urge to get Azula a sibling of some kind.
How old is Azula now?
She's 3.
Okay.
So I feel like that would be a pretty good time to
Yeah.
get a not like a pup, but yeah, like a 1 or 2 year old. But I don't have the space.
What if you
I
got
would need
her-
to get the backyard kind of a thing at that point. So
What if you got like a Burmese python? I don't really like snakes either, just to clarify. but,
yeah, I
you know,
I don't know.
I'm not in the market for the
I
pet.
don't know what it is.
Well, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much,
You're welcome.
Anonymous. We appreciate you. Look at this, Mia. My sister's dog is named Mia, and from Goose.
What is Mia's? What's she holding on to? Is it a toy?
She's laying on a little.
I think it's a blanket.
Oh, it's a
yeah.
A
folded
little
foot.
fluffy blanket.
Yeah, a blanket and a folded foot.
That's a comfy blanket. You can tell.
What kind of dog is this?
Yeah.
I can't even.
It's Yeah. Oh, you know what's funny is like there's like vibes of I know it's not a corgi, but like vibes of corgi.
Yeah.
Here.
Sort of. Yeah.
But I don't think it is one. Obviously, it's like a Chihuahua corgi mix almost.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Chihuahua corgi mix.
Mm-hmm. A chorgi.
A chorgi? Oh my goodness.
That's good.
I'm hoping it's a chorgi.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, she is a Pomsky, says Goose Gaming. Okay.
A Pomeranian husky.
Pomeranian husky mix. Wow.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, that dog's got a lot of hair.
It does. It does.
That will be a very shedding dog. What are you doing over there? You're shaking.
I don't know what's happening.
I was spinning something on my phone to win some money. I
There
just
you
missed
go.
3 grand.
Ah.
Like by an inch.
Bummer, bummer, bummer. Well, look at that, y'all. Just like that, we're up over 7K, and we are quickly, rapidly approaching the
Yeah.
Bob Ross paintings. We already did the casting persona challenge yesterday. Myself, Aya, and Jack.
How was
Took
that?
that one on. That was a challenge.
Okay, I submitted average Twitch chatter. Did anybody get that one?
We did every single one in the hat.
Oh,
So we
okay.
actually did every single suggestion, and we did do that one.
What did you submit?
A drunk Florida man.
Oh, so you submitted yourself?
I don't drink, but
I know. I'm kidding.
rarely. But when I do, I do.
Yeah. No, we had fun with it. Obviously, some we were better at than others. I would say that Aya is much better at that whole that whole challenge than either Jack or I.
Okay.
We were just trying to keep up with her for the most part, but we had a lot of fun with it.
That's good.
It was quite the thing to take on though on first shift. Like, because I was just waking up. I mean, I know they had done the morning show, but then I had to sit down and be. The first one we pulled was New York deli worker who wants people to order faster so that he can pee.
Come on.
Yeah, come on. I don't got no day here.
You should have done the Aki way. Sure. That would have been it.
Bob Ross paintings. Then we got the DDR challenge, which is taking on a Delve,
Yeah,
I believe.
a Delve
with
and a DDR map.
pad,
Yep.
which is going to be wild. And then IRL, I don't know how you say that, and I know that this is a game that exists that people have taught. I don't know what it is.
Somebody was explaining this to me the other day. Some horse.
Yeah, exactly.
racing
I've heard
game.
like some people in my
The pony.
Twitch chat have talked about it, but I've never looked at the game. I don't know what it is.
But yeah, TL.gg/donate if you want to donate, have your mogs rated, have your pets shown. The money, of course, goes to support the Santa Monica Animal Shelter, so it goes to a great cause.
Are you
And
guys practicing for stand-up night? Have you started writing your jokes out?
No, I won't do that. I will not
You're not going to
be
do
able
that?
to do it. I wouldn't have any content. I'm not good at like.
Yeah,
so-
that's the one that terrifies me the most, if I'm being honest, because I
the
don't
stand-up?
being funny on command,
I think you're funny.
like, but not on demand.
Okay, that
Right? There's something very different about just being like,
that's a good point.
generically funny or amusing at times, or like, incidentally amusing or funny, and then like tell me a joke and make me laugh.
I use my body to be funny. I'll injure myself
There
to
you
appease
go.
others.
Slapstick.
Oh, so I mean, stand-up night's great for
We
you.
might have a little slapstick comedy.
Yeah.
then?
Oh well, some kendo sticks in here to work out great. Let's go.
Isn't that made out of wood?
It's like a big bamboo stick they use in like wrestling and stuff. Yeah. It
So
would
this-
hurt, but it'd be funny.
Also implies to me that we're up over the $7 grand mark, that maybe there's some Jenga blocks that need to be
Oh.
pulled. Because we've rated a whole heck ton of transmogs and looked at a bunch of pets. So maybe if production has done the tallying, they can let us know how many blocks need to be pulled, and that can be the next thing we take on here.
Kalamazzi's the king of the Jenga block. He is.
Yeah, you're trying to weasel your way out of pulling a block.
Well, no. You are good at priming other people to make mistakes.
It is pretty
Oh?
scary over there right now.
How many have you pulled in total?
I set the trap in those 2 one-bar
I think he's
rows.
on 3.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
I was one part of the one bar, because you and I did
Yeah,
one of
okay.
them together. I've done 2 blocks myself so far.
I don't know what else. Yeah, I'm not even sure what else you could.
All right, we're hearing 2 we can pull for now.
All right, you want to do one and I'll do one, Kalamazzi?
Yeah, you go first though.
All right.
All right.
You go
Tettles
first.
is up for the Horde, baby.
Tettles owes like 4
For
technically, 'cause
the
he kept
Horde.
like respinning the wheel when he got picked yesterday. yeah.
Oh my God!
Sure.
Great shot of the back of the jacket, though. Look at
Oh,
that.
yeah.
That
Oh, yeah.
was
There we
fantastic.
go.
A little modeling.
Tettles.
Oh wait, Jarvis.
Enhance. Styling and profiling. There we go.
Wait, does he have all 10
I'm
toes?
trying to see some booty.
Tettles, once you touch it, you.
Oh!
Gosh.
Wow! Wow!
That was.
Hey.
That's not. You can't.
Don't hate the player, hate the game, baby. That was clean right there. Absolutely clean. Oh, you might be muted right now. Double check over there.
I'm unmuted.
There you
Hello,
go, there
what's
you
up?
go. That was-
All right, Kalamazoo. It's your time, big dog.
Dude, if we were timing people speed running this, you just set the record on that one. All right, let's go, Kalamazoo.
All right, Kalamazoo standing up off the couch, makes an old man groan, approaching the age of 35.
well,
so those things do make sense.
Give him a couple minutes to catch his breath.
Now he's walking over to the Jenga stack. Bends over, picks up a tennis ball, bounces the tennis ball again, catches Azula's attention, bounces the tennis ball again.
$20 says he throws this, and she just watches it.
Well, there's another dog. Oh,
A corn got it.
$20 to $20
Hit her
cash.
in the face. She didn't even react. She was like, "What?"
You tried your best, honey. It's okay.
All right.
I'm so lucky you're cute. You're so lucky you're cute.
Eyes locked in on the Jenga set. Kalamazoo sighing with exasperation, groaning as he bends over to be able to try to assess the situation here with the Jenga tower, trying to scope out what would potentially be the best block. The Taco Bell dong plays in the background. Kalamazoo, 2 fingers on this edge block, trying to shimmy it out. Looking like a pretty dangerous endeavor.
Not gonna work.
A dangerous endeavor. Oh, Kalamazoo feeling out the tower, trying to see where is the most stable part of the tower.
There's no way you pull one of those 2 blocks. That'd be crazy.
Well, I'm trying to see that that's true. That's very true.
Kalamazoo. The tower is shaking. The tower is shaking.
Could this be it?
Kalamazoo struggling to try to assess where the most correct piece to pull out is. Kalamazoo. Oh, hold on.
I found it.
There's one piece on the back side. He's going to try to shimmy it out. He claims to have found it, but is that the truth?
Ooh,
Oh my gosh. This is tense. This is tense. You see Kalamazoo shimmying it out from the other side of the tower. The tower is shifting, and Kalamazoo pauses.
It is shaking now.
This is a very dangerous situation. And of course, chat, if you didn't know the punishment.
I need silence.
No, absolutely not. Co-commentator asking for silence, but none will be given.
Let the doctor do his work. Surgical precision is required here. Yeah,
this is really bad, buddy.
He goes, oh, this.
Oh, dude,
he's got the majority.
We get punished if it knocks it over.
He's going for the full swivel.
Does he pull it out like a magician?
Oh,
is this gonna happen?
You're gonna have to make. You're gonna have to.
Oh my God, Kalamazoo! Kalamazoo!
And to do it from this side of the tower. Wow, he's gonna get away with it.
This is it! Oh my God! Clean.
Well done. Watch it fall right now.
That was really sketchy.
Very sketchy.
That was really sketchy.
Done.
But Kalamazoo came through.
Okay.
Wow, that's a death trap now.
Okay. Now I hope
my
ship's
gosh.
in before somebody has to pull.
I don't even touch it again. I'm leaving it alone.
I feel like casting him pulling the Jenga piece is so droll.
Hey, if we get $120 more, we get another Jenga pull.
No.
We do. It's
You
every
gotta pull
50.
it. You gotta pull it.
It has to be me. That's terrifying.
What do you think, honey? What do you think?
Yeehaw.
I'm amazed that no dog has knocked this tower over yet.
I know.
Over the course of 3 days, but
Oh goodness.
Okay, production.
wow, my heart's pumping.
Yeah, that was something.
Production. Do we know where we're sitting with the Tazavesh
I need a
hard
beer.
mode?
I don't know. Maybe, yeah, that'd be nice. If we could maybe get an update whenever production has a moment, like where are we? Are any groups finished? Could we at least know if groups have been successful?
Okay, so I'm getting word from production. 2 groups are allegedly at the end, or a few groups are allegedly at the end of Tazavesh.
Okay.
Which maybe leads me to believe that they're being successful by and large.
Because you'd probably just hop out if you weren't.
I mean, you're likely going very, very slow. There's no reason. I mean, realistically, if you wanted to, you can wait for Lust for every single pull and every single boss.
That's
like
not terrible.
It doesn't really at all. Yeah, and I mean, there are certain ways to approach things and make it easier. But if you don't want to risk anything.
Yeah.
Why risk it?
So
right.
Okay, I think that we might be done with the hard mode Tazaveshes within the next 15 or 20 minutes, if I had to wager a guess, which means that the only thing that's next on the menu is Mythic. Thank God.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be very cool. I'm excited for it.
See? Yes. Hey, speaking of Mythic, let's go ahead and do a quick touching of base with RaiderIO.
Yeah, where is Instant Dollars?
Seeing if any progress has been made.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Where is ID?
They only pulled one more time, as far as I can tell, after that 69.5%.
Okay.
and they wiped, it looks like, at 84% again, 84.7. So again, at kind of one of their original benchmark.
Right.
They kind of have the 3 tiers of
What time
wiping
is
now.
it?
It's like the 85%, the 75%-ish, and then at the 69 that they wiped at. But it doesn't look like they've pulled it again since then.
Okay.
Good news.
What's up?
Allegedly, possibly, we might have some gameplay. Now, I don't know what this gameplay is going to include, but
Ooh.
Okay.
production is maybe to believe that we have some gameplay.
Oh, it's Dazer.
Dazer's in a Mythic Plus dungeon.
But and so
Oh.
this we didn't actually tell you guys this, but technically we had 31 rostered players, right?
Correct.
Unfortunately, being a 5-man dungeon for hard mode, Tazavesh means you can only have 6 groups
Poor
of
Dazer.
5. So somebody had to sit out, and the person either elected or volunteered to do so was Dazer on both his rogue
I don't think
and
he
his pen.
I think he was voluntold.
Voluntold.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He might be the voluntold type.
Uh-huh. But therefore, that's why we get to see him here in some Mythic Plus.
Well, either way, I mean, it's still some gear you have to grind, right? You still get your 10s done.
Yeah.
Need 8 10s at this point. I think you also want to save some Mythic Plus if you're liquid at this point. Maybe for, I mean, end of week it happens regardless, but if there's a boss that's overtuned, maybe you're not in for a fight, or just there's time to be used somewhere in a productive manner, you probably want to save some M Plus for that. So, you know, a little bit of free time, knock out 1 or 2. You don't want all 8 looming over your head on Monday. That's a pain.
No. I think
I've been there.
there's also going to be like this situation where Mythic Plus is the best way of being able to have infinitely farmable Gilded crests. So they're going to have to do it just to get Gilded crests at some point as well.
Sure. Well, not infinitely farmable, but I mean to the cap, essentially.
Well, I mean infinitely farmable in the sense of like, you know, if you did
Versus being
if you
in a-
did Dimensius
sure.
or whatever over and over again on
Sure,
heroic,
sure.
he's not going to give you Gilded crests.
And for a lot of people, maybe not for our world first traders though, you also you want to get that 2K IO, right? In order to
Yeah.
unlock another catalyst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So
These guys are getting all their 4
fair.
pieces and stuff like that from the split runs and the curios and things like that. So again, maybe a little bit less relevant for them.
I
but
think Taz hard mode drops Gilded crests.
I think it's 30 at the end, I believe. It's similar to what Delve's used to, like a big amount at the end.
Yeah, I would
last
imagine
season. It's a lot, yeah.
that it does.
It's like 20 or 30, I think. But
Quite a commitment.
either that or Dratnos lied to me, which might have been the case. He lies a lot.
Known liar.
I found the secret to Dratnos' content recently. It's a lot of like, this sounds really cool and it might happen, but I could be lying. And nobody really remembers when he lied in a negative manner. But all these cool ideas. It's Dratnos. He's very good at saying many things, but actually accomplishing nothing.
Isn't that like the art of what we do?
Yes, it's great.
know?
That's the secret. We all do that.
Don't tell them.
Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
Don't expose us on broadcast. Yes, I know that we're not professional and we're just making
Isn't
stuff
that what
up.
we're doing right now?
Telegraph potentially false information in a convincing and positive manner. Yes.
Source, I made it up.
I used to tell guests on the analyst desk all the time if it was like their first time hopping on the desk and they were very nervous.
Yeah.
Right. I'd just be like, hey, look, the only thing you need to know is that I'm paid to start talking when you stop talking. so just don't worry about it. Like, I got you. If you fall, I'll catch you.
Wait.
Whatever we came onto this segment,
We're getting paid for this? I didn't.
No, I'm not. No.
I'm not either.
Oh, yeah, no, okay.
I'm just here to
clarify.
have fun.
Free Lance. Have you ever heard of it?
yeah.
Wait, who's Lance?
Lance,
Free
the warrior,
Lance,
the prot warrior, Lance, or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
But you know, whenever we were coming on this segment, they go, "Yeah, they're gonna go dark for hard mode Taz," and I was standing there like, "All right, I'm about to figure it out for an hour and a half."
Yeah.
This is what we call figuring it out, and I hope that they figure out how to get out of Tazavesh quickly because we're running out of content.
Now we have a good time.
Well, Azula is staring into a glass door that has a
She's
pure black room behind it, just staring
losing
into
her
the door.
mind for some reason.
I think she's in
I
the
don't
same
know.
vibes as us.
I'll give her a bone later so
Just
she's distracted.
Staring directly into a closed door. Without it.
She does generally hate closed doors.
Okay, according to chat, 5 Tazavesh groups are done, which means that there's
5?
only one that is remaining.
Who are the
here.
slowpokes?
That's fine. People who are waiting for Bloodlust, probably.
Name names so we can shame. Not really, though, because we want them to succeed. So at the end of the day, take all the time you need to be successful. Set yourselves up for success.
All right, so apparently we got more Mogs. In the
More
meantime,
Mogs?
while we're
Perfect.
Bring
we're
it
waiting,
on.
I guess. Also, what's kind of the situation that we're seeing just we're going to talk about this more in a second. What is kind of up next on the menu? So we got the M0 Tazes. Like, are we going straight into Mythic once this next?
That's what we're told. That is what we are told. So, and I am tempted to trust that. I'm very tempted to trust that. Because the Raiders themselves were talking about it, all throughout dinner. So it seemed like, okay, everybody's starting to generate that excitement for themselves, right? And the momentum going forward. So I would say it's a very, very high likelihood we get in there quickly once the final group is done. Here we have Sinbreaker. You think it's Fianna?
Fianna. It's definitely Fianna.
I think it's Fianna. I'm going to go with Fianna.
Yeah.
Guardian Druid.
The 73rd.
Is that the Scythe of Balloon on a Guardian Druid?
Maybe. I don't know, Tettles. That's your department.
I like it. I like the
Venthyr Ravendreth Mog.
Well, I was gonna say the eye. If we go back up to the face, they've got the. I don't know if there's like tattoos or markings. The face, like the face markings with the red, tying in with the rest of it.
I like this too.
This does feel very Venthyr.
I give this like a. 7-9. I like the Venthyr-esque feel too.
Yeah,
it's
also
not too over the top.
Sick glasses.
Ooh, yeah.
I want a pair of glasses like that.
I do too, actually.
Maybe some Zen. I wonder if Zen. I gotta go on the Zenni website.
Zenni has glasses like that.
See if they've got those, because I'm in the market for something new, but like a dark lens glass would be sweet.
I have some sunglasses from Zenni that looks like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I gotta get on that. I gotta use that code. Team Liquid.
Yeah, I have some
10%
from
off.
high school. I definitely do glasses.
I guess it's a 7.5, I think. Yeah.
Okay, 7.5. I'm giving this 8.2. 8.2. I think the only thing that doesn't fit for me here with the rest of the Mog actually is the weapon. Like, color-wise, it does, but kind of the bone element doesn't necessarily match what feels like the more, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, high-classy kind of...
That's what you're saying.
Wear.
Sure.
But this is still really good. I still think it's really solid.
Oh my gosh. According to chat, they went 6 out of 6 Deathless Tazaveshes.
Let's go!
0 failure.
There we go.
Oh, that is big news, by the way.
Now the question is, what do they get?
That is a lot of gear.
That is literally 30 mythic items in the raid right now.
Exactly.
Huge.
So what was it, though? Was it weapons? Was it trinkets? Was it just, item level
Apparently
upgrades
8 weapons. 8 weapons were gathered on 30
insane.
players.
That's really good.
So basically 1 out of...
A third, almost. Like
almost 1 out of 4.
28%, yeah, something like that's really good.
That is really good. Oh, man, that is...
super good.
Because I saw somebody get a Strength or Agi axe. Basically, we have a second monitor that's like right here where, there was some gameplay.
Yeah, we've been watching it the whole time, acting like we haven't seen anything. Don't worry. We've seen it all. We've seen it all.
Dradnos was right that he set the line at 0.5 groups fail.
Okay.
That's true.
So the line was a good line.
That was a good line.
And if you hammered the under...
Again, I heard at dinner, multiple people say, I wouldn't be surprised if 2 groups fail.
Well, I mean, you don't... As Race Roll First Raiders, you hate volatility. That you're just ingrained that like control what you want to or control what you can control. And so some unresettable deathless hard mode. That's just something that probably stresses you out.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I would be so stressed doing that. Okay.
How do you feel about the Mog?
The Nixus I'm going with on this one.
I like this a lot. It's like that sun. It's like a Sun Fury-esque priest. I like it.
Yeah, but I want yellow coming off the top or gold.
That would be good.
Blue,
yeah.
Or even red to match the weapon. You know what's funny is this kind of reminds me of like some of the classic priest tier.
Oh yeah, sort of actually.
It kind of does.
I like undead priests. I think undead priests are a good look.
8.3.
It is a shadow priest, so I think we have to remind ourselves that most of the time they're in shadow form.
That's true. Yeah.
Right. So I think sometimes when you're raiding Mogs, you got to be thinking like, oh, okay, well, I wouldn't see that blue in game. The thing that I'm taking issue with maybe wouldn't actually be that visible in game. Yeah, I would look for a little bit of gold or red coming out the top as opposed to the blue. That's going to bring it down to like a 7.25 for me. A 7.
I think it's an 8. I think it's a good looking Mog.
Okay. All right.
I like the scripture on the robes. I like the banner on the weapon. I think that both of those like fit really well in a way that it looks nice. Kalamazzi slapping himself, trying to get himself amped up because he knows we're going to be going into Mythic soon. Yeah.
That blood flowing.
Left arm.
Splash some water on his face too.
Yeah, gotta get going. Get some more monsters flowing in here. Let's go. Night is young. We got keys to do tonight. We got M+ to do. We got mythic bosses to kill.
Oh my god, mythic bosses are definitely tonight.
Hypothetically,
popping in.
And we'll get to this in 1 second here. I want to throw you a brief hypothesis here. What if we do a bit more M+ to this to upgrade the weapons we got from Tazavesh?
Well, I gotta go. Contract Killer FX.
Don't you put that evil on me.
A question mark Kiveza Slayer. Impressive feat, but on the guild
Wait,
God, I miss her.
How do you spell that? Impressive. Is it FEAT or FET? Impressive feat.
FEAT.
Okay, I wish we're getting at there. Okay.
Yeah.
From the guild God, I miss her.
Contract
FX. Yep. Looking good.
I love this.
You like the helm?
I'm surprised it's a druid.
That is a good shout. It doesn't really look like a druid. That's one of the corruption two-hander pole arms from Nyalotha.
This, I do think, though, might be one of the better mogs, top to bottom, in terms, like, if I try to remove, like, my expectation of what a druid mog would look like,
Yeah.
I think this looks really cool. It's pirate captain, you know, like undead pirate captain almost is what it's looking like for me.
I like it. I mean, yeah, it's not like it's blowing me away. It's like a solid 8-1.
Which is pretty high.
My scale really starts at like 7-2 to
Right.
like 8-6 for good ones. Anything above that.
I mean, this guy's just gonna be in bear form perma.
Titles, okay, it's a guardian. Okay.
Yeah. I'm going like 8-5, maybe approaching the 9 range. I really like this.
All right. Okay. There we go. Nice.
Slap
nice.
this on a death knight though, and it's like amazing. Nox. How do you say this?
Nox Onthalos.
Nox and
Lord of the Rains, the Zandalari Troll Beast Mastery Hunter from the guild. Dude's killing stuff.
Hey, he's just here to have a good time. You can tell.
He's wearing Zereth Mortis.
There's not a single mogged piece here.
Yeah.
You can't convince me that any.
That helmet is definitely mogged. He intentionally mogged into this.
He's mogged into this?
That is a Zereth Mortis helmet from Shadowlands. Yeah, this guy intentionally mogged into this.
This is an intentional.
Well, this should be a 10 for you, Teddles.
I think this is heinous.
Okay, good. Okay, you and I can agree.
This is heinous.
Yeah, this is.
There are Shadowlands vibes here, but like I don't think
This guy
Shadowlands
literally
mods
looks
are
like
good.
an elite from Zereth Mortis. It's like
I know, that's what I'm
Pock's
saying.
brother.
But I'm going to 7-1.
You're getting a 2. I'm so
I
I was
sorry.
just saying, this is like 2.5
You're-
for me. This
you're
is
good.
down
I'm
there.
sorry.
I'm sorry. You've only got 4 of your toes, so I'll give you half the amount of toes you have.
2.
'Cause,
Oh, there you go.
thank you for the $35, though.
There you go.
Yeah, I see it. I see what you're pointing at. You want to call it out?
No,
what?
don't put it into the universe.
No, we're just going to see what happens. It's fine. We'll let
Could
it
just
go.
be buying time again. Like,
Well, it's for what you said earlier.
Yeah, I know it is. Yeah. It is. No, we'll call it out a little while. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Just in case, hypothetically.
Are we off in 30 minutes?
Yep. We didn't
I'm
get
not.
anything.
Oh, you're doubling up?
I'm triple shifting.
Oh my.
Fiesta Gato.
I'm doing after dark.
You're doing triple.
as well.
You're triple shifting today? Oh, with
no,
After
yeah.
Dark?
So two like regular shifts and after dark today.
I'm pretty sure I'm triple shifting tomorrow, like triple caster shift tomorrow.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you're cooked tomorrow.
Sometimes it happens.
Okay.
Just juice up
Fiesta
beforehand.
Gato.
A little juicer before interview.
From
comes on.
decidedly uncouth. I remember this guild used to be very good on Mal'Ganis.
I remember that
I
name.
also appreciate the name because it's Party Cat.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, it
It's
is.
a feral druid.
Yeah.
So it's perfect.
A contract killer.
Yeah.
Oh my God, another
Party
contract killer.
Cat.
That's definitely some plus some points. Why do my Ken the druids keep using the Scythe of Elune, but they won't play balance? I don't know what's going on over there.
Yeah, that's peculiar.
Is that appropriation of my people?
I think this is like an 8.9 to me. This is a nice cat.
Does it look like a druid the mod?
I like this a lot. I feel like I want a slightly more ornate helm, or maybe no helm.
Okay.
But that's about all I would knock here, because I actually love all the blue, silver, and then kind of that like the gloves and the pants both being in that darker realm,
Oh, it's 5.
black and everything. So I think it's really great. But I would maybe nix the helm altogether. But this is up in like the 8.5 for me.
I think it's a 5.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
All right.
All right.
Oh.
Apparently we got Mythic in 15 minutes according to Maximum.
Shades of Liquid Maximum.
Oh,
on our
Mythic
screen?
in 15, just in time for our shift to end. Yippee!
Should we put up a timer? Should we put up a timer just so that we can hold them to it?
I mean, I don't know. We'll see.
Should we? It's a question. Should we put up a timer?
Oh, to production? Yeah, sure. Do.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll start on my phone actually. Let me start on my phone real fast. Stopwatch. 15. Here we go. It's counting down.
It should be 14 because there were 15 was 1 minute ago.
Jarvis, set a timer. 15 minutes.
Siri, set a timer.
Everyone's going off right now.
Yeah, every single
14
All
minutes.
of chat's getting mad.
Yeah.
Alexa, office on.
Okay, well, so if we're heading into Mythic, well, we are, but it's just a matter of how quickly we're going into Mythic. Let's talk first few bosses, shall we?
I mean,
Plexus
yeah,
Sentinel.
sure.
What's different on Mythic than what we've seen so far?
Okay. The boss really isn't that different from Heroic. There's basically more walls. He throws a wall at you.
There's ads.
One. Yeah, there's a cleansing wall, a sanitizing wall coming at you in phase 1. You need to use your cloak to skip.
Yeah.
On Heroic and lower, it's only in the intermissions. There's one in phase 1. There's one in the intermission. And when you phase, there are 2 ads you need to kill in the intermission. DKs, grip them in, and you kill them. And you run through, and you hit the boss. Now, the big thing on Mythic, though, the boss has got a decent bit of health. Like, with more gear, it's going to die pretty easy, but shield.
I think they're going to absolutely.
Oh, they're going to obliterate it.
So this boss, whenever you're pulling it at 692 item level without everybody having your 4 set, it can be a bit of a damage check.
It was a little rough for us.
The shields can be a bit rowdy. This is going to just get completely walked over. Yeah, the difficult part of this fight is the check. The check is not a thing for Race World First Guilds.
I believe the soak is different, too, a little bit. There's a soak that comes out in phase 1.
Yeah, it is a little bit different.
I don't know if it double hits on Heroic. I don't think it does, but basically it's like a soak that when it pops the first time, it knocks people out. The second soak happens again in the same spot like 5 seconds later, which people can soak again. And it's sort of weird, like soak, run back in, soak again kind of thing.
Nothing that stops the same people from soak. Like, you don't get a debuff that would kill you if you soak it a second time.
It does a ton of damage.
It
to you.
hurts.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if 5 or less are in there, it one-shots everybody.
Okay, so you have to get enough people in there.
Right.
Warlocks, DKs, Demon Hunters,
I was gonna
Mages,
say,
double soak.
I assume there are ways to avoid, like, can you disadvance the knockback?
Yes.
So
Yeah, put a circle in
okay.
and get
Some
knocked,
people can
circle
just
back, yeah.
sit and soak it.
Okay,
all right.
so that's a good preview. Now, we, as the caster group, are going to be taking a break for a couple minutes, and whenever we come back, we are going to have Mythic bosses to be seen. So we are going to cut to a break, and we will be back momentarily.
Grab your popcorn, y'all.
Yep.
All right. Good. You guys are going to be talking to me. Throughout this interview, feel free to talk over each other, just just conversationally. You don't have to stay silent when the other person's talking. All right. And I'll kind of ask individually. Dazer, Boomy, how you guys doing?
Amazing.
Good, yeah.
Why do you feel so good?
We just won.
Yeah, that was a big win. That was fun.
That was fun?
Yeah. It was stressful. I mean, it was stressful the whole time. But it was worth it at the end, yeah.
Yeah, the last few days definitely very stressful, but everything, it all paid off in that moment.
What was it like in the room?
It was so
Pro
loud.
Lab vibes.
Yeah.
Pro Lab vibes.
Pro Lab vibes, but
Stay
towards the
angry.
end, it was so loud.
Yeah.
It was really nice because we were so far ahead that we kind of knew we were gonna win like 15 seconds before we actually won, and everyone
Yeah.
started just screaming, and
It was so clean.
Yeah.
It was so clean.
Pro Lab vibes or what?
Pro Lab vibes is no smiling,
Yeah.
fully locked in.
Just stay locked in, stay mad. No smiling. Boomy smashes a desk or 2.
Yeah.
You're a death smasher, Boom?
Oh yeah, I destroy those
Yeah.
every day. Every mistake it is another desk.
Yeah, I love it. Hopefully not too many deaths. Tell me a little bit about this race. How difficult was this tier for each of you? Dazer, start us off.
Well, I would say coming from, just the lower end guilds or the guilds below Liquid, I haven't played any bosses quite like this. I feel like they always get nerfed a little bit before I've ever gotten to them, and then playing these where they're just you're getting there and Blizzard has to do some tuning maybe after we clean up the polls, get to enrage, and then it's but yeah, you have to I don't know. I feel like the bosses just keep getting harder, and and I felt like Queen Ansrek was and Kaiveza both were just you had to really develop new skill sets for staying alive. You had to just focus and lock in for every pull.
Yeah, I think Kai'Veza at the time was the hardest boss that I'd ever played by far. The individual requirement to stay alive was unlike anything I've ever seen or played. And then Ansrek was just unreal. Like, we played so well, and it still took us 400 pulls. It was just absolutely insane.
It was really fun to watch you guys. Like, I'll be honest, man. Like, I seen the shit flying around the screen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, the web blades are that is the craziest
hardest mechanic that
ever.
I've ever played with.
Yeah.
Like the way it overlaps in the fight, the way, like every single time there's another hard mechanic happening, they just pile on the web blades on top of it, and web blades are just on their own completely insane.
Yeah.
So
It was crazy because like, if I would go back and watch like day 1 or day 2 of Queen Ansarek, and it was crazy to watch how I would choose to dodge web blades compared to then by the time we get used to the hellish P3, then all of a sudden P1 just like felt like, oh man, you're just kneeling that shit sometimes.
yeah.
It's wild.
Especially towards the end, it felt like P1 was pretty clean. Like everyone had the same idea, but every single time we were in P3, it was a movie. Every single time it was a movie.
P3, I swear, there's just like sometimes you had to like take a half second to be like, wow, how did I just dodge that? Like you just lose a brain global on the boss just to be like, how did I just live that? I don't know.
There's probably an insane compilation that you could make of just like
really,
every single person did something
Absolutely.
insane like 20 times throughout Prague.
Even on the kill.
Yeah, even on the kill.
It's just absurd.
I love it, you guys. Talk to me a little bit about THD at the end there.
Oh, man.
Bro, that's by
the
far the
clutchest
best play
shit.
I've ever seen in this game. It's
The
beyond clutch.
The calm was there's one way in the back, and it was like in the gloom. So anyone that has to go get it, one, you're using any mobility you have left to go get that thing, and then two, it's in the gloom. So you're gonna take extra damage just to get it. And then he just puts a gate down. He just beelines it, and right for that one, makes it back, dodges all the web blades, gets back in there, and it's just clean from there.
Yeah,
I mean, it was crazy.
Just the awareness to even be looking there when
Just
everything is so
absurd.
hectic, when
Yeah.
we're so far ahead. Like most people would just tunnel on the boss and like try and kill there. But yeah, I mean, that was unreal. For me, like during that part of the fight, like I don't even look over there. I heard someone say like far, and my heart like
I hear
dropped for a
backup,
sec.
and I'm like one of the backups. So I'm like freaking out, looking around while also trying to damage the block. I'm like, okay, web blades are about to come out. Do I even have a horse to get over there?
Yeah.
THD's got it.
Yeah, that was so clutch.
Yeah.
Message for THD.
Thank you.
Fucking beast, dude.
Yeah.
Fucking beast.
Amazing.
I love it. And then I just kind of want to know what happens now. What do you guys do now?
We win the next one.
Yeah.
That's all I'm locked in on now.
Yep, W shit. I'm taking a break from. I'm flying out, having a vacation, and going backpacking, and then when I get back, I'll be locked in for the next one.
What about you, man?
Yeah, I mean, I'm flying home. I might play in the MDI. I'm not sure yet, but so I'll be grinding for that because it's pretty soon after this. But
Yeah.
I think after that, I'll probably take a short break and then be fully locked in for the next one.
Awesome. Closing thoughts about this race.
I think we played as a guild completely insane. Every single day was like very, very productive, and I think like all around it cannot be upset about it at all. I'm just very proud of everyone. Very proud of like just the staff, everything. Like I think it was amazing.
Yeah.
Just happy.
It was absurd. I mean, just the consistency. Like we would have like strings of playing bad or something, and like I'd feel horrible, if I cause a wipe or something, right? But like that would be so inconsistent, and then we just dial right back in. It would be insane where an entire day, most of the day would just be us just being so consistent and just making progress and just fixing things, figuring shit out while pulling again. I don't know. I am Goop.
Love it. Shit, I wanted to ask one more. Yeah. How do you bounce back from like something like a wall you hit, like mistakes? Like how do you reset your mental?
I chug a monster, dude. Honestly,
It makes
yesterday,
full sense.
yesterday I tunneled out, and I had like 2 or 3 really bad deaths that were just like I should have already had that issue solved, and And I don't know, I was just mad, and then I just chugged the monster, and then I was good the rest of the day. That was it. I just chugged the fucking monster, and I was set.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same for me. I just take, like, every time we have, like, a tiny little break, it really helps me reset. Like, I kind of was the same where yesterday I kind of started out weaker than usual, but every time we have, like, a slight break, I just take a step away, and then it really helps me reset.
Awesome. That's it. That's it for me.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Hey, congrats.
Thank you.
All right, get out of here.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the Alienware training facility in sunny Santa Monica, California. In chat, tab on in, call your mothers, call your fathers, call your friends, call your enemies, because Liquid has entered the Mythic raid. Splits have concluded, and it is the Friday after the raid has unlocked, and we are currently standing in front of Plexus Sentinel and Kalamazoo and Dash.
I'm excited.
This is a great day. Indeed.
A great night, but it is indeed. I'm ready. I'm ready for some Sentinel one-shots.
I am so very excited. We've already got all 20 players into the raid. They are staring at Plexus Sentinel as we speak. We just await the pull timer.
Kalamazoo, very quickly, for players who haven't really seen Plexus Sentinel before, or maybe don't know the Mythic changes, what are we expecting to see? I think we should just like break it down from the top. Just like if you've never seen Plexus Sentinel, say you didn't care about heroic splits, which valid. What is kind of going to be the expectation for this boss?
Basically, you get a circle debuff, you put it along the wall. The tank runs away with the big explosion, does fall off damage. You can see right here, actually, yeah, volatile manifestations in phase 2. The big difference on Mythic, basically, the ad spawn in phase 2. There's 2 small ones. You grip them together with DKs.
Yeah.
You kill them. You run through the maze. There's traps. There's domes you got to go through. Bombs to traverse, similar to the boss in Taurus a long time ago, the trap boss. Besides that, the boss has got a big shield in phase 2. You break it, kick the boss. The longer you're in phase 2, it does more damage. So it's easy or important to get out of phase 2 as soon as possible. Back in phase 1, there's split soaks. There's debuffs to get out towards the wall. And for the most part, you just sort of kill the boss.
All right, let's get some predictions. Dash, what are we kind of thinking in terms of pull count, difficulty? One pull?
One pull, absolutely
easy?
one shot. Yes, these guys, it's going to be a cakewalk for them. They're going to be blasting.
Kalamazoo, you share similar sentiments?
I do.
I think a better question is even any deaths.
Ooh, here we go. Yeah, I would assume... I'm going to say no death, flawless victory here, but regardless, pull 1 coming up right now.
4,
yeah.
5 seconds to go here
2, 1.
for Liquid to dive into Mythic. Off we go into Plexus Sentinel.
All right, who do we think is going to be top DPS? What kind of classes are we looking at to be top
Ellie
DPS?
Shaman.
Because looking at the comp, yeah, we see 2 Ellie Shamans, we see 2 Dev Evokers, 2 Death Knights. Is that a DPS DK and Yips on a tank Blood DK as well to be able to grip the ads?
Yeah, it does look that way currently. Having grips is very important in the intermission. The next thing, or the only other thing in this phase you'll see is that wall coming at you right now. That cleansing wall is coming momentarily. You have to use your cloak in phase 1 and phase 2 to skip that wall, which you see right now.
Oh!
Hits that cloak. We do end up losing somebody, unfortunately.
Sang going down.
They do commit the res here. Not totally needed, but regardless, committed early on.
This was really common whenever my guild was progressing Plexus Sentinel as well, is because that tank hit, like if the tank is too close to the raid, it's massive. It's a point at which you should be looking to use a defensive. Yeah. But as you saw on screen right there was the group soak that the players have to soak not once but twice, and that is also an insane amount of damage on the entire group, which means that there's this kind of tension as to like where are you going to be pressing the personals? Are you going to be pressing the personals whenever you have that tank hit come out, or are you going to be pressing it on that group soak?
Yeah, very much so. That group soak has insane fall off damage. But regardless, we're in phase 2 here. The first phase 2, not that much of a pushback. The ads gripped in. You can see them killing it right there. A couple players heading ahead early here to set up their damage on the boss. And you can see that big bar on Draine's screen there. That plus 300, that is the ramping damage on the boss. Cloak being used to traverse the wall here. And here comes the big burn as well. 1.5 billion shield break here. 2 deaths.
Oh my god.
This phase is not free. THG's low here as well.
We're lacking a healer now. I mean, we were 4 healing the boss. There was a Preservation Evoker. Nick going down on that Pres Evoker, and Sang also on that Devastation Evoker. No battle res for a while. We're not going to get another B res for another 3 minutes.
Yeah. It's also going to be losing one of our top DPS. As you can see there, Goop, the other Devastation Evoker, sitting in second just behind the Elemental Shaman. So it is quite a DPS loss for the squad, especially going into that shield that you're talking about.
Everybody's dropping so low.
It hurts.
It takes
the link
to go down, the more damage the boss will be doing for the remainder of the fight. But we do manage to bring it down, and off we go into the next phase.
Is this killable 18-man?
I think it's killable. It's going to be tough. One healer being down for a bit longer here is going to be very rough. And that phase 2 damage, you can see, ramps a crazy amount the longer that shield's up. Regardless, though, we're back into phase 1 here. That tank damage coming right now with that obliterating arcane blast on the back of the raid. AMZ being committed here. Here comes double soaks also. And right after this, we're going to have, I believe, another eradicating salvo cast. And it's not too threatening in phase 1 here. But phase 2 is what I'm concerned about, because these pushbacks in the phase 2s, they become a further pushback every single time.
Also, you can't see it on this UI from Goop, but we had a 3rd player go down. Zenni goes down as well. So now we have 3 deaths.
This is going to be tough because less DPS means that shield being up longer. That purging wall coming through here as well. Cloaks need to be activated here. This is going to be sketchy.
I don't feel great about 17 manning this boss.
Yeah,
I
prepping the
don't
extra
either.
action
Look at this
button.
group soak. So this group soak is going to be sketch. I mean, you're talking about the intermission being a problem, but this group soak,
Oh,
oh
the
my
Trill here
God,
also.
Hopeful dropping a 5% HP there.
Trill goes down. Ooh, I mean, this is, yeah.
Oh,
really-
Goop's dead. All right, we're off the edge.
I think-
We're wiping.
They might keep pushing on a bit further here to see mechanics, but at the same time, they've seen them before on PTR. The less players you have for that soak, the harder it is. It's a lot of damage. You need 5 in that soak, or it one-shots the raid as well. And players getting debuff on top of that makes it very, very hard to guarantee 5 players before being dead.
Okay, can we 15-man this boss? You know, I was asking earlier about 8.
I don't think so. Not this high level.
I don't
no.
feel great about 15-manning it either. Look how they're dropping these traps. This is interesting that they're dropping them all on one side, stacking them up like that. And what trap was in the middle of the room? THD on the knockback with the purge protocol, gets knocked into that trap, gets stunned for an extended period of time. But since he's on that Warlock, he was able to live, which is fortunate. At the same time, now we got that goop that's in the middle of the room, and I'm not talking about the Raider.
Yep, 2 guys being gripped in the back of the room there. Here comes that wall dash we can see traversing through that. We're sort of on the boss shield here, but I don't know if we can break this in time, Dash.
Yeah, we're just getting on to 100 seconds, though, to break this boss. So
We got
quite a bit
2-minute
of time.
CDs. We're on the 4-minute timer. Look at this. So all the 2 minutes are going to be available.
That's a really good point. So they are going to have a nice damage boost because of those abilities being used. So you can see the shield health on the screen now. About 1 billion to go before they can break it. Battle Res coming up in 20 seconds as well. Question is, do you go for the heal or do you go for the DPS?
Yeah, look at the ramping damage here. 825, 850 on the boss here with half the shield left. I don't know if we can make this. This is going to crush so hard towards him in this intermission.
A shine and fired up, dropping really low there.
Zevi
They were
goes
able to go
down,
top.
uses the Onk. He goes down immediately after.
Oh, I don't know if we can. I mean, this is crushing. It's 1,000% damage. You have 1,200% damage here from the boss here. More than 100 million remaining as well. We can make it through, but how long can we stagger on past this second shield being broken?
Okay.
Is the question.
So this is kind of an interesting position because their boss HP coming out of this extra intermission isn't really that bad. But since they're only going to be what looks like 15 manning the remainder of this fight, that's a situation where they might miss the enrage check.
Yeah, there is an enrage. It's basically the third intermission. We're going to have one more phase 2, and then a bit of time, and he starts casting those cleansing walls over and over and over. And you only have so many cloak activations before the fight's just over and you die.
Yeah, going to be very difficult. They did use the Battle Res on Zevi. He onked and then went down again. Battle Res comes out on him. So that's what leaves us with the 15 members still here for Plexus Sentinel. Down to 36% health on the boss. We have a wall coming through, so again, everybody has to position and then use that extra action button to cloak, negating the damage as they dive through it.
Yeah, I'm surprised what's going on here with 5 or 6 being dead at this point, but they continue to stagger around nonetheless. We need the boss probably sub 20 here to meet the
Here's the
DPS
soak.
check, though. Yeah, here comes the first soak. There's the first knot coming in now.
Dryny will
Group 2
slide in
shifting
for the second one.
Yep, exactly.
Everybody's
All
still
5
alive.
in there. We made it through somehow. AMZ being committed there as well. Next set of debuffs coming in here. The boss at 31%, though. This is still super high going into an intermission soon.
So the thing is, coming out of that second intermission at 45% was like pretty good for a kill with most guilds at like 690 item level. I don't know what it looks like whenever you're trying to 15-man the boss, though. It's going to be really tight for Liquid here with the next intermission coming up because they also have to get through that massive shield that we've seen them struggle to kind of get through twice. Are they going to be able to do that with only 15 players?
And this is a really tough overlap with 15, right? Because you have 4 people going to reposition trap while the soak comes out.
Yeah.
Oh my god, fired up, dropping super low. Impact dropping super low as well. Malarkus getting healed in that turtle and pressing a DR, trying to stay alive there.
Late too. That's a late grip with trap.
Oh, Boomy.
Hitting
Oh, Boomy.
The movement there was slick, though, to avoid those beams.
This mage is kind of cooked. I mean, look at this. We're going to have to backtrack here in a couple seconds.
You
Boomy's
have to.
playing it a little bit slow. He's going to use his extra action button and go straight through those orbs. This is the maze that you actually have to backtrack. So Boomy's going to be going over to the left here. You see some pings coming out, trying to wrangle the rest of the raid as they now finally contact onto Plexus Sentinel that is in that Purge Protocol. The Purge Protocol is a shield that's on the boss, but the damage that happens on the raid,
ramping already. We're at 825, 850. Link being committed here early. The shield's at half health. We do have big CDs here, but that shield damage is ramping 920. Yeah, 950. And the problem here, popping CDs in the shield, you need damage to kill the boss here. This is the last phase 1 you get, and it's not even a full phase 1. The boss is at 25% health. Can they do this? I'm actually not sure with 15 alive.
Yeah, moving down into the, we're in execute range here. Question is,
what's our cooldown
not many
situation
execute
looking like?
classes.
We're gonna have a lot of cooldowns coming up at the 8-minute mark. That's where the 2s are going to be looking to line up again.
Okay,
that could
30
actually
seconds till we get to that point.
Yeah, it's kind of that situation where we might be looking okay. 15 players, though. This is going to be a very tight damage check for Liquid. We were kind of discussing about how easy the damage check whenever they have all this gear. They have all these 4 sets, but down all these players, it's going to be very, very tricky. Kalamazoo, how far away from this Enrage are we?
I don't think we're very far at all at this point. The boss is sitting at 16% still. He's going to cast one wall you can traverse through. The other ones you cannot.
They're going to start dragging the boss back towards the entrance. That's
you can move him.
Yeah, that's going to be the key piece because it's like Kalamazoo said, you're able to dash through that wall, but you want to have the boss as far back as possible to try to let those cloaks come back up.
We should blink the first one immediately.
Exactly.
Yes, and then run him back.
Exactly.
Right? Okay, and then chase the wall, essentially, before the next one comes out. I assume certain classes, like a mage, for example, could blink through it. Can a paladin bubble it? Can a death knight, immune the wall on their own?
Yeah, so here comes the first cleanse of chamber. This wall you can blink through quickly.
I think they got
fast here.
I think they do too.
Probably
6.5% here.
Here comes the next wall. Here's the first wall. Wall number 2 is spawning in, I believe, right now. Blink the first wall. Here comes wall 2.
Tank
You have to run here.
Here's the tank shot.
Your cloaks. Here comes the third wall as well. Third cleanse of chamber being cast here. It busts at 3% though, but most of the rate is tipping pretty low.
Bubble committed by Drying. He actually walked through the wall. What is THD going to do here on screen? He's just trying to get as much damage as possible.
He can circle this if he has it.
God, we got the
They're going to throw the soak away.
Oh, the group soak.
Is that minimum 5 players?
It was before.
Oh, no.
Okay. That was
at 1.4%.
This is immunities. Can Scott and Yips do this?
Shaq and Malarkus are still available, too.
1% on the boss here, but it keeps spamming those cleansing protocol walls.
Uses the blink. Unfortunately, he's standing in the bat.
2 tanks remain.
Scott and Yips the world right here.
Once again, sub 1%. Can they do it? They're going to have traps themselves as well here with the wall coming. Can they do this? He leaps away to drop his trap, but the wall's coming to purge momentarily. The boss is at sub.
The cloak is back up. The cloak is back up.
It's permanent cleanse territory. The group soaks here as well. Can he immune this?
Is he? Are Scott and Yips going to be able to solo this boss? Scott goes down to the group soak. It's only Yips left alive. 0.3% is on Plexus Sentinel. 0.28, and it's wait, do we get a res? Oh my God, we had a res come back.
He had a res for a moment.
The boss is sub 3 million health. Can Yips do this? Oh, this is going to be the tank fall. Does he have a big DR for this is the question. He has Vamp Blood. The boss is sub 1%, 2 million left. The big debuff drops. We have less than 2 left. This is the next wall.
He's got to get
0.1%, 0.1%, 0.5%.
Sub 1 million. Can we do this?
No way.
Come on, Yips.
No way.
The last cleanse is being cast. Can he make it through? This is the question. Sub 500,000.
He's dealing every
He does it.
Plexus Sentinel goes down. You have got to be kidding me.
Is he the GOAT?
He saw what was it? The boss that Scott had to
Anduin ran.
He saw what Scott did on Anduin. He said, "I got you this time, bro." Me versus
You know what?
Plexus
Clean.
Sentinel.
That's a world first. That's the longest Plexus Sentinel kill in the history of the game at this point in Mythic. A 10-minute Plexus Sentinel kill.
So many people would say that's going to be the longest Plexus Sentinel kill on the entire patch.
Not
ever.
the world first we wanted, but we'll take it.
Does that qualify for a Coinbase world first? Or?
The world first 10-minute Plexus kill.
Yeah.
Hey, but we're on the board.
What's gear looking like, Kalamazoo?
Oh, goodness. So we looted an Arcana Core, Bracers. A ring's not bad, actually, at 710. And Irradiated Impurity Filter, which I believe is an offhand, possibly. Not amazing. This first boss doesn't really have a whole lot to do, by the way. But honestly, the blood's flowing.
Where are we going next, Ash? I mean, Plexus Sentinel, we thought it was going to be really easy. It was easy. One shot.
Yeah,
not bad.
One shot. I said it would be a one shot.
You were right. Where is next?
I said how many would die. It would turn out 19, not 1. But
many people would say that 21 people died.
You only need, true. You only need
actually 22 because we honked.
I mean, we have to go to Soulbinder, right?
Yeah. No, that thing's not on.
Hello, can we hear
That thing's
Zyro?
not on.
Do you want my mic?
Funny fact, that log was execution rank 22 out of 25, so I don't know who would have been worse than that.
I'm sorry, what is it? What is it?
He said, 22 out of 25 on the execution log somehow.
Yeah. That's amazing.
What could even be worse? Execution.
It was not us.
They had 20. They had like 23 deaths. So they committed onks in double battle res. Hopeful randomly got rezzed at the 9-minute mark somehow. I didn't even know you could make it to the 9-minute mark.
Hopeful. I didn't even see it.
Yips just turned into the rest of the team. He's like, how could none of you guys do those mechanics? I did all of them by myself.
I'm the GOAT.
I know.
I did every single one. I did the soaks. I did the tank mechanic. I did the traps. I did the wall.
Yeah, why aren't you playing 20 Blood Decays at this point?
So we're going on a Soulbinder, it looks like here, Kalamazoo. What gear are we looking for from this boss?
Okay, let me regroup here. Soulbinder is a good boss. It has tier. I believe it's tier shoulders. I could be or gloves. I could be wrong.
There's
tier.
There's tier.
Void Glass Staff.
The two-hander, right?
Yes, the two-hander, but it is part of the Void Glass Shard set, which is very good. It's Myth as well, which is what casters are going to be wanting, actually. Besides that, a couple of items here is a minor haste, big verse neck, which a lot of classes are actually after this patch for versatility. So it's actually a pretty decent boss. But besides that, nothing super exciting, I don't believe, besides the Cloak Transmog, which is obviously piss for everyone.
Cloak
So,
Mog.
yeah, but a tier boss being this early is interesting as well. The second boss, both Soulbinder and Lumathar dropped tier. So, Soulbinder it is. That's what I'm calling.
Bam, cha-ching, easy money, Plexus Sentinel.
Yeah.
Dash it, one shot. Dash was right, one shot. That's right.
Let's go.
I mean, yeah, I said one pull as well. My predictions, I'm still on the board. Still correct.
Dude, I thought whenever they had 5 people die, I thought they were just going to jump off.
I probably would have, but hey, I mean, it goes to show how geared they are at the same time, too. Like, my guild, with 3 dead, at 695 eye level, would not have been able to do that at all. But they most likely with 5 dead, and that was perfect.
It's a good point.
It worked.
If not for all of those splits, that
And
poll
Taz,
would not have
yeah.
been successful.
Yep.
And the Tazzies, exactly right. Oh my goodness, y'all. Have we ever seen a first boss kill like that?
I mean, I don't think so.
In a world like
Not
for a
the world
world
first.
for a
I've
world
seen it in
first
my guild, yeah.
Right, yeah. No, that's
Yeah.
every other week for my guild.
Every boss, yeah.
But
Right. I mean,
wow.
Sentinel's an interesting boss. Like, it's a fight where it doesn't look very challenging, but there's a lot of like things you need to see, like the actual phase 2 mazes, the intermissions, the cutters where they're spinning ahead of dodge around them.
The damage check is tough whenever you're like low geared. Now,
Yeah.
what do we know what item level Liquid was for that kill?
We well, I bet you
check.
if it's already updated on Warcraft logs or RaiderIO, we could get that.
Let's get some guesses. I'm thinking like 701. What do you guys
I'm
think?
thinking
I
703
actually-
probably.
No, I'm with you. I'm like 701 as well. I think.
701,
Because again, I don't think they're their max item level they can be yet, but I do think they're going to be about there. Let's see here. So if I can get to Liquid real quick, and then try and find. Well, this is character item level. Let me find the average guild item level. These guys, boom. Top guilds, Liquid, bam. Plexus Sentinel, bam. Surprising actually. The 20-man roster for Plexus Sentinel.
I'm ready.
699.7.
Really? That is. It might be. I'd be curious to see individual level. It might be tanks being a bit undergeared.
So Yips, the hero.
Yips DK.
699.3.
Okay.
That's my goat.
Doesn't even need 700.
That's my goat.
Wow.
Let's see. Scott 702.
So
Okay.
but here's the thing: they haven't sent any crest. Heroic
That's my
or
point.
Gilded.
That's the thing. I think like we obviously just haven't seen them at their highest item level. They've got Malarkus is 698.8, Trill 698.4. Wow, Zenni Priest 695.8. So Shadow Priest a little bit behind the rest. There are most everyone is at 700 flat or just like just above. But you do have a couple of those people at the 698s and then the 695 that's dragging it down a little bit.
Okay. Got it.
Total deaths. You want to guess?
I think it
in the fight.
Was it 24?
20.
It was more than 24.
So we sent both.
There were 26 because all the shamans onked. All the shamans onked, and we had
3 people get battle res.
3 battle reses.
Oh my god. Well, no, yeah, but wouldn't it be 25?
Oh, then it'd be 25. So hey, wait. How did we? A soulstone too, or does that count?
Probably a soulstone.
A soulstone.
Or an Soulstone Ankh. There's res at the end.
3 onks.
3 onks?
Lip res.
Oh,
3
battle
mage
res.
for a
maybe?
moment.
Was there a cheat from a rogue? I don't know. If they had a
or
rogue
something?
Surely that doesn't count.
But it says
I don't.
cheat.
Well,
it says
maybe. I don't know.
26 total deaths.
Nah. Did they actually run APT?
Does cheat death trinket
They
count?
ran Ankh Totem APT.
Oh, I saw it actually. It might have been an APT.
I didn't even notice that they were playing APT. That is cooked.
They APT'd the last knockback actually, which might have caught Zevi.
So APT is actually sweet. I would have never considered running APT on a boss like that. APT is a great group-wide external. It gives your entire
Stamina
raid
increase,
10% stamina increase. It is situationally useful. Normally it is used to cheese abilities, but in some situations it is just a good group-wide, raid-wide external. And in some situations it can allow you to accumulate up to a bunch of deaths on your raid. That's sick.
That was a good kill.
Ankh Totem was the hero of Princess Kaiveza, and it's also the hero of Plexus.
That was the last time we did see it used. That's a good point. Yeah, it was used to cheese something. That's exactly what I'm saying.
That's awesome. That was a good kill.
All right.
The
So
blood's
much
pumping.
fun.
Let's go. Like,
All right, Kalamazzi, mechanics for this boss. So let's try to pitch it for people who, let's say they didn't watch splits. If they're just tuning in to the race for the first time, brand new, haven't seen what Soulbinder is going to be looking like, what are we looking for? And then in addition to that, what are maybe some of the most important mechanics in like the Mythic changes?
I mean, the fight revolves around breaking the cages that the Soulbinder spawns adds in. You're going to have Phase Blades, Assassins, and Mages, which all do different things. The Mages cast, the Assassins, I believe, backstab targets and do melee damage. The Assassins, or Phase Blades, do the same thing, essentially, right, on normal and heroic.
Okay.
The cages need to be broken by the 2 beams the boss puts on players. You'll see them when they pull. It's like these like little frontal white beams. You stand behind the cage, the boss throws a beach ball at the cage and breaks the glass and breaks the ad out. On Mythic, though, there's another debuff that puts these like star-esque effects on
There's
players.
like balls, right?
Yeah, it shoots like these little arcane orbs out of the stars whenever they pop, essentially. The orbs need to hit the cage to essentially break the first shield on the cage, and then the lines the boss puts on players break the second half of the shield. So you need both to hit the cages to break the ads out, essentially. It's sort of hard to like, convey, but you'll see it when they pull super easily.
So there's a couple other mechanics. There's a knockback, and then there's an intermission where the boss breaks all of the cages, correct?
So the boss breaks all the cages every difficulty regardless, but on Mythic, the ads have added effects, basically. The Phase Blades have a stacking effect that deals more damage. It's 7% per stack.
Yep.
Assassins apply a dot around your target, which hurt really bad. Don't stand in that blue area of effect, which you can see right here as well. And the casters, I believe it's the Mages as well. Every time they cast and get kicked, they cut the cast time in the next spell in half. So things like Curse of Tongues can be really good on those ads as well. And you can see here as well, the Arcane Energy effect. When they get knocked back from the Arcane Explosion, it leaves basically garbage all over the floor.
Yeah.
So you have to like...
It's a raid-wide knockback, though, based on the boss's positioning, and the garbage is placed whenever you land, correct?
Right. It's similar to like Dimension's knockback. It's based on where you're standing from the boss.
Okay.
But it does drop garbage on the floor, which you need to place sort of tactically based on where you're going to be later on, movement-wise.
Okay, let's get some predictions here. Dash, what are we thinking pull-wise?
Easy one-shot, at least 2 people alive.
Why? Why do you think this is going to be an easy one-shot? Is Liquid just that damn good, or like what's the situation?
Yeah, Liquid is that damn good, but also I do think that ad fights in particular are much easier fights for top-tier guilds to execute on.
Sure.
Because a lot of the difficulty of ad fights comes from control of the ads, right? It's having the stops, the kicks, the grouping of the ads, and effectively using your cooldowns to burn groups and cleave groups down. I think that you see some of the biggest differential between top-tier guilds and then the next tier of guilds really starts to separate itself in these types of fights.
Kalamazoo, your prediction? You just same thing that Jat was saying?
It's a one-shot. It'll be cleaner than the first boss, I would assume. I mean, this boss does feel a little undertuned for what you'd expect even from second boss. Even on PTR, it had no enrage. You just kept pulling for 20 minutes and it wouldn't ever stop doing what it's doing. So it just literally, you summon ads, you break the cages and kill them, and just the boss where it dies. However, every 2 minutes you have that large ad grouping. That's the most dangerous part of the fight, but it also does allow for a lot of funnel damage from certain classes. I think Demon Hunters are pretty good at that this tier. A lot of classes that can funnel off the ads.
Arcane, Mage, Assassination, Rogue, those kind of specializations, yeah.
Right. So it's not like a terrible thing if you see more ad phases, but at the same time, the boss should just die with relative ease, I assume, as long as we don't have a disaster on our hands. But
yeah,
10 minutes ago.
We're seeing some world markers get put out. Most people in the PTR started at Circle. Do you think that that's where Liquid's about to start here?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, look at this composition that we got. We got the triple Warlocks.
We do. This is a good lock fight.
Mm-hmm. Triple Warlock, double Elite Shaman, double DPS, or double Mage, double DPS Evoker, 1 healing Evoker, it looks like. One. So it's Resto Druid, Resto Shaman. Oh my God, Dryny's on a Holy Paladin looking for that.
He was Holy
Diva
Paladin
aura.
first fight too.
Yeah,
so.
Yips is staying on this Blood Death Knight. I feel like a lot of people, whenever they were speculating about compositions for the tanks, they were looking at Prot Paladin, Prot Paladin, Prot Warrior, because everybody kept saying Holy Paladin's unplayable, yet Dryny's on the Holy Paladin.
That's because, Dryny's just that good, Sometimes there is somebody who can kind of warp your perception of the power of a class just by the way that they play it and what they're capable of.
The Arbiter of the Light, the Drynster.
Right. But it is no surprise, I think, to see the classes that they are choosing to bring multiple of, given that this is an ad fight.
All right, we're posturing like the boss is about to get pulled. I would expect
Here we
25
go.
seconds. Yep, 25 seconds
Longer
right on time.
timer for the actual warlocks who can cheese things. For the bug, it should have been fixed patches ago. But regardless, we're going to be pulling this boss in about half a minute. Love these long pull timers. Please fix the bug.
15 seconds of count.
There's the rain of fire.
It looks like THD was Demo on the trash and Dranaco was Destro on the trash. Is THD going to play Demo again?
Maybe. I'm not really sure. We're going to find out momentarily. I saw a rain of fire come out here, which might make things a little interesting. Oh, nice little lock up there. It's okay. We have multiple POVs coming in momentarily.
Off we go. Soulbinder Nesdrini.
Yeah, so we're going to see a handful of things coming out here. Now, I'll try and point out.
THD's a Demo, yeah.
He is. Yeah, he's playing. We might see a mix of warlocks here. We see THD playing Demo, which will ramp more over time. You're going to see these orbs coming out here in a moment. You're going to see the Soulfire Convergence right here. These stars. These orbs, you can see right here the assignment. The points will launch the orbs right there. They need to hit the pillars to break the first shield. Second shield's broken by these lines here, left and right. Go behind the pillar. Nobody stands between them, and it breaks both the ads out once the boss launches those beach ball effects into the orbs. Both are broken and dead in a matter of seconds.
Dude, Phase Blade's just got erased.
Yep, welcome to Soulbinder.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not, you know, now it's a pretty rinse repeat, right?
Right, there's the Arcane Expulsion, that knockback being knocked towards the second set of cages more on the left here.
That's that sludge on the ground that we were talking about too, and you saw how the guild, they clumped up, they got knocked back all in the exact same spot to try to make sure that the ground isn't just polluted.
Again, another reason why I think top-tier guilds aren't going to struggle with a fight like this, because they will have the coordination to make sure that they're taking up as little space as possible on the ground with those puddles. Already, we had the orbs come out. They did the first bit. Now the lines go through. The orbs hit, and now 2 more ads are broken out and burnt down just like that.
Yeah, okay, so what are you kind of expecting whenever we go into this intermission phase? So once Soulbinder hits 100 energy, she breaks out all of the other remaining mobs that are still stuck in those tubes. That's where the fight actually becomes a little bit more difficult, right, Kalamazoo?
Yeah, we've seen some guilds opt to go far and break the other set of far cages here, and some go to the middle. They're going to the middle here, which seems to be more than fine. They're going to break 2 of these 4 cages with these orbs here, and they're going to have 2 more lines coming out. So we're going to have basically these 2 cages and the 4 on the other side of the room coming in after these 2 are dead for a total of 6. It's typically about 205 every timestamp. THG has a monitor on the bottom right there near his damage meter. So in about 10 seconds here is when that large amp's going to come in. The boss is at 65 going into this, but I assume it's going to be a lot lower when those funnel classes kick in about now.
Yeah, and it is important to note that the Raiders do get to choose which of the ads they want to break out.
We need some
those middle 4, right? So they chose to break out 2 mages first, leaving an assassin and a mage up from that middle group. And of course, we have the rest of the ads from the far side of the room joining here now in the center. Big clump of ads.
Dude.
Lots of AoE damage coming out. Look at those.
We're on the 2-minute. Dude, we're on the 2-minute
ballooning.
We're on the 2-minute burn. I mean, this is just like off the.
It's literal
timing.
meat grinder. Yep. The boss comes out over 10% lower due to the meat grinder ending APT here as well, just in case. We don't really need it just in case that knockback comes out. And we're moving back over into basically phase 1. That is pretty much the entire fight on Soulbinder. Basically it right there. We're back into phase 1. Look, another canister set over here. Other side of the room.
Here's the knock in just a couple seconds.
I think we already had it, actually. We already had it.
Yeah, that placement right there is all those puddles.
You're right. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally it. So we're back in the phase 1, essentially. We're going to have these arcane annihilations come out, basically. Break these canisters. There's going to be 2 lions coming in. And yeah, once again, as long as they break them, we should be fine. Realistically, even if you miss a break on 1 cage, it's just an extra ad later on. It's at the end of the world, but if they are alive for a long time, those ramping damage, amps, and casts, they need to be kicked faster, can indeed add up. So it is pretty important to break the cages if you can.
Well below 50% though
knockback.
already.
Boom.
3 minutes into the fight. Nice, beautiful knockback, dropping all the puddles together and away from the next set of pillars and ads that they're going to look to break out. Great movement here by the entire roster.
Yep, shifting back over here, waiting for those Soulfire Annihilations coming out, which should be coming out right about now as well. Yep, there's the Convergence cast. The orbs coming in. Here comes that frontal line as well, the Annihilation. Launch the beach balls into the cage right about now. Boom, boom. They both break, and there you go.
Dude, it's insane that you call those beach balls. I would literally just call them lines.
No, if you look, the boss lobs a beach ball into the cage, literally. It's great. It's a fun boss.
Knockback here in 2
Speaking
seconds.
of fun,
You see them stacking back up, trying to make sure that they don't pollute the area too much. They get a really nice leap on that, and now they're going to be going over to those middle canisters like we were talking about earlier. Do you think they're going to go for the mages again like they went earlier?
Well, let's see what they've got, because last time it was 3 mages, 1 assassin, and I can't tell exactly what their options are.
Phase Blade Assassin, I believe in 2 mages, but I could be
You know
wrong.
what? I don't even think they care.
2
I think they're
assassin
just
Phase
going for the 2 closest to every single
Probably,
time.
yeah.
I mean, dude, the boss is so low, 31% already, and we are just 4 minutes into this fight.
Yeah, he'll lose another 10 to 15% here by the time we get through the meat grinder phase once again.
The only thing that can wipe them is this meat grinder phase, right? They
Essentially,
flooding out.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see it coming in here again around that 425 mark, give or take. The last two adds come in from the back here, putting on Crystal Tongues, these mages to slow the cast here. You don't want to kick them too early, similar to Galley adds in Phase 2. But besides that, here's the meat grinder. Boss being burned again, massive funnel from these players coming in. Actually, a Dev Evoker topping, followed by Shadow Priest, and their Dev.
By the way,
where's Dev coming from here?
Lowest item level in the Rage Shadow Priest, absolutely pumping on this fight.
Well, and they bring PI. I hate these Shadow Priests.
I thought they were your friends, man. I thought they were supposed to be
if they're PIing me. Knockback again. We were back in the Phase 1. Boss is sitting at 17%. I mean, we might not even get another Phase 3 or Phase 4.
Oh, I don't think we are. Dude, this boss is dead.
Right. I mean, this is basically the whole fight. So it looks to be maybe a little undertuned for what we thought. But regardless, though, hey, it does drop Void Glass gear, so we'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it for a second.
Oh,
second
here.
boss up,
Interesting.
right?
So they're opting to just kill the boss.
Oh, we're just committing.
Yeah,
Dude, we're not even getting more ads. Oh
yeah,
my God,
we're not breaking cages.
Yeah, all in, may as well.
I mean, you might as well.
Good
Yeah,
point.
right. It just saves time, but just hit the boss. We did this last night, too, as well. The boss is coming out of third phase, not second phase, though. So you can see the disparity in gear here is quite large comparatively to guilds that killed this boss already. But yeah, sub 10% on Soulbinder's injury. Sub 6, the boss is going to die here.
We need some weapons. I think that the weapons that come off this fight are going to be incredibly, incredibly valuable. If you get a two-handed Myth Track cantrip staff, that is probably the biggest chase item off this boss currently.
Yeah, Tier here as well could be a decent possibility. Sub 3% on the boss here.
Tier is great. Yeah, I think Tier is fantastic. Most people have their 4 set, so it would just be a strict item level upgrade.
Yeah, hold these annihilations. Don't break the cages. All we're doing is killing the boss here. Sub 1% on Soulbinder, and it's going to die momentarily. Momentarily being now. We do lose Boomie, but it's okay. Exactly.
Even Azula celebrates that kill. Let's go. Soulbinder down.
No cantrip weapon, though.
We got a cloak, though. That's best in the slot. So we do get one piece of tier. Yep, Zenith tier. Bracers. Soulbinder's Embrace, which is a trinket, I believe. And Unbound Training Claw. Oh, a weapon, actually.
Yeah, that's a weapon. A fist
Ooh,
weapon.
Yes,
Jack likes
it's
that.
the fist weapon. It's not the cantrip two-hander staff.
Right.
But I mean, that's still good. It's good for people like Boomy. It's good for Shaki.
Yeah, he likes that,
Rogue,
actually.
Potentially, depending on what specialization they're playing. I
Not
think
too
they're
bad.
on assassination, so they're probably not on it.
There you go. There we go.
Fantastically done. Much cleaner.
A clean
on
one
the
shot.
Second boss.
Yeah.
First one. So that'll be a nice little boost of confidence. But good momentum here through the raid so far. Moving quick.
I mean, that was, I think, to expectation for most people. That was
Yes.
that was what we thought was going to happen with Plexus Sentinel. Now Plexus Sentinel went a little bit of a different way. Still one shot it though. That was clean. That's the
Yeah.
liquid that that's the back-to-back champions right there.
And that's what I mean. You steady the ship there before you go on to Lumathar.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Right, which is the first boss that has caused really any of the other major guilds.
So
some really
Lumathar's been
Right.
some real
killed.
issues.
Lumathar's been killed by one other guild, Instant Dollars,
Correct.
right? Instant Dollars, a guild that tends to get world top 5 ranks. It's not surprising that they killed Lumathar fairly quickly. Lumathar, though, Kalamazoo, you pulled it a couple times. Where is the difficulty in this boss lie?
It just has a lot of health. It's a quick cadence of abilities, multiple webs to break quickly. Phase 2 is a soft and rage, huge DPS check, huge HPS check.
Okay.
I think it's just a pretty big gear check, honestly. Once you know what's happening, just you have to execute, but I think it's a tight gear check. Instant Dollars was 700.75 when they killed it. Liquid was 609.8, you said on Plexus Sentinel. Probably around 700 here. So, I mean, it's pretty comparable, high level wise, right?
Yeah, and ID. I mean, they killed Lumathar in 5 pulls.
Right.
So again, I would expect Liquid to get through this one fairly easily. Might be the first boss that I'd be tempted to say, you know, there's a true possibility of a wipe.
I think the Warlock stack looks really good on this boss, though, because there's similar mechanics to a fight from Vault of the Incarnate called Aranog, where Aranog had these rings of
Sort
ads
of.
that kind of walked in. And Aranog on Mythic had like 2 waves of the rings. Now, on Lumathar, you have to shoot a beam at the rings, but it also has like double waves of rings. And I think that Warlock, in particular, Destruction with Havoc, I think could be quite good.
Oh, sure. Yeah, for a good bit of ag cleave. Yeah, for sure. Right. I mean, you might want to mix it like Destro and Demo for boss funnel, but yeah.
I think you could over-index into kill the wall every time with the triple Destro, and probably you're never mad about it, right?
How healthy are the wall ads in
They're
terms of their actual
relatively
health?
beefy. So
Okay.
like, they just come in quick succession every time. Like there's very little gap between the first and second wall. It's like probably 10 yards between like the walls in here, so you don't have much time to break them.
It's also important to note that the tanks, they have to break 2 with a single beam, right? And
Yeah.
so the actual lining up of that skill shot is much more difficult than, let's say, in Heroic, where you're just having to break 1 at a time.
Yeah, it's technical, and they're staggered a bit on the left and right of each other, so it's like a weird angle you got to hit each time. On top of that, the big Mythic change for this fight, Mythic Lumathar that is that if you've done Nether Spite in Karazhan, if you're old like me or did it years ago, there's like channel beams going into the boss and portals. This is like that boss.
Oh, okay.
There's 4 pillars around the room which power on essentially and try and channel into the boss. I think they empower it somehow.
Yeah.
You have to basically intercept the beam if you're a player, and when you hit certain stacks, rotate out. Now it's not 4 beams all the time. It went 1, 2, 3 on PTR and then sort of stopped at 3. The longer you're in phase 1, that might be the case in the 4. I don't know, but.
So the last phase, though, has a damage amp, but it's not a conventional damage amp, correct?
The boss takes more damage. The boss like enrages and takes more damage, basically.
When it comes to soaking those beams, does the player get any benefit, or is it just
I don't believe
preventing
so.
a benefit
Yeah, I
from
think
going to the
it
boss?
just stops the boss from being juiced up. But that's only in phase 1, or the beams are active. Phase 2 is basically like there's a frontal raid soak, which needs to be broken or split in half.
Yep. And then on top of that as well, there's going to be pretty intense ground pollution, which kind of gives a soft enrage on the fight. If you end up having players that aren't stacked up or you don't move the boss correctly, you can potentially run out of room on the fight. Now, we don't really know what the damage check looks like. Now, how hard phase 2 is damage check-wise, but it's kind of a situation where if you have a couple of people down, I could see Liquid potentially hitting the soft enrage on the room where the ground pollution just becomes too much to manage and you end up wiping off of that.
Yeah, I can certainly see it.
Yeah, there's really 2 space denial mechanics, right?
Yeah.
The first is the webbings that the players themselves will drop around
from
the outside
from the
of
tether,
the room,
yes.
from the tether, as they have to go to a certain distance in order to break that. And then, of course, once we move into the final phase and Lumathar drops from the ceiling, there will be an ever-expanding puddle of bad that then kind of encroaches towards the outside of the ring.
As a viewer, top 2 things to be looking at here, Kalamazoo. What are the most important mechanics that are highest degree of likelihood to cause a wipe?
You got to soak pylons. I mean, soaking pylons can be a bit of a pain when webs are out. As long as you're in the right spot ahead of time, you're fine. But soaking webs and breaking the walls. If you don't break the weavings, you just die. You get stunned forever and it's over.
So
you can't miss.
Those are going to be the 2 things that we're looking at most importantly is make sure that you get the weaving broken. Since it is 2 layers of that weaving, it's a little bit more tricky. You have to make sure that the tank frontal is aimed correctly. If they miss the tank frontal, they're basically wiping. And then, like Kalamazoo said, those pylons, while they are annoying, it has to happen.
An honorable mention to the frontal soak in phase 2.
Is that hard?
It's less than 5 players. I think it just one-shots. It's like alternating groups again, essentially, which can spiral if players start to die in phase 2. So, but I mean, as long as things
we got yips,
come
though.
together. Yeah, exactly.
That's our go. That's our go.
We got yips. I'm not worried.
As long as things stick together, it should be fine. Stick like a web. It's a spider, right? See? Teddles rolled his eyes at me, but he didn't.
You're
catch it.
so corny.
I'm so advanced.
You're so corny.
It's that
so corny.
it's that
I'm so advanced.
3rd-dimensional thinking, Teddles. You wouldn't understand.
All right.
I'm thinking in 3D.
Teddles' pattern indicates 2-dimensional thinking. Dash. It's okay.
Feign death to reset. Feign death to reset the boss. Are we rocking with the same comp? I see a summoning stone here, just summoning Zevi. I mean, they summoned Zevi. Zevi was kind of far from the raid, but it looks like they're not messing with the groups, really. We might just rock out with the same comp that we killed Soulbinder.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't think you need to change a whole lot here. I mean, like, we sort of expect the triple Warlock to be here. Double Mage, 1 Demon Hunter for actual Chaos Brand. I'm surprised only 1 Priest in the raid. I thought we'd see 2 Shadows, maybe a Healing Priest, depending what you want to play, but I thought we'd see 2 Shadows, actually, which is a bit interesting. But I wouldn't be surprised if a second DK gets slotted in here at some point. I don't see actually, am I crazy here? Is there no DK in here?
Yips is on
besides
DK,
Yips,
man.
None
Yeah.
besides Yips. They're at the moment they have the same exact comp they ran on Soulbinder.
Interesting.
Which is, I mean, a lot of people thought that Frost DK was going to be the stackable melee DPS, but the answer of stackable melee DPS just might have been none of them.
I think it just speaks to, again, the value of ranged over melee. Right?
Ranged are broken, dude.
In this raid.
I'm telling you, Kalamazoo was like, oh, are you sure that they're going to play Dev Evoker? Yes, I think they're going to play Dev Evoker, man. Like, yes, I'm pretty sure
Well,
that
Dev or
spec is
Og
good.
are both like range in a sense, but I get what you're saying, though. I mean, both Dev and Og are good, but I don't expect to see Og every fight this team.
Look, Dev has been stacked on both bosses.
It has been.
I mean, Dev is cranked.
2 Dev, 2 Ellie.
Right.
2 Dev, 2 Ellie, 2 Mage, 3 Warlock. This is ranged kingdom. We are in the ranged kingdom right now.
Listen, don't look at me. I just played a game. Don't get mad at me, all right? Teddles, you play a boomkin. Why are you mad right now?
I'm not mad.
All right, okay.
I'm not mad. I was just saying. I was just pointing out the obvious here. Ranged kingdom.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a handful of Frosty Cats in on a fight like a Roz, though, which is coming up after this boss.
Yeah.
For that stacked like meat grinder cleave. And also at the same time, I'd be almost surprised if you don't see a Dev to Og shift on Forge Weaver as well for all the varying damage profiles and when you want to buff certain classes. I could be wrong. Maybe it's just Dev tier. But I think Og could easily be play it on a fight like that.
I
Maybe
can
on
even
Nexus
see
King.
Trill come back in for Araz as well.
Could see that,
bring
yeah.
back the second Windwalker.
Yeah, I
What are
definitely
the best
see
specs
that.
on Forge Weaver? I mean, that's got to be DK, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, DK.
You drop one lock back out, right? And then
Lock
to bring in
can-
the
Lock is half is broken on Forge Weaver.
But you can't do this. You can't stack the ads on the boss, which is a big difference from heroic.
Yeah.
So it makes things a bit awkward, and the cadence is weird too. I think Lock's good there, but it won't be like ahead by 4 million damage like it was. I don't believe. That's Plan D. Don't worry about that one yet. But we'll see. I think you'll see more melee in that fight, though. Yeah, Windwalker could be a good call. A couple of Frosty Ks maybe. Maybe a shift to a couple of swaps coming
wait
in
a
here.
second.
Yeah. What do we got? Bit of a shift, Dryny. Yeah, I think it's some
Wait,
group
they just
repositioning
okay.
maybe.
It's just group moving then.
Possibly.
Oh.
Yeah, it looks to be.
They're messing with our heads. They're literally listening to us right now, and they're like, let's just keep shifting them back between group 4 and 5.
There we go.
They're probably just considering what they want to play. I suspect that this is something that's already been decided, but they're maybe talking through potential differences.
I
than
mean,
what they thought.
this is a good range fight. Like, the walls need to be broken at range, essentially. When they get close to the boss, you're basically dead. At the same time, soaking beams is easier when you're range compared to melee. So, I mean, this is a
It's
pretty
also
range
easier
fight.
to snap your tether if you're in range because you're already
Yeah.
further away.
Okay, too.
Right?
Counterpoint, I don't think this fight matters so much for range versus melee. I think this should be a fairly simple boss regardless. So I think
Sure, if it's easier, why not?
I think you're maybe looking for
yeah.
gear allocation, maybe vault allocation. Those are
That's
that
a
too.
good point,
Those are
actually. That
probably
you
some of
could
the
just
more
be
important
making
stuff.
decisions based on what gears. Because you're right. I believe that they could kill this boss with most any comp.
yeah, they could play, they could kill this
you
boss with a
know.
bunch of melee if they really wanted
Yeah,
to. Like,
so if there is a specific set of items that they're trying to find for somebody who they know is going to be in or they expect to be in on a later fight, then quite possibly they would bring them in
gosh.
just for that shot.
look at the fungus, the goblin fungus.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Wait, wearing the same mog as the
the gray suit.
the gray suit.
That's good.
Yips is wearing the. It's a 10 out of 10 now. Tell you that much.
Wait a second.
I like it.
That's on to something.
Yeah, that's a Plexus Sentinel killing tracksuit right there.
That's our goat.
You know, it is interesting you bring up Great Vaults, though, because I feel like you often do see concessions in comp based around what they think might be the play on later bosses.
The problem is it's always difficult to tell what
Right.
exactly that linchpin kind of moment is. Where
Which
it's
makes
like,
me curious
what
about
is
DKs.
like Styx Bunk Junker. Like
Sure.
you had to comp stack for that, so then every vault concession that you ever wanted to make goes out the window.
But you
because-
still work towards that until you know you can't, right?
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So you make concessions for the vaults until you're like, all right, we're class stacking.
Yeah, we're vantage this boss, the 4th boss in the raid. We're crafting now, let's go.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Right. I'm just surprised no TK, honestly. Besides DPS, obviously. DPS DKs. Anyway.
Well, we had Lip and Atlas in on
Plexus, yeah.
Plexus Sentinel.
I mean, to be fair, this is also a good antenna boss, which astral antenna for
Is that not bad? Or is that not good for melee too?
I don't think. I need a correction here. Someone told me it was agi and int.
It's agi and strength. Isn't it?
I thought it was strength too. I mean, that's a bit peculiar. I know basically every caster wants it. I think every healer wants it. I think some melee want it, but I think Nether Prism's good for melee off of Fractalus as well.
And just because everybody wants it doesn't mean there's not a best case, right?
Yeah,
it's like
sure.
it could
Well,
still be really good for melees, but it might just be better
Yeah,
for
so-
the magic damage dealers.
So whenever you're picking who this goes to, it goes to highest number for the person that you think is going to be in on every single boss.
yes.
Right.
Like those are kind of the whenever you're allocating the loot, that is what you're going for. And it might be bis for say whatever rogue, but if it's if Warlock gains more damage, total DPS out of it, it goes to the Warlock. That's just how it is.
Why do you sound biased there? Is that also what's the issue?
No, it was just a spec at random that I picked. It's mostly because Warlock is OP and Rogue sucks.
Sure. Okay. All right.
Taking a moment here to set these up.
What do you think the
What-
discussion points out about? Like, yeah, it's kind of.
Like the markers you're getting at?
Well, like they kind of marked like 4 cardinal directions. What would what are those marker
Yeah.
callouts used for, if anything?
So those like four brown I guess.
Oh,
blotches
that's
on
where the
ground.
pillars are gonna
Those
come
are the
out.
pillars. Yeah,
Okay.
You can see the pillars. The one in the back left behind the boss where groups POV. The glowing arcane orb, that's pillar 1, and the left and the
Gotcha.
right. They're gonna say X needs a soak, or I guess more
So you can just move to that
diamond,
marker
circle,
and effectively soak
star,
the beam.
triangle. Yeah, exactly, right. Now, you can opt to be way back behind the actual web walls when they come out to soak the beam, like at the back of the room, essentially, or in melee. It doesn't really matter. Some classes can skip over the web walls with, like, Transcend, Demonic Circle, and things. Gateway does not work. But the issue with that is the boss does that web pull as well, where he roots a player. If you skip the wall with a circle or a transcend or a blink, for example, and you get rooted, you're getting pulled through that web wall and getting stunned. So you can't really circle the wall unless you're circling in a spot that's going to get broken. At that point, just stand still. It doesn't really matter.
I mean, that's just a good way to die.
It's a good way to get stunned for 10 seconds and basically die, yeah. And, well, no, I mean, well,
yeah.
one and the same.
But, yeah,
it's like, it's cool how they made that sort of like, you can sort of cheese this, but not really kind of thing. It's like, don't.
You cheesed Aeronog. You could get punished. You could
exactly.
you could get punished, like, really hard. Now, it's not always going to punish you, but, like, dude, you can get punished for sure.
Huh? Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I was talking about Jenga for a second there.
What?
The Jenga block.
No,
if it falls, we get punished. We don't know as to what.
Yeah, still no idea what's at stake over there every time we pull a Jenga block.
So right now they're probably talking about where they're going to be placing the beams. Not where they're placing like the lines to break the ads out. Obviously, who's going to be soaking those pylons?
Sure.
They're just going through their walkthrough preparation that they did after PTR testing.
So as you're soaking the beam, you get a stacking debuff, correct?
Yeah.
And is there kind of an accepted breakpoint? I mean, again, I know we've only seen one guild kill it, but even on like PTR, was there kind of like a this is the breakpoint where you have to swap out?
We were doing like stacks of 8 or 10. I went to like max stacks and didn't really do anything.
Okay.
So it's hard to tell. I mean, it's a third boss. They probably up
and
the
then
damage
how
a
long
bit,
until the stacks fall off? Can you basically do 8 people, 2 per pillar, and say that'll be the pairing the whole way through the fight? Or
you definitely could. I think you could do 4. I'm pretty sure if you were able to full soak a beam.
Okay.
I think you could. I don't think it lasted like 5 minutes or anything.
Wow.
Yeah, it wasn't like super complicated. Like you soak and you're done for the whole fight. That was a bit disappointing on PTR.
Gotcha.
I thought it'd be more of like we need a rotation of this for like most of phase 1. But it was like, soak the beam, it goes away, do it again. It's whatever.
Okay.
But it was also like a pretty easy phase 1 compared to what we thought in PTR. But we were probably a bit overgeared compared to them.
Gotcha.
So I think we were like 710. They're 700.
Okay.
So
yeah.
Bit of a difference there. Ooh. So yeah.
Do you even understand what we're witnessing? THD isn't just playing the game, he's bending the laws of reality inside this race to world first. My man's fingers are hitting keybinds faster than Hummingbird's heartbeat, tracking 17 mechanics, 5 cooldown rotations, and the trajectory of every single pixel on the screen.
I mean, if we're to take his Queen Ansarek play as any, as any
look at
indicator,
that. He's
then that person might not be lying. You know?
he's fine-tuning his fingers right now.
Yep.
I taught my son well. He does a good job. I want to see a boss pulled.
I know.
My blood's pumping. It's going.
That said,
perfect locked in. There we go. Woo!
Speak it into existence, Kalamazi.
Should have complained sooner.
All right, we're gonna have Lumathar getting pulled here by Liquid and Kalamazi. What are we looking to expect here?
I mean, honestly, a lot of just spread cleave. Okay, you're going to have a lot of classes like focusing the boss down, but classes like Desherlock, what THG is playing right here, are going to bring a lot of precise targeted cleave to these walls. You're going to see the first soak coming out here. He's already assigned a circle if it comes out, which should be coming momentarily. And we're going to see those walls spawning in. So that tank frontal is going to be turned right there into one of the webs in the wall. Back in the room is broken. Havoc comes out on 1. Second one's broken now. Havoc's on 2, and we're going to blast these into the ground. As long as they die, we will live.
Oh my god, dude, they are playing triple Destro. It's like I was talking about, dude, the triple Destro.
Just cleave them down.
The Dev Evokers are also really good at target swapping to this because they're a mastery giant killer.
Yeah.
I mean, even these Alley Shamans are just doing insane single target damage to
There you can have everybody who is selected with a tether runs to the back of the room or the rim of the room, breaks those tethers. They do drop webbing on the ground, so that's one of the space denial mechanics here within this encounter. And already you can now see the second set of rings here and webbing starting to encroach on them.
Is it surprising that they lusted on Pulse since the boss
I'm surprised.
damage amp at 50%?
Yeah, they might just want to get out of this phase as fast as possible. The damage is sort of real with these beams coming in. You can see players have about a 45-second debuff whenever they soak them. You can see the ray frames glowing with actual soak effects on players already. Second wall coming in here, though. These tangles, they do have a bit of health in them. They're dying fast enough where it's not that threatening, but when Lust falls and things in the later walls here, it might be more of a threat than we thought.
Lust is kind of an interesting decision because if it allows your DPS to continue to hit the boss, for an extended period of time and just, let the Warlocks and the Dev Evokers deal with those wall adds, maybe it's a situation where it gets you into P2 faster. And if you think that P2 should be a cakewalk,
right? I don't think it is.
It could make sense.
Well,
it's really just like, what phase do you think is harder? Do you think the damage check in P2 is harder, or do you think that phase 1 is harder?
Not just that, the quicker you get into P2, the more space you have to work with because you've dropped less webs around the outside of the room, right? And you have that ever-growing space denial from the center. So we get there quicker, we have a little bit more space. I'd also wonder if they were doing some math based on boss health and DPS output.
Oh, Zenni going down.
Right, Zenni goes down.
Malark's
maybe
dead
looking
too.
for a quick battle res onto one of those two. Because we do have a battle res available. It hasn't been elected who it will go to just yet, or maybe they feel like they have permission to hold on to it. But yeah, another thought I have is just doing the math on what their DPS would look like. And if they're saying, hey, even without a lust, we're going to hit 50% at a weird timing, then it wouldn't line up with cooldowns anyway. And so we'd rather just use the lust when all the cooldowns are available.
Makes sense, yeah. They do opt to res Malark's here. We have the 4 set of walls coming in now as well. We're going to get probably 2 more sets of walls to this also. So we're going to be in this phase about another minute and a half, I'd say, give or take. And damage is ramping up a little bit here. Plus, the room is becoming much smaller. All these entangled webs and the edge being dropped.
Boss goes into P2 at 50% as well.
It does.
That is going to be like that big threshold where the fight hopefully gets a little bit easier, but now you're having this burst where everybody's going to have to get out towards the edge of the room. You see Boomy trying to optimize his amount of DPS. He even hits Exile with a Viv as he rolls on out, just helping out the team.
Another level.
Super clean, super clean. Boss already at 65% here as we see another set of walls starting to come out. Tanks will look to position those beams to break a couple. Open them up to be DPS.
Look at that, 3 pylons being empowered now here too. This is why you might want to get out of phase 3 or phase 1 faster, because all these pylons are ramping up, right? Look at all the debuffs in the raid. It's getting less and less the amount of players that can soak these beams coming out here.
We don't have a ton of space here. First of the Tangles is going to be defeated 50% on the next one, but we absolutely blast that one to get through it. I mean, now we've got 10% to go till the next phase.
You guys are saying dangerous. I think this is perfectly calculated. Boomy was just hitting the boss. Like, if you're really worried, you would just send your entire raid. Exactly. You'd send your entire raid and you'd overkill each and every single one. Boomy's looking at that ad. He's like, it's kind of close. I could go Todd this if I really want to, but that's not my job.
That's why he's here and I'm there, right?
Exactly.
All 4 beams being empowered here now, too. This is why you want to get out of phase 1 so fast. We didn't see all 4 empowered on PTR. If all 4 can trigger, I like committing Lust phase 1. This is probably the worst phase of the fight, actually, looking at how things are structured here.
Okay, first tank beam hits, second one hits as well. This will ideally be the last set of Tangles that we see here in this phase. We're going to get those down, just like you said, perfectly timed. They know the limits of their characters.
We might get another wall here, though. We have walls 13 coming in 7 seconds, which is going to be about 3% pushing the boss, actually.
Walls despawn whenever you push the boss.
Do they? Okay.
So this could be a situation where you're just all in on the boss.
It might be. These walls are coming pretty fast. They're 52.4. I think you just push boss here. You can push boss here. This is fine. They're slow enough coming in.
Yeah,
as long as they despawn. Right.
Okay, as the boss hits 50%, she will fall from the ceiling, correct?
Yes.
And that's when we'll see that initial puddle of bad right in the center of the ring. It'll be ever expanding, and that's going to be what ultimately is the enrage here on this fight, is running out of space. Here's a damage amp for all of our players, though. You're looking to absolutely nuke her before she stands back up, and now the slow kite around the room will begin.
Yeah, so this damage amp persists throughout the remainder of this phase, and you see that frontal that's going on right there. That frontal is going to be a 10 and 10 alternating soak, where whenever you end up soaking it, you end up getting a debuff on your player, so you can't soak them back to back.
Yeah, this pushback coming in here is quite annoying in this phase as well. It won't drop pools, but it makes you spread a whole lot. And then right after that, you're going to have a tank soak coming in as well, which Fired Up needs to get to here. It's alternating groups, or if you take 2 in a row, you die. There's that. Air denial right there, and the actual knockbacks to come every single phase, 10 seconds basically.
There's bad pollution on the ground too, which is kind of that soft enrage that Dash was alluding to earlier.
Right. Look at the damage here in the raid too. Goodness.
But I mean, look at how Liquid's managing their room. I feel like most groups during testing, just their room looked awful, but Liquid is just really min-maxing their space.
Yeah, well, they kept half of the room, alive when it comes to dropping those webbings around the outside of the room, so they have plenty of space to work with, and also they're doing a phenomenal job.
Look at the play in the room,
with the soaks, right? They're splitting 10 and 10 on opposite sides of the boss, which just means the only person who has to really do any work for these tank soaks is the tank. Right? I taunt it and turn it towards my group of 10.
Yeah, this is so funny too, because the split is actually melee versus ranged, and then the players have like roughly assigned positions for how far they're supposed to go. The melee, they're supposed to, whenever they get the circles on them, they're going to be playing close to the boss. That way they can get back on the boss as fast as possible. And the ranged, you see Fired Up, he looks like he has the last and final position in the room where he's still able to hit the boss, but he can blink back and forth for maximum uptime.
Yeah, here comes the pushback. A little bit annoying and a spread at the same time, so everyone just has to be super cognizant of their space.
And the damage is just so much in those knockbacks that everyone's like super low when it comes out, but we live every time. It's actually crazy.
Yeah, the only person who's on the floor right now is Malarkis.
Yep, next frontal comes out here, so we're going to have the pushback coming right now. You can see how well they played that as well. That back half of the room filled with webs is now filled with the bosses like Purple and Rage on the floor also. So you're going to have the more clear half of the room to play for the last 10% in the boss. But speaking of that, the boss is 10% already.
10% with a frontal coming out here. Everybody into soak, just like that, under the AMZ as well. Means they stay very, very healthy coming out of that. Now down to 7%. Things are looking good. As we go for another spread here, a little immunity here on Dryny, just so he can focus on the rest of the squad. Down below 5% as well, not to soak this one, as it's now the range soak on the other side, doing well, but you can see space absolutely dwindling for them all. 2% now here for Lumathar, looking like a one-shot for Team Liquid with 19 people alive.
Yeah, one final pushback here. The boss is sub-point. Dude, the boss is just dead here. Lumathar falls.
World second kill.
Second claimed on a one-shot as well.
Any
World
antenna?
Second.
Any antenna? Let's look. It looks like
antenna.
a no.
But it's okay. We do claim world second on a one-shot, which you called or no?
I don't know.
I don't remember if we asked.
I don't know if we actually said.
I said 4, I'm pretty sure, earlier, so I was a little off there.
Well, we'd have to see
but
what's
I'll
on the
take being
actual
off
prediction graphic. That's also different than what I would maybe say, you know, having seen in the bosses on Heroic and stuff like that. But
I slammed 111. Okay.
I think I slammed 111 as well.
How bad is this loot, Kalamazoo? Have we low-rolled loot twice in a row?
I don't know what the prodigious gene splicer is. Is that a weapon? I'm actually not sure. I mean, so we pull the belt, boots, and a tier piece. Boots are horrendous because you don't want those. A belt is probably not good for whoever's going to wear it because we have another belt.
We also,
yeah.
Want that.
The gene splicer, I think, is a weapon or a trinket, likely.
This boot looks...
And Zenith.
Is that not a... Oh, maybe. Oh my, dude! If that's a trinket, this loot is garbage.
I think it's a weapon.
Okay, that's way better.
Agi dagger.
So, an Agi dagger.
Not terrible for our rogue, actually. Not horrendous. We can keep that on exile, I guess, and keep that spot in play in the raid for a bit longer here, maybe.
All right, so
Agi dagger with verse mastery.
So we got 2 usable pieces and 2 unusable pieces, effectively, is what's going on here.
I mean, so you can use these items, though, to catapult your heroic gear to that 5 and 6 out of 6 hero upgrade for free without crest, essentially, right? Because you do want to save some rune crest. So these boots are going to get fed to somebody that has hero boots, likely from the Demon Hunter boss, to upgrade to max 6 out of 6 for free, essentially.
And I know that this is not how loot works, but in my head, it means we're due for better luck on the more important bosses.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Reaver Raz, right.
Yeah, we're going to get the very rare on Nexus King. We're going to, we're going to get that kind of stuff because we have bad loot luck early. It means it's all coming back around.
It's interesting you guys start talking about Forge Weaver Raz. That is the next boss that we are going to be going to, and we have heard that it looks like a very challenging challenge indeed.
I cannot wait for this fight. I am so excited for this fight.
So this is going to be a big piece of progression. It seems like from what we've seen from Instant Dollar so far, who killed Lumathar World first, that Forge Weaver Raz, the add HP seems relatively high, and the intermission seems fairly difficult. And so that is going to be this first kind of point of race to world first progression where there is a boss that is not going to just going to get completely walked over.
And I do think ID is a very good reference point because they killed Lumathar in 5 pulls, right? To be the first guild to do that. And then they've put 28 pulls into Araz, only getting Araz as low as 69.5% for 28 pulls. So that signifies a very significant jump in difficulty.
I'm okay with that.
I'm for it.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm here for it.
I'm here for 2 more weeks. Let's go.
Let's go.
All right. Well, you might be here for 2 more weeks. You might be here for the next shift, but Kalamazoo and I, we're going to be taking a break in this Monster Energy listening, and we are going to replace Kalamazoo and I with 2 worse casters. So let's jump to that Monster Energy listening, and you will be joined by Dash after this break.
Dude, I could down a Cumber right now. I just don't think we have any. I partake.
Might have a few.
The fuck?
What?
Aren't pickles cucumbers?
Dude.
I think cucumbers are pickles. It's not the other way
Pickles,
around.
Oh, I didn't look.
No, pickles are cucumbers.
No, the pebble timing's always good.
I didn't even know that was a
Pickles
mech.
become.
Honestly, I forgot after,
I thought
after
that
we
was
did
like
all
a
the
bug. I
skips.
thought people were getting bugged because I've never died to it, so I just assumed it was like, can we
why did I
mass
release,
res?
man?
If you mass res here, it might be.
Dude, I forgot that was a mech, honestly, bro, because we just skipped it.
Dude,
like,
you're making me do it again?
50
Yeah, like
times.
what the fuck is this? Is it going soon? I'm going. I don't care.
It just went. If I die again, yeah, I'm getting another.
Dude, which mage fucking lusted?
Probably the guy next to me.
Which
Probably
one?
the guy next to
It
me,
was
bro.
the fucking account share, wasn't it?
It's the guy.
Let's
It's
bring
the
that
guy
up,
who wore.
actually.
Why are we
It's the
bringing
guy
that
who
back
wore
up?
Echo joggers day one, by the way.
I've killed Lumathar twice today. I have the most experience here.
Yeah.
Isn't that a self-report? Hold on.
No, he's completely fine. We knew about his account sharing before, and we didn't
He's about to
fucking tell
rename
Blizzard.
himself. I'm on his PC.
We were the
Oh my
main
fucking
people who
God.
told him he should do it because
We
they were
told him
paying
to,
for it.
yeah, we told him to keep
Dude,
it
I
under
got
wraps.
5K
Blizzard
and we're
was fine.
splitting that. Dude.
Yep.
Yo, Blizz, if you're watching, we are MT. Bang. We're all new.
Well, I mean, that doesn't do anything. I
Why
remember
did you
Nylofa,
do
bro.
your Tazavesh off Stream Shack? What's going on there?
Well, I didn't really want to do it myself. I was a little worried.
That's
The
transaction right there.
stress was
Yo,
picking
Shaq,
up.
by the way, did you get my $10 for the moving my character between the trash pools?
I did receive that yesterday.
Okay.
Remember, it's been a few. It's been like 5 years since the anniversary of. Oh yeah, I bought some gold from Gallowix.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
feel
that
you.
tweet's just still up, by the way. just chilling there.
Bro,
That's good.
you could get
Yo, by
banned
the way,
5
guys,
years on, bro.
The Soul
you
Hunters
can
is
never
over
be
there.
sure.
Guys, if you want to know where the Soul Hunters are, they're over there.
That is kind of chilly. Just let that one slide.
I think there's a wall here.
Has anyone figured out what the big thing in the sky is over there?
Guys, have we gotten anything from Chuck?
The little like netherite thingy.
Yeah.
We're getting full
I
baited
don't know.
to
It's
do
probably
this.
a secret mount or something.
I feel like you always end up in baited situations.
That's my thought.
Wait,
Exactly,
so
but
do
every
we
time.
know that mythic
You know
BBs are real?
No. Yeah, because I'm gonna loot one right now.
Yeah. Bubba
They're
respond. He's
fairy
the only one who
tales.
knows.
Watch out! Watch out! Watch
You're
out!
dead. You're
Yes.
Oh, no one's dead.
We know that they're
Yuri,
okay.
Yuri's cleared it and got one.
All right, well, Yuri took our
Wait,
fucking
Yuri
what
cleared the
then?
raid? We lost world. What the fuck? Dude,
where'd he
Yuri's
get
a
it?
beast.
Unlucky.
Why is he an analyst? Get him in the raid.
Needed the, or like after the first boss.
Yuri literally revived his guild after killing it. Like literally in a day. 24
Thank you,
hours.
Woglobe.
Oh yeah, I remember
It
that.
was wild.
Yeah.
Best play of all time.
We're back.
How you clear your deficit if you just disband the guild, rename it slightly? Like, that's good comms.
I mean, so you need some time to figure out the loot, Bubba, so we have to do one Mythic Plus dungeon, but I think we could spend time on Forge Weaver, though.
Yeah.
I think we do
But
that for sure.
I want to talk to you guys about while you're doing that dungeon too. About
Yeah,
the-
that's fine. We can do that. We can all do all of the dungeons in this channel at the same time. No comms. Easy.
Alright, who's
We are going to require
for
comms
what I
to
meant.
set up the groups, though, I think. In fact, can someone just, like, fucking quarterback throw that right now? Just do that? Like,
Alright.
Boomy, can Boomy just, like, with the groups 1 through 4 right now, can you just, like, slot in 5 different Mythic Plus groups that people can leave and whisper each other?
No, Boom's not red name, right? Why would he do that?
Alright, Boomy's doing it. Don't fucking leave the group.
I think our group, like our male group, is just all here. Just do that.
Hey, but what
Group
if I
2
want
would
to
be
know?
rough on a tank.
What if
Hey,
I
well,
want
I'm
to
in
know?
Discord.
Oh shit, we're doing M plus. I thought we were doing Forge.
We are doing Forge Weaver after Mythic Plus. We need some time to look at loot.
Oh shit, bro, Bubba Dub cooking, man.
Bro.
Dude, Unk's in the cook station.
Unk's about to go
He
cook,
even
bro.
put up the fucking blinders. Can't even fucking see what's going on in there.
Wait, am I Unk or is Bubba Unk?
Well, they're,
It's a little bit of- a
dude,
little bit of
Bubba's Gramps, bro.
Bro, I can see. Wait, is Bubba not in the pod anymore?
He is in the pod. He's got the blinders up, bro. You can't see shit in there.
Should we group people by dungeon they need, not like
Is my
armor
character
stat?
good? Yeah, I mean we can do that as well, but that's going to be a lot
What does that
more
mean?
difficult.
The fastest, we're not, like, we barely have enough time to even do Mythic Plus, honestly. We just need someone to make the groups real quick, slam one, and then like, pull the boss after it.
My character's missing a neck and gloves.
I'd like someone who can trade trinkets.
I need
Just wait till Boomy's done, and then we'll give you guys,
What's
like,
up?
2 minutes to make some, you can raise objections.
I can funnel you shit.
I think male
Oh.
squad could use one guy. I think Anarchy is in a key.
We don't have enough people for full runs.
Oh, that's fine.
We're
We can
missing
just
2
bug someone
people
as well.
Yeah, it's these groups. I think this works, right? And then Dranako's group, like group 1, you're gonna need a pug.
Where'd
and
Exile
then-
go?
Yeah, Exile's in our group, and we're gonna need
okay.
1 pug.
That's true. Let's do it.
All right, I'm with the Wizards.
What are we
That's
doing?
what you're saying right now?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you're with the Wizards.
Hi, Wizards.
Wait, so am
And
I
you're
with
healing Zenni.
Dryne, Dranako, THC, and Zenni?
Yeah, maybe you should swap with Yips actually, because you're first.
I could use a shield. I have an Eco Dome they want as well, but
You can just stay with them. That's fine. I only need really a neck.
Hopeful being with the cloth is good because he can full funnel. And then group 4 and 5. Group 6 is going to need to pug 1. And then group 5 is going to need to pug 1. And group 1 is going to need to pug 1.
Why shouldn't we just like combine these groups instead of pugging in every group?
Well, then we'd leave 1 person out.
I mean, the only item I can use is from a dungeon I won't get to run. So if I need to stay
Same.
out, that's fine.
I like can use holes.
my group can drop and whisper.
My group also leave, and let's go.
My group leave.
My group, Boom will lead us.
Yep, we stay.
We need
This
a
is
tank.
our group.
Because I think Alice is in one.
Alice.
We had a group. It was the male and Lip.
Okay.
Fired up. Can you leave the
Wait,
raid?
is the
On me,
male
it's on
PvE
me.
slot legs?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
You guys leaving Dranako and THC?
You just let me know what
Yeah.
keys you guys want to do, and I'm good
one
with
sec.
whatever.
I need. Oh, we should change channel, right?
Yeah, want to
no.
swap down to.
Or are we staying channel?
I don't know.
For Belbo?
We could just stay. We don't need to talk too much.
I just need hands and pants, so I redundant as those.
I have a streets.
Why'd y'all leave without me?
Splat has a priory.
Streets has hands.
So priory streets, and then
Yo,
I
Hopeful.
can't see what Hopeful has.
I have a +2 Dawnbreaker.
Okay. And what does Splat have? Splat.
Priory.
Oh, priory. Okay. And what do you have, Firedo?
I have a 2.
Oh, so we have. Oh, okay.
Well,
Would we rather do streets or priory?
to
Streets. Streets has hands.
Yeah.
Streets is good for me too. Hey.
Max. He's muted.
We are very happy right now.
Yips.
Yo, what's up?
Do I play Deathbringer in for blood? And plus?
For blood? It's
a good shit
easier
now?
to play. It's easier to play. It's like similar on AoE, a little bit worse on single target. But you just press buttons. The other spec you have to like do stuff in DRW, but it's not
It's
hard.
actually good though. It's actually
Isn't
fun
it like
because you
is it the
spam
same
one.
as like last year though?
It's yeah, whatever you played last year, you play this year pretty much.
Alright, do that then.
I don't know how I'm a blood god, but
Bro, you run fucking rune tap, pipe down.
But
You
rune
mad?
tap's actually
Are you-
good.
are you- yeah.
I'm actually bad. I'm actually bad.
Bro, I'm on a bunny right now.
Need one more person in the instance at least.
You making a party
I am in Equidome.
You can zone in Zenni, we can summon inside. Wait, is it on Mythic difficulty?
Let's lock in a fucking nice drop here, Boom.
Hello, everybody, and thank you, Monster Energy, for that listen-in. We made a little caster swap. My name's Cams. I'm joined by 1/3 of the Potty C, Dratnos, and the James Dash. Woo! On the couch here. He's come back.
I got the
Yeah.
intro. Okay.
Oh, a little mix-up on the bottom, but you guys know who they are.
You know what? If I could be 1/3 of the Potty C, I'm pretty happy. So
If I could have a "the" before my name, I'd be pretty happy.
We can maybe make that work.
Okay.
Well, I'm very excited. This is off to a great start, I think. This raid is awesome. I was watching Lumathar just going, man, this raid owns.
I was watching though, and I was like, you know what? Mythic progression is cool, but what if we had a little bit of Mythic plus Keystone Dungeons to watch?
Oh.
We might be able to swing something like that for you.
We are in luck, as the Raiders are going to go do at least an dungeon, maybe multiple, but I'm not sure how many dungeons are up for today. Couple of slots that they still need. It was nice to kill the 3 one-shot bosses so that we could know, okay, I'm getting Mythic gloves or whatever. I don't need to go farm it from M+. But now we know, okay, I'm not getting Mythic gloves in the case of Fired Up, for instance. I do need to go farm some cloth gloves from somewhere so I can have all the items I need, get everything to be a little higher itemable, because even though they killed those 4 bosses, you could see the eye level was still a little low, right? A little lower than it can be. And they now know what they need from M+ to be able to fix that.
Yeah, I think the eye level's a little lower than Instant Dollars, and they did way less splits. So some of that might be some crest ripping. Some of it could be just they haven't been spamming Mythic Plus.
Holding Catalyst charges as well is something that Liquid, I think, you've got 1 Catalyst charge for freebies at the start of the tier, 1 from getting AOTC or Keystone Master, and then there's not going to be a third until not next week, but the week after next. So if you're in the race to World First, there's probably just not going to be a third, which means you have 2 Catalyst charges, and you're potentially going to be killing 14 Mythic bosses and open a Great Vault with Myth Track loot in it between now and World First. So having both of those Catalyst charges available is really high value, not using it on something to get 4-piece right away.
Yeah, at least on their Plexus Sentinel, they were sitting just below the 700 average item level mark. And so, again, to your point, they've got a lot of power to gain. Now they have some information to work with. And they're also staring down a boss that has yet to be killed, even with Instant Dollars having put 28 pulls into the boss and doing no better than 69%. So it does indicate a pretty significant jump in difficulty. And that's where you would want to start to get some of that power back on the characters so you give yourself your best shot. You don't want to be wasting time on those pulls.
While you guys were out here raiding some transmog, I was actually watching Instant Dollars while I was doing a little pug raid, and that boss seems crazy, so I'm very excited to see what Liquid does on it. But you brought up Plexus Sentinel, and man, what a kill. I don't think I've ever seen a first boss like that.
That's got to be one of the best first boss kills ever.
Pretty wild, yeah. If you missed it, you should go check it out. It was one of those blood DK, last person alive for a while, doing the boss for like a minute.
By the end, it felt like we were casting an end boss. Like, just in terms of the intensity of it and truly not knowing if the boss was going to die.
Yeah. I thought they were, for sure were just going to have to go next, but Yips clutched it out.
I think you could feel it somewhere around halfway through the fight, 50% on the boss health. We had almost resigned ourselves. So like, okay, this one's not going to be a kill. And then you can start to see us start to believe as they just keep going. And we're like, wait, they must know something. They believe it's possible. And it was. Yips, the hero of the moment.
Yeah, it reminds me of Anduin last time. There was a big tank solo.
Scott got it done that time.
Yeah, World First back then. This time around, a World 20-something, 30-something, Plexus Sentinel.
Yeah, they didn't make it onto the leaderboard over there until they got Lumathar down, yeah.
That's true. That's true, to jump all the way up into second place just behind Instant Dollars. But away we go into some Mythic Plus.
Yeah, we've got an Arakara. This group contains Boomy, Exile, Shack, Smacked, and it looks like a
key,
a helper on a Moonkin there, or on a Mistweaver rather there. Windwalker even.
Yeah, I'm assuming they had the key, and they were just like, we will get this thing done.
We're looking for an Arakara, perhaps. Arakara still has that Sack Brood trinket that it's not the best for a lot of specs, but I think it actually is pretty good for Windwalker because it is a haste-based trinket, and that tends to be Windwalker's best stat. Although they don't want infinite haste, they just want a decent amount.
They also got their hard mode Tazaveshes done, and I've heard everybody did it.
Success rate 100%.
100%.
6 of 6. So that's 30 myth track items.
Some of which the last run to complete it apparently got 2 weapons, a good trinket, and 2 well-statted rings.
Wow.
That is exactly what we were hoping for out of that hard mode Deathless Tazavesh. So
yeah, so that group was a goated run, but in general, I think 8 or 9 myth track weapons.
Yeah, I heard the same thing.
Yeah,
that is extreme. It's so good because it means you have a great place to put your Gilded crest this week, and then you don't have to necessarily craft with them this week. And instead, you just have the best place to spend Gilded crest is on a 2-handed weapon if you ever get one.
Yeah, that's so valuable to those Tazaveshes. I wish I would have seen it. I probably could have like snuck around. I did not want to get anywhere near them when they were in there. I did not want.
I was watching on some of the feeds a little bit, but it didn't seem like there was any crazy tech. But maybe I just missed it. What they were up to. I think it was just a case of like this is a pretty high pressure thing. We don't want to put our Raiders under like if something had gone wrong and that had been on stream, I think that would have been
definitely high pressure. And also I think to your point, they wanted to make sure that they felt permission to take their time.
Yeah.
Right? Because it isn't a timed thing, but hey, if you in the back of your head know people are watching and stuff like that, you might just kind of feel the urge to keep things moving, and that's when mistakes can start to creep in. So resetting between polls and making sure we're discussing so nothing falls through the cracks, that's how you get 100% success rate on the hard mode run like they did.
Yeah, I think for these players, ideally, none of this would be streamed at all. But the reality of it is the stream, they need the money, and the stream brings the money and the sponsors and everything, so it has to be done. But yeah, do not want to choke in that situation.
It's so weird, yeah, because it's like, it's unique among the Race to World First. Even in a high-pressure environment like the Race to World First, if you mess up a poll, you still have only messed up one poll, right? If you mess up the hard mode Deathless Tazavesh, that's 5 mythic items that you have incinerated, right? And
that's like messing up the last poll on a boss on the last night of the raid night, and it's at 1%, and you were the person who cost your guild the loot that week.
Yeah, it's a very very high stakes environment there. So glad they were able to get that done in all cases. I'll be curious to see if and when Echo and Method decide to go in there, if they are able to replicate that success.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll stream it.
Yeah, if you're especially to any extent of it is that you want to hide, just what it looks like in any way, then that is less of a consideration.
All right,
to come after.
I'm hearing we have the last 5 minutes of Plexus Sentinel that we could watch together.
The last 5 minutes, so really just the last 5% of the boss's health.
Yeah. We're going to watch Yips here.
Awesome. Yeah, Yips' POV on that Blood Death Knight.
I'll relive this fight a million times. It was so great.
All right, let's check that out. I was kind of like half watching because I was in a raid and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Yeah, already had some people dead. I'm not sure what killed them. This is when I looked over and I was like, huh, I haven't seen a first boss that's like had a few members of Liquid drop, like maybe ever. So that was already surprising. And yeah, I mean, as we watch, if it gets down to Yips, a lot of these other people are going to die to something.
Yeah, Sang died early in the fight, and so they tossed the initial battle res to him nice and quick. I think, or we think, that he died just to the proximity of the tank mechanic where you have to run it.
A lot of damage.
Exactly. So they quickly rezzed him, but then a couple more people started to fall, and the real difficulty of this fight, which is strange almost in a way for a first boss, is that there's ramping damage in those intermission phases based on the shield health. So if you have less people to eat through that shield, the damage that you have to sustain gets that much higher. And you'll also notice they're down a healer for a lot of this fight, which also plays into that. So amazing from my perspective that even with 15, they could get to the point where a single tank could take this over the line in the end. They had a total of 26 deaths on this poll, by the way. We looked it up in the end. Yeah, 26 deaths in a 20-person raid with one person alive at the end.
That's a long boss.
Got a lot of reincarnations used as well.
Oh, true.
It was triple reincarnation, double battle res, and an Ankh totem.
Wow.
Okay, yeah, you could have.
Awesome. So here's that intermission. Yeah, you can see, compared to the lower difficulties, a lot more difficult to get through here. Using that extraction button to traverse not
and look
just
at this.
the wall, but
everybody reroutes. See how they went up through the center, and then they realized the only pathway is to come back around. It gets pinged, and so everybody quick to make that movement. They get to the shield. By the time they get there, already plus 700% on the damage amplification, with 1 billion still left on the shield.
Is this where they start to lose some people?
So we were down 5 since the start of this replay at 37%. We still have 5 dead.
It looks like they're getting through this shield
Ticking
pretty
damage
quickly.
is nasty.
This one lined up, I think, decently well with some CDs, and so they were able to burn it somewhat because they had just crossed over the 6-minute mark, right? So you've got some decent cooldowns at that point, but we're going to start losing people here.
Yeah, something interesting.
Go to the edge.
Noticing is these Ellie shamans. Very powerful.
Looking extremely strong.
Yeah, the meters on Forge Weaver were pretty funny on Instant Dollars. The blue class is very high. Ton of dam.
Yeah,
Both
so
blue class is looking pretty good.
Tank mechanic goes out. Here's the double soak. Some people soaking twice, others only once. Now we get another spread mechanic. Got to go drop those traps off as best we can to the sides here.
Yeah, so far it just seems kind of like an amped up heroic.
Yeah.
Other than you got the ads in the intermission that have to be killed. So they must keep enough people alive to kill those ads. And so
still have 15 alive. The next intermission in 12 seconds here.
Yeah, so far it doesn't look like anything can go wrong.
Yeah, it looks like an 100% kill. Easy kill from here.
Yeah, they get the soak. A little
soak
double
comes
soak
out.
there. All right,
Still have
easy.
everybody alive. Here comes that next cleanse the chamber. And that's going to start that wall coming at them. Extraction button through, demonic circle in the case of THD.
Does the boss
and then the
not
next
port away?
wall is coming. So
this is the essentially the enrage, right? Is he's going to just start kind of like rapid fire casting these walls. So some people with extra movement abilities, blinks plus cloaks, things like that, immunities can deal with constant walls. Other people have to run across the platform to buy time for their cloak timer to come back up and get through. But you'll start to see people dropping just like that. How many people go down?
And that soak didn't have 4 people in it, so it did damage to the entire raid, which is a mythic mechanic on that soak to prevent you from leaving it unsoaked. And yeah, then we have this tank mechanic. So the boss is doing this in Rage while also doing its regular mechanics. So yeah, we have those pools coming out. Boss at 0.7, but of course damage is getting very slow here. Scott trying to keep himself alive despite not having, like you said, 15 seconds cooldown on the cloak to get through the wall there. They are faster than every 15 seconds here. Although you get a bit of a reprieve when the boss is casting these other mechanics. Yeah, we got Yips here.
Soak takes out Scott, and yeah, Yips. Solo Death Knight.
But look, he gets a res off just for a moment on one of the mages, and boom, mage goes right back down. So just 0.2% health, but it is still a lot. That's over 2 billion still on that boss.
He's able to go through the wall that time. Takes that big tank hit down. Still has that Purgatory available. His cheat death trinket has procced, though. Oh, actually, maybe he's playing that instead of Purgatory. I'm not sure. But yeah, here comes that next wall. Probably still has Purgatory, yeah. Has anti-magic shell now for the next time he'd go through. Yeah, popping that now. And is going to go through and not get a stack. And bang, down goes the boss. Easy does it.
Yes,
yeah, not even close. Yips could have done that for another 30 seconds, I think. He had a lot of stuff.
Close.
That's a Blood Death Knight special if I've ever seen one.
Look at the smile on that face.
Yeah.
Even though it was the first boss, it's still fun.
Last time it was Scott that got to be the guy.
Yeah.
And this time it's Yips. Gotta feel good.
Has to be a good feeling.
Yep.
Has to be a good feeling.
So is it just like the AMSs mixed with the cloak and the multiple deaths that let him do that?
He can just tank a wall going through him. He's a Blood Death Knight. A huge magic dot is very scary for almost every spec in the game. Blood Death Knight, it's the least scary for.
Okay. So he was made for that moment.
Yeah, exactly. Like he can avoid a lot of them with cloak and AMS, and then he can also just heal through it, right? He can death strike through it. If he's got Vamp Blood up, he will be able to survive that. Any damage that doesn't one-shot you just makes you stronger if you're a Blood Death Knight.
Yeah, when I was watching that, I thought, because I missed how everybody died, and I was like, how did they get through the shield? But he didn't do a shield.
Yeah,
if he would have done a shield, that would have just been it.
Yeah, that is 100% true. So, yeah, it looked like a really cool kill, actually.
Yeah, I like that in Rage a lot. It's similar with the Soul Hunters. It's like you can still kind of do the boss, but you're going to die. Like, it's too hard to keep doing for an infinite amount of time. I guess unless you're 20 blood DKs or something. But yeah, that's a really clever,
that was like
fun
the first
and
thing Kalmazi said after that. He's like, "Why didn't we just run 20 blood DKs?"
Dude, that would be a fun way to kill that boss.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems doable.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Yips on blood DK as well.
Yeah, do we want to talk about comp a little bit?
How about the fact that we have a Holy Paladin in order to run Blood DK plus Prot Warrior?
That's what I like to see.
And no Healing Priest, which was something that was theorized, right, with the Shadow Priest instead. But yeah, Holy Paladin of all things to be the way that we get the Paladin into the raid.
Yeah, we were kind of feeling that may happen as we saw Dryny picking his characters in his vaults. It's like he's messing around on these Paladins a lot.
I got a little baited in the first couple of days because the first few splits he was playing Monk a lot. But yeah, Paladin, I don't know. I mean, you need the debuff. And Ret, stinky, despite their Discord's best efforts. Prot, not bad, but you only have 2 tank spots.
The biggest surprise for me were the 2 Dev Evokers. And I know they can swing Og, which they'll probably do on some bosses.
My suspicion is just you're not going to play Og on a 1-pull boss.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing that just doesn't make much sense, right?
The only reason I'm not surprised by the Dev Evokers is just by having watched the damage meters for the last 2 days. Pretty much every single fight, the Dev Evokers, regardless of the fight, are sitting in the top 5.
Yeah. I think, I've seen some sims floating around before this tier that had augmentation looking really strong, even without really optimal, like you're just buffing people that are doing a flat 6 million DPS or whatever, and augmentation is contributing a huge amount of damage. So I think that the plan is to gear up Lizards to play that on some of these fights, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the Dev also just, in my opinion, is a great spec. I kind of wish we had, 4 Evokers, just play 2 of each.
Wait, honestly, well,
and if you want to play Ellie Shaman, because Ellie Shaman really love having Evokers, because then Time Spiral is the strongest cooldown in the game for them, because it gives them Spirit Walker's Grace, which is so good.
Oh yeah, that is very nice.
But we did now see a comp change from first boss into second and third boss, where we stacked an extra Warlock. We ran double Mage, double Ellie, triple Warlock. I mean, so it really was just all about the casters for those second 2 fights. Even more so than the first one.
Yeah, we got the spell cleave is in. And I mean, it looks like they need it on Forge Weaver.
Forge Weaver looks like a real boss. Yeah, that looks like, there's not a lot more gear they're going to be picking up as well between now and when they're fighting that boss, probably. They could send some more resources, but my suspicion is they're going to try and kill that boss without committing too much more in the way of crafts and stuff that they haven't already decided to do.
Curiosity on that fight, because to my understanding, you can't group the adds up like we had been seeing on Heroic, right? So how does that change the dynamics of the fight?
Yeah, it's a little bit more tricky. You have to have the adds run through a black hole first. You can still get in spots where you're cleaving multiple of them, but they're a lot faster, they're a lot healthier.
Yeah, they come zooming.
Yeah, they are turbo speed edition. I think a very coordinated set of crowd control for them is going to be vital, keeping them under the boss and handled that way.
Yeah, if you haven't seen it, Dash, I believe there's a black hole that spawns. I don't think you place it. I think it just spawns, and it's like opposite, or not or
it is. I think it's opposite. Like it's
the collectors
relative to the collector. It's on the other side of the middle of the room, which is where you'd want it to be.
Yeah. So like if the one collector's here in the triangle, a black hole spawns here between these 2, and between these other 2.
Cotangent to the hypotenuse of the triangle.
They're like the hero talents are to the specs.
I assume those words are.
How many of you passed geometry?
Yeah.
I could draw this, I swear. But they have to get the orbs to the black hole because they have a shield, and then when they go through the black hole, it makes them take normal damage and be CCable.
Okay. So, but at that point, they could be gripped and pulled in for the actual cleave and stuff like that.
So Mass Grip from the Blood Death Knight is going to get some value, I think, there.
Gotcha.
Should be nice to see. I think just getting them all together in a nice, like, if you're playing a Hunter, binding shot, although that might be a fight where you don't need a Hunter. I'm not 100% sure. There are so many really good classes. Those Ellie Shaman's great at blowing up the adds, too. Ellie Shaman looks like it has a lot of niches this tier. That'll work really, really well for it. So I'm curious if we will see the numbers stay at 2 or maybe even go up. It's a hard class to stack because it's not bringing an awful lot else, and you're kind of hungry for stuff like those time spirals and like help from your healers to get through certain things.
And yeah, you'd love the damage coming out of the 3 Warlocks that we saw on a fight like Soulbinder, but at the same time, I'm curious, like, would you want to bring it back in a second Monk, having those ROPs, having some AoE stuns and things like that? Could be quite useful.
Yeah, and in that last phase, you're going to be running against the grip from the wall. On Mythic, historically, those sorts of movement effects get more intense by quite a lot. So something like a caster that has to, they're going to lose a lot more than a melee DPS in that phase. So you might not want to index as much on casters as we've seen in the first few bosses here.
Yeah, also the orbs that kind of spray out of the collectors, they're a lot faster, and they are just lethal.
Oh, okay.
You're gone, yeah. I saw someone get clipped, and it's just 100 to 0 dead. So very punishing, and it's just very hectic, running around, cleaving the adds, running to each black hole, and yeah, I'm very excited.
I was going to say, the one thing we know is it promises to be an exciting fight.
Oh, yeah.
Based on what we've seen ID run into so far.
It is an interesting spot, though, because, you know, you look at, say, the first kill of Plexus Sentinel, and that's double-digit pull count, right? And then Liquid do it in 1. Now, of course, ID were able to do the first few bosses in a relatively low pull count as well, but it is possible that Liquid are going to be able to make Forge Weaver look not as hard as it has looked from ID's beginning of progress. ID is a very, very, very good guild, but it's possible that Liquid have a strat cooked up for this or you know, a composition cooked up for it that makes it a whole lot easier than it has looked for ID.
But it will be the first boss, presumably, that Liquid is now progging for everybody else.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
Again, I think it depends on when they end their night tonight and how much, if at all, they go up against Aras to get some information. And then, of course, what kind of progress Echo might make when we're all asleep. But, you know, in all likelihood, Liquid will begin to blaze a bit of a trail for everybody else here, and they're going to have to start coming up against certain Mythic things for the first time.
And it's going to be very valuable to kill Forge Weaver as well, because then you get to go and get information about how both Soul Hunters and Fractalus work, what the numbers are on those encounters. Oftentimes in these raids, you can /target bosses and see how much health they have and make decisions based off of that. I don't think in this raid you can do that for Fractalus or the Soul Hunters bosses until you have killed Forge Weaver. So that boss is gating quite a bit of vital information for the middle of the raid. Very nice to be able to, like, if you could hypothetically kill it tonight and then go look at Fractalus and Soul Hunters before going to bed, that would be crazy value. We are getting pretty close to the end of the raid night, though. I think that it's more likely this boss dies tomorrow than today.
Yeah, I think time-wise, they're in a great spot. You know, they're doing a little, like, probably analyzing. Maybe they're watching Instant Dollars videos right now together as a guild to kind of talk about it. But they have time to do this dungeon, and then maybe a couple of pulls, which are probably going to go dark on because they're not going to want to give that info away. And
so late.
I doubt they kill it. I mean, maybe they've clutched out some bosses before in the last hour of the dark, but
famously, there was Council of Blood, a boss that they got to in a very similar situation to this, right? Where you get to Council of Blood, you have an hour left in your raid night, you go, okay, let's turn off streams and see what this is about so we can come back tomorrow and kill it. And then, oops, we killed it in 9 pulls, right? That's
our bad.
Yeah.
Here's a video.
I mean,
that's happened.
Be very surprised and incredibly impressed if they're able to kill Forge Weaver that quickly. But they will get, I think, enough info, probably get through the first phase and like an intermission and have like a really good idea, get rest, come back tomorrow, and just slam it. I think they'll kill it pretty quick. Well, not pretty quick.
Yeah, I wonder if there's going to be some M+ to do tomorrow morning as well.
Oh,
You know, there are still going to be some characters that aren't finished yet. And it might be worth it to just do that now rather than later.
Over/under on Forge Weaver dead before lunch.
I'd be pretty confident it is.
Yeah.
Now, it could be, of course, the next Styx, and it's not dead at all tomorrow, but I think it's maybe 70% chance that it's dead by lunch tomorrow.
I have great news. I'm hearing Guild is not going dark.
Whoa!
So we might get to see some,
Love it.
but maybe that means they're not going dark because they're just doing Mythic Plus.
Yeah, maybe they're just not
that
pull the
could
boss,
also
right?
be true.
So, you know, you think about in this spot in the race, it makes sense when it's this late to go dark and pull the boss a bit, but we love the fans so much, of course. And also, it's pretty early in the raid, right? Like, it's the 4th boss, you know? Any information that you'd leak by streaming it probably has already been leaked by ID's pulls as well.
I think that's a good point, right?
And it did seem, I can't tell if it was like a juiced up version of PTR, but it seemed a lot like the PTR one. I mean, obviously the numbers and the tuning is a lot higher, but I don't know if the cadence was any quicker. Because it is pretty dancey with the black holes and the orbs kind of coming out on a very set timer, and you have to make these movements around the room.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they decide to do. This run is nearly complete here. Everybody has split into doing one M+ run during this time period. And we can see some groups have already finished. I'm seeing another group, and okay, I'm seeing players flying to the raid, so that is good news. Although I'm not to call anybody out, but I am seeing Dryny use a traditional flight path instead of the phase diving teleport that is available here, so that is a time loss in traveling to the raid.
Sometimes you just need to vibe out a little bit.
Yeah, not to name any names, but that is Dryny of Illidan, US Illidan.
Does he know how to phase dive?
It is a little weird. You have to like, it's more clicks to phase dive, so it is more annoying. But Yeah, for those who don't know, when you use the phase diving nodes to go into the phase diving realm, you can then use it again, and it's an instant flight path to any of the other phase diving nodes. And then you, of course, click out of phase diving when you get there, and you can teleport all over the new zone instantly.
None of this means anything to me.
Yeah, it's really fast.
Yeah, phase diving is when you click on a thing and go purple.
In a hex tech
Thank you. That's what I needed. Click and go purple.
Yeah, you click and go purple, and you can't mount anymore until this week, and you can mount. You cannot fly.
Any good items here for,
Yeah, did they loot that?
For our team?
Did Boomy click it? Oh, he's mousing over something. Looked like a
Got
tier.
some bracers.
Show us the
perchance?
juice.
Oh, leaving the group. All right. If there was an item there, it wasn't for Boomy.
No, 698.31.
Rerolling his keystone, hits a Halls of Atonement. That's high demand for evokers. Often seem to really want that Halls of Atonement key, at least in my experience.
Good old Halls of Atonement.
Do you happen to know for what?
There are a lot of high mastery jewelry there, and mastery is the augmentation stat for at least for Chrono Warden and for preservation.
How about that, by the way, bottom of our screens?
7510 raised for the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. Thank you, everybody who's donated to our charity drive so far. If you'd like to help out, tl.gg/donate. If you donate 35 or more US dollars, we will take a look at your pet, UI, or transmog up on the stream at some point.
Yeah, and every $250 donated, we do a big Jenga piece. And that looks like a number divisible by 250.
Yeah, have we just crossed that threshold?
Yeah.
Do we owe a Jenga
Is that the cosine
maneuver?
of the tangent of?
I don't know.
Yeah, I was.
How does that factor in?
What's the Does this is this divisible by 250?
I think so.
I think so. When I said it and you kind of nodded, I was like, yes.
Yeah.
What are its prime factors?
Did I get that right?
The Fibonacci number?
Yeah. Is it a perfect square? No. That's also one of our big benchmarks, is it not? 7,500?
Yeah, 7,500 is one of the benchmarks.
Oh, that's that's a big benchmark, not just a Jenga block.
Not just a block. Can we maybe get these benchmarks up here on the screen? I can't remember which one this is.
Bam, 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 bam.
Bob
Ross painting.
Yes.
Ooh.
This is an exciting one. I hope I'm a part of this one. I think someone's going to be leading some people through. How to paint the little trees and things. And
so it's not just a single person Bob Ross saying, it's a Bob Ross instructing a few of us to go along with it. Oh, I like that a lot.
We're going to have to look up a Bob Ross WoW name.
Dude, do you guys remember when the Bob Ross marathon was on Twitch?
Oh, yeah.
I was watching. Oh, that was good times.
That was good times.
That was wholesome.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, everybody. TL.gg/donate. $7,500. Next one, 10,000 DDR challenge. It's a delve with the DDR mat on the one-button mode.
Yeah, delve revolution.
I'm glad to not be a part of that one because
it's a delve.
That sounds so challenging.
Yeah, well, you got the one button. I don't know what level
one
delve.
Button, but still character movement with a DDR pad does not feel easy.
No. We had a blindfolded delve last time, but it was like a 2 or something, so it was just like a very slow, silly, but if we have to do like an 11.
Don't necessarily want to commit someone, but I believe Zyro had said he'd be willing to jump onto that one.
You do that one?
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
100%. Zyro promised to do it, I think, so.
Awesome.
We should commit him to do that.
We've already got Aya going to meet the animals at the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. Now we got the Bob Ross paintings, but as you can see, plenty more benchmarks to hit.
I see
Stand-up night on the way.
35 as well, so somebody's got a pet or a mog or something that we'll look at some point over the next while in our casting shift as things, depending on what's going on. I do see players entering the raid, so we may have Forge Weaver to pull in the near future.
Ooh, this is exciting. I was confident they were not going to be doing this on stream, but yeah, maybe they just think fourth boss, who cares? Let's game and just show everybody what we got.
Time to win.
Don't be afraid. Yeah.
You're going to have to beat everybody anyways.
Yeah, I mean, looking back, like say Dimensius goes to day 12, 13 or something. Going dark on something like this would seem silly.
What are the odds you win or lose the race based on who went dark on Forge Weaver?
Yeah. Watch them go dark right now.
That would be good. I mean, I'm sure there's a faction that wants to, but here we can see a little bit of what the comp looks like that they are bringing in here. We have Hopeful on a 3-day-old character. This character was quite literally created
3 days old, and one of, if not the highest item level in the raid.
Yeah.
At
702.56.
702.5. He's actually also one of the highest item level mages in the world, which, I mean, makes sense. But, you know, given that he's the highest item level in this
and
guild,
he's getting traded even more items. Absolutely disgusting. The rich get richer.
For real.
All right, I'm pulling up
Fat Cat.
one of our partners, RaiderIO.
Okay.
They do some great coverage, and they've got a nice, wow. Oh, I'm skipping over here. Oh, my goodness. The mouse pad.
I was going to say, it's the trackpad that's ruining you right now.
The angle of the laptop.
Get this man a mouse.
Oh, we had a transmog to look at as well, but it looks like that's gone.
All right, I've got the analyzer up here. We've got
F11 to full screen. Bang.
I'm getting some help. Okay, Liquid, 699.7 on their average item level.
Yeah.
And we can click in here.
I mean, honestly, what's crazy is Zenni is 695.
Yeah, just probably building everything, right?
694.8 actually, so slightly lower.
So he took something off for one of the because I think it was 695 on Plexus Sentinel. So then he swapped something out for the later kills.
He's probably in a spot where like he needs to catalyze some hero tier or something, and so he's just he's in some pain. But yeah, you can see this was the Lumathar kill comp. Everybody hanging out around that 700 threshold.
Yeah, like we said, the triple Destro. Oh, we got to go down a little bit. Triple Destro, double Ellie, double Mage.
We've got Scott on his character, split the G for the the Prot Warrior. That's a good character name.
Smacked. Okay, Smacked is on Resto Druid. Nick Evoker. Dryny, he's at home on the Paladin, and Zevi on the Shaman. Yeah, triple
no
Shaman.
Mistweaver showing up in this raid. I think a bit of a surprising turn of events for a lot of healers. That spec was looking pretty likely to be played, according to a lot of the healers I knew going into this tier.
Yeah, so it looks
I
like...
do wonder if at some point or for some fight we see the Prot Paladin come in and the Monk Mistweaver
Definitely possible.
come in.
I mean, the Prot Paladin always has a chance to come in if there's a good need for spell warding, which
you
just never know if that's going to be the way that you solve some of these later hard fights.
Yeah, Splat barely behind. Redeemful X, hopeful. And then Scott, number 3. Whoop. Oop.
Yeah, there he is. All his gear and stuff. Dude, the RaiderIO tool is so great.
I was going to say, good example of everything you can find. But
Their talents, their gear, hero talents, interesting auras even.
Ah, nice. Yeah, you can see what raid buffs they have. It's a little bit embarrassing if somebody's missing one of the main ones there.
Yeah, someone didn't flask.
You can see the little calculator icon over on the far right as well of each of these things. Will let you just get it in the talent calculator if you want to yoink.
Oop, take it over to Wowhead where we've got a bunch of ads. We'll zoom in on.
Yeah, but you can copy the code and just yoink the talent build if you want
there you go.
from any of these here. So
yeah.
Do recommend that as a starting point for everybody. Just if you're playing one of these specs and you want to be playing in one of these bosses, I just make a talent page, yoink from RaiderIO, whatever the Liquid equivalent of your class was doing, and maybe make some changes if you think there's something better. But it's a great place to start, is whatever your Liquid player was doing.
Best way to learn is to emulate the best.
I think at least start there.
Right, exactly. Oh, if you ever want to be the best, at some point you'll have to deviate, right? Like you have to blaze your own trail at some point, but definitely if you're just looking for that starting point, like you say, just start copying the best.
Okay, we're seeing players entering the raid group here. Looks like it's going to be 3 total Death Knights, 1 Blood, 2 DPS, presumably Frost, but we'll have to see on this fight. So that'll give them an awful lot of control with death grips for stray ads that are coming in there.
Yeah, so what did they drop? They dropped the Monk entirely.
No, we have 2 Trill and Boomy
there.
I
see. Oh my goodness, they looked green. They looked like evokers to me.
Here, yeah, depending on what UI we're looking at, we've got slightly different, quirks of how out of range players look. But yeah, we've got the 2.
Oh, we dropped the Rogue. We dropped the Hunter.
Right. So those are raid buff specs that you'd think of as being good, but a lot of the damage on this fight is sourced from either the environment or from collectors over to the sides, and so that isn't affected by the Rogue's atrophic poison. And then the Hunter, you're going to Hunter's Mark something. You can't Hunter's Mark all the ads, so you can only Hunter's Mark the boss, making the raid buff a lot lower of a valuable thing brought by the Hunter. So yeah, cutting on those raid buffs for this one means we've got 2 Windwalkers in addition to our 3 Warlocks, our 2 DPS DKs, really able to send this boss home with the strongest damage dealers, dropping some of the weaker ones that have raid buffs you'd think you might need.
Yeah, I feel bad. You know, there's a lot going on for the grip is not a raid buff movement and things like that. But the hunters who have a raid buff and it's mid I feel worse for them.
We also dropped a healer. We dropped Zevi.
Yeah, so this was Instant Dollars were also 3 healing this in a lot of their progression, their more recent progression. Looks like Liquid agree that might be the easiest way to get through this fight. A lot of the danger on this fight is you don't kill an ad fast enough, or you get one shot by something, and an extra healer ain't going to help you live that.
No, the damage in the intermissions is pretty brutal. But maybe they think they can do it. I don't know how far Instant Dollars got. I don't think they got through a whole intermission. It might ramp. At least it felt like that in the runs I've done.
Yeah, in the lower difficulties, the fight definitely gets harder towards the end. On Mythic, it starts hard, but maybe it gets even harder.
ID essentially had 3 wipe breakpoints throughout their 28 pulls. They wiped many times at an 87-ish percentile, 88, 87, 86-ish. They wiped many times at a 77 percentile, and then their best pull, 69.5. But like almost every single one of their wipes was plus or minus 1% from those 3 numbers, which was very interesting to me across their 28 pulls.
Yeah, that's what happens with progression when there's like an intermission that you're wiping at, right? Is that boss health sits at the same percent for a while. Like Ansarek, it was 55 or something that the boss was just at for a day of progression as people were just working on that second phase without even being able to hurt the boss.
Right, so it can make it look like you're not making any progress in a way if you're only going to look at the graph of the boss health.
We are seeing a rogue join the raid, but unfortunately this is, I think, their weak or a propagator rogue, not their actual gameplay rogue. It's EU down rip, the rogue that often asks, have you updated? Have you refreshed? Have you reloaded your UI?
The answer is hopefully. But I wonder if those breakpoints that you were talking about on ID, I wonder if they're like the ads that come from the soak, that could potentially be what they are, because the intermission is probably around that 70% that it got to. But the big like hard parts, I guess, are the soaks come out, then the ads, and then you got to deal with all the mechanics with like the extra boss there. Who got
quick double check
of
the dungeon journal.
There it is. EU down rip asks updated. Reload UI has been clicked, giving them the most recent hot off the presses liquid weak auras for this fight.
It's a good reminder of, the old adage, it takes a village.
It does.
Right? It's not just the 20 people who you see in the raid room each time taking down a boss. There is an army of people behind these raiders.
Yeah, there's the analysts. There's Max, of course. There's like all the other raiders that aren't in on each boss.
There's all the helpers.
There's all
who
the
just
helpers.
spent the last few days with splits. There's the entire production team and the Liquid staff.
Yeah, the
that
chef.
helps put this event on. Exactly. We got our chef Josephine as well. I mean, it's an incredible crew that ultimately comes together for this.
It is pretty wild how much this has grown in like the last when did this all start? I think 2019 was Eternal Palace, which was like
that was the first time that at the time Limit streamed.
Yeah. That was the first like time they had like an event. Yeah, that was 2019. I don't remember the month. And so like
Eternal Palace was summer, I think.
Yes, it was summer because it was the hottest day on record.
You guys were in London and getting absolutely melted.
Yes, very hot.
That was a race I didn't watch. What was after Eternal Palace, though? Was
Nyalotha.
That was where I got reconnected.
That was the race.
To WoW in the race.
That was the first time that North America won a world first in like a decade.
Yeah.
That was something special for sure.
Yeah, that was very exciting. That building exploded when the boss died. I think you were casting at the time.
I was, yeah.
Yeah, and even you guys were jumping up and down and hugging, and
the floor was shaking. It was crazy.
Yeah, it was nuts. I hope we can get some of that energy in here, because
I feel like Demencius is primed to be one of those bosses.
Yes.
Ansarek certainly was. Gallywix was good, but it died so quickly. It was a little anticlimactic, right? We hadn't had that build-up, that tension of days of struggling and failing and progressing. That's what you need to make an end boss really give you that reward at the end.
I was here for Galley, and we were standing right over there when all of a sudden we kind of realized that, oh, the boss is about to die. And so we did reposition over here, but to your point, it was more of a surprise than anything.
There'd been 2 people dead when the boss is at 25%, so you kind of mentally had checked out like, okay, they might prog this pull, they're not going to kill it.
Right.
Blizzard doesn't make end bosses where you can just have 2 people dead for a quarter of the fight and kill the boss. Well, turns out they did.
Yep.
Especially like the 4th time seeing the phase or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was sitting where you were, Dash, and I was kind of speechless, like, okay, what's going to happen? Are we going to get a phase here? Oh, it's just dead.
And then we all just kind of wandered over. We're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, still exciting, but nothing like something like Ansarek where, I mean, you even have like some of the doubt probably creeping in because Echo's catching up and it like gives all that time where the pressure is really on. So I hope we get a finish like that. I mean, I'm sure the viewers do too because when the guilds are neck and neck, you can't ask for better World of Warcraft PvE.
Yeah, FireAct was such a great example of that, right, where it was just both guilds were sub 5% pulling at the same time. I am looking forward to the next time we get that level of a close finish. Ansarek was probably the most recent the best since FireAct, but I think FireAct was on another level when it comes to an exciting conclusion.
Yeah, you were on the fun side of FireAct. I was on the not so fun.
Yeah, definitely. Much happier times to be in a world first situation than a world second on a boss like that.
Especially that we were like everybody was watching the monitors and stuff, and they were all so focused, and it was a fight where you could just get so low, and then the whole raid would explode, and everyone in the building just yeah, that was a pretty crazy boss.
It was indeed.
See all the chain lightnings coming out.
Wow, we've got the Sith Lords here just eliminating all this trash. That is a sight to behold. Haven't seen Elemental Shaman in a raid. I don't think there's been an Elemental Shaman in a world first comp since Unat or something back in Battle for Azeroth. I feel like that's
probably right.
For an end boss, yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to go like double check on anything, but I mean, I feel like I would remember because they're so rare.
Yeah, and you were an Ellie Shaman main.
Yeah, and so I am happy to see Ellie cranking now.
Yeah, I was an Ellie Shaman main actually. I swapped onto it for Unat.
Oh really?
I was one of the hot swaps for that fight.
When did you go tank? Or you kind of on and off tank?
Actually, on Eternal Palace, I started as an Elemental Shaman, and then during farm, I became a tank.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were very good, very funnily. You wanted the Ankh to sacrifice the mechanic, but I don't think there's going to be any of that. I think their damage is just insane.
Yeah, Ankh is nice, though.
Yeah.
It's not as good as an immunity in some cases. In some cases, it's better, though, because it's reactive rather than proactive. You just can't use it every pull.
Yeah, what is the cooldown on it now? I actually don't know.
It's effectively like 20 minutes, I think.
Yeah, it's a lot shorter than it used to be.
At least last expansion, I don't know if this is still there. There was like or maybe the one before, there was something in your talent tree where it cools down faster when you're at full health. I don't know if that's still in the talent tree. I know you used to get more health when it was off CD, and I think they took that away, which was good because that's kind of a cringe.
Yeah.
You already want Ankh to be off cooldown.
Yeah, that just makes it even worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder how long did they go for? Like another hour, maybe?
So the slated raid end time is around midnight is when we're planning to end each day. But they'll go longer if there's reason to go longer. And I think that this is such a reason. You're reaching a new boss. You don't want to clear 10 minutes of trash and then do one pull and be like, all right, let's see you tomorrow. At that point, just go to bed 30 minutes earlier instead of 10 minutes earlier. So I think we're probably in for maybe an hour of prog, something like that.
Okay, awesome.
I don't think you want to go too much later. You don't want to start griefing your sleep schedule for, a fourth boss kill on a Friday.
Yeah, and we've heard Max talk many times about how event over event, they're continuing to understand the importance of protecting themselves and their health, physically, mentally, all of that kind of stuff. Don't wear yourself thin too early. A lot of these races become a bit more of a marathon than a sprint. So, hey, in week one, where's that, is that extra 30 minutes really going to, matter a lot for you if it ends up ruining your sleep and ruining your stamina for the remainder of the week?
In the arms race of the players and Blizzard, with the players getting better and Blizzard making harder and harder bosses, like the concentration levels are going up, and you can't concentrate and play at that high level. I mean, they do their best to do it for like 14 hours straight, but everybody has their limit.
And 12 good hours is a lot better than 14 sleep-deprived ones.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, that was Sarkareth that came in after only a couple hours of sleep and almost trolled, but were able to clutch it. And Max was like, "Never again. We're not taking that risk."
Yeah, it is such a depressing feeling when you are, in theory making progress, but the learning is being offset by how much more tired you're getting each pull, right? And so you're just like, yeah, those two forces just pushing against each other. You end up spending 3 hours and accomplishing nothing.
My prediction is that Liquid will prog as far as basically taking the top spot, but not just to take the top spot on the leaderboard, more so to learn, right, and get to a point of, okay, now we know enough about the fight that we sleep on it, we come back, like you say, tomorrow, and maybe after a few Mythic Pluses, we just absolutely crush this boss.
Yeah. I wouldn't discount the possibility that they could just kill this boss. I mean, ID were having some trouble with it, but I don't know. Liquid's comp here looks really solid for this. I think they've got potentially what it takes to just destroy this boss.
Yeah, triple DK, triple Evoker.
Yeah, we've got 2 different flavors of DK, right? The tank and the 2 DPS. And 2 different flavors of Evoker with the healer and the 2 DPS. This might be the first fight that we see the augmentation as well broken out, because this is a fight where one of the things that Augmentation Evoker is good at is buffing people that have a niche, right? And this fight, you have people doing that AoE damage, doing those burst damage into the vulnerability windows on the boss. Augmentation can sort of chameleon both of those roles, right? Buffing the people that are doing AoE when it's AoE time, and buffing the burst damage dealers into that damage amp. Let's see, though. It does look like starting on Devastation at least is Goop, and also Sang. So, okay, we've got Dev for now.
All right, here comes this first pull. We're going to see one of these black holes spawn, I believe, soon. This fight picks up pretty quick. You see how fast those orbs go.
Projectiles. And to dodge those. Pretty easy pattern, though, to start.
Yeah, to start.
And then there's that black hole being sent to the opposite side of the boss. You can see that now just down to the bottom left of the screen. And people with the ads now have to get on the other side of that black hole, beautifully stacked up. Oh, but one manifestation spawned in the bad spot. Oh, but nice. Looks like they were able to bring it into the black hole and get that vulnerability applied to it as well. Now we have the tank ad spawned. That does mean that it needs to be taken away, the boss actually taken away, and the Arcane Echo left in the middle of the room for the ads to be cleaved down under.
Well,
Ray is now staying on the Echo and focusing damage onto it, as the second collector is now being invoked here. They've got to dodge projectiles coming from both sides now.
As we watch this fight progress, I bet they switch more and more damage off of those ads and onto the boss, if the DPS check is there.
The timer is you need to kill it before the next Echo gets spawned. Other than any more than that, and it's kind of wasted damage. And here's that new Echo being spawned, and you can see that old one, unfortunately, still alive here, which means bang! We're going to wipe by just a little bit here. Some of the ads also failed to be controlled there. But yeah, if you have that 2 Echoes alive and the boss, it has been pretty much unwinnable, because they're going to get that damage amp and also damage reduction on their incoming damage taken.
87%.
Not bad.
Yeah, not bad.
But also, it is a 4th boss. We've had 3 one-shot bosses, and now a boss where the first pull only takes 13% of its health away. Really goes to show that this is the step up in difficulty at the middle point of the raid.
Yeah, I thought the black holes moved around the room more, but they stayed next to the first one, and the second one spawned there. So I don't know if it's maybe after that second ad spawns, then you move to a different section. We'll have to find out.
Yeah, maybe it's relative to the boss, because the boss was outside of the raid when it spawned, so maybe it draws a line from the boss to the collector and spawns the black hole on the opposite side.
Like X yards away, on the other side of the boss.
I haven't been paying enough attention to exactly where those black holes do spawn, but that is a vital part of how this boss works, so I'll try and keep track of it this time.
Yeah, anything to reduce the movement. And so if you can look on the screen now, maybe we can visually paint this triangle we were talking about. They're standing next to the tip of one of these collectors, and in front of them, right where Atlas just popped up, is another. And then to complete the triangle, there's another one over off the screen. And then so between each one of these collectors is where the black holes spawn.
Gotcha.
Along the line of the triangle.
About where that mouse cursor is right now.
Yeah, just
maybe a little left.
Maybe a little bit to the left, but yeah, generally in that area is where we saw the first black hole spawn the first time around. What was interesting to me is that they actually were able to CC/grip the invulnerable ad that spawned on the wrong, well, what we thought was the wrong side of the black hole. They were able to typhoon it or something, basically.
Something got it into that black hole,
yeah,
yeah.
booped it right into the black hole.
So they're not just they're not full CC immune. I guess they just have like a speed increase and a damage reduction maybe, while they aren't vulnerable from going through that black hole. So a little bit less punishing than I'd initially thought that mechanic was, which is to be expected. It is still just a 4th boss.
Yeah, maybe they just went a little overkill on making sure grip is a raid buff.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well,
nice.
Even still, just from that first pull, we kind of got a good look at how this fight ramps up by seeing the second collector come up, right? When the third one eventually comes up, there's going to be so many little of those electricity, circles that you have to be dodging and playing Frogger around throughout all of the rest of the mechanics that are going on. But I think your point about damage distribution, figuring out exactly the amount of damage you need to put into that echo to get it down before the next one spawns, while still obviously maximizing damage uptime on the boss as well.
We got our first look at the players looking to the side to watch the VOD of the race.
Love that.
We get to see a lot of that sometimes.
Yeah, they'll have their own VOD being played by somebody to highlight something. Usually Max, right? He'll be like, okay, let's pull this up. And let's watch a little bit of that. But a pull timer is out. We are getting ready for pull number 2 of boss number 4.
Forge Weaver Eraz. You see Shakib, he's got the knee up. He is in the gamer stance.
Yeah, I got some pizza crust there. Looks like he's not a fan of the crust of the pizza, but maybe we can get back to the gameplay as the boss is being pulled now.
I'm with you though, Shakib. Not a fan of pizza crust, but I am a fan of this boss.
Okay, so here comes that black hole on the opposite side of the boss. Relative to the collector, maybe. Let's see it spawn. It looks like it comes out of the collector, yeah, and then it's that projectile that goes through the boss over there to the other side.
Okay, now we see all the ads being taken to the opposite side of the black hole this time, successfully done by all players. Their shields break right as they make it in to the center of the room.
I don't love how some of them seem to spawn earlier than others, and it sort of naturally staggered them, didn't have them all moving in a nice similar speed, but Ring of Peace has gotten a lot of value there, just keeping them all under that echo. Now we've got some more discs to dodge. Let's see if we can see where that second black hole does spawn.
Yeah,
the death.
Those are deadly.
Okay, B-Res comes out. Where's the black hole going? Okay, it goes on the opposite side of the middle of the room. Perfect. From the collector.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's probably just a set distance
set
opposite the the collector.
It's just where you'd want it to be. That's really nice. Not being forced to spawn that yourself. Okay, so the echo has been killed, and we're now spawning the second echo.
Yeah, but you got to get the boss away.
Yeah, tank swap here is flubbed a little bit, it looks like.
And already getting another set of ads.
Yeah, this one now going to that far collector.
That's a peculiar choice. They also moved the echo away, as opposed to keeping it grouped up with the ads.
I think what they want to do here maybe is like get this ignite onto the collector or something. Does look like Hopeful is blasting into that echo. I'm not 100% sure.
The collectors can't take damage yet, but that is the next part of the fight that we have to worry about.
Though, so maybe this is just not what it was supposed to look like.
Okay.
I'm not sure. That echo, it feels like that echo should have been mid.
All right, here we go. Next set of ads.
Oh, nice blast wave there.
Beautiful blast wave to get it into the little black hole there. Brings the vulnerability back in. They're doing a much better job, though, on the echo damage this time around, but you can really see the entire fight is ramping up in terms of the speed of the mechanics coming out. We did miss one of the invulnerabilities. It gets gripped in, but it's got to go into the black hole. It still didn't make it. Can we come on, Typhoon, everything?
One more grip through the new black hole, maybe?
Oh, no. Another grip. That was brilliant.
All right.
The third set of ads.
But now there's another straggler.
Oh, no! Disaster strikes.
And that's how that wipe happens. A good recovery attempt. But yeah, I think what this really highlights is you have such a short amount of time, and all 4 of the people spawning ads just have to get on the other side of that black hole 100% of the time.
And they just can't get damage on the boss. No. Because they're spending all of their time dealing with these ads. They can't get any more damage on the boss.
Yeah, that was probably the break points that you were talking about from instant
87% was that what they were stuck on for a while.
Yeah, because you just get the boss to 87%.
And then you're just dealing with ads for the remainder of the fight.
So specs that are able to effectively damage the boss while doing all this other stuff, I think going to be highly valuable here. Stuff like the Warlocks maybe getting good value from that damage. They're playing Affliction. We don't actually see them here on Nick's damage meters, but THD is in 7th, just under a shine on the damage meter here, and he is able to keep that dot on the primary boss the whole time, do some good damage there. Something else that would be good here is if you can have a few people specialize into just murdering those ads, that will free up the space for everybody else to be hitting the boss a little bit more, to be hitting those echoes a little bit more.
Maybe a place to bring in a hunter if you can, and then the BM hunter just sits and attacks the boss.
And if you're playing, depending on the spec you're playing, I forget which hero talent tree it is, but one of the hunter hero talent trees has binding shot, like grips the mobs into the middle when it stuns them. One of those under the boss could go a long way to just pixel stacking all of the ads exactly where you'd want them. I think that might be a pack leader talent. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's something tricky here for the Warlocks because this does seem like a good Affliction fight, but their AoE dots, other than Seed of Corruption, are on cooldowns, and those ads come out so staggered in a way that you can't really just Vile Taint and Soul Rot them all. You can do like one of the sets.
Maybe you just make your Warlocks play Destro, Havoc the Echo, hit the boss, and let everybody else deal with those ads. I'm sure we'll see some experimentation. THD trying out all 3 Warlock specs is an iconic staple of the Race to World First, even when the Warlock specs aren't as good as they are right now. With all 3 of them looking great, I'm sure we're going to see some great testing from him.
Yeah, some extra experimentation, but also just consistency built pull over pull, right? Already from pull 1 to pull 2. Looked a lot cleaner. We even still had that one echo, though, making its way out of the raid and then having to come back in. And so once you start to remove some of that inconsistency from pull to pull, things are going to start to get a lot cleaner, and you will start to see some more damage finding its way onto the actual boss itself.
Yeah, the Dev Evoker just surprising me. I mean, every time there's a couple of Evokers in the raid, I'm shocked, but it's been a lot of the tiers. I think most tiers since Evoker's been added, you've had a couple Devs. Or a couple Augs.
Yeah, Evokers have been good. One or more specs of Evoker have been good ever since that class came out. Back in Vault of the Incarnates, it was Preservation. Dev was good during Aberrus Progression, and then, of course, Aug during Aberrus Farm, Aug during Amirdrasil. I guess Prez was turbo broken in Ansarek pre-nerf on those Flame Shaper Preservation Evokers. I guess Liberation was the first tier where during the Race to World First, Evokers weren't OP. But during Farm, Dev was OP. They buffed it like the week after the race was over, and that spec was turbo broken for all of Liberation of Undermine Farm.
So out of curiosity real quick here, I pulled up ID's poll log on Forge Weaver Araz just to see what their best poll was at that 69.5%, but really to see how far into the fight they got time-wise. It was 4 minutes and 13 seconds. That poll we just had was a little over 2 minutes long.
Okay.
Right, so just giving everybody a reference point. Not so much to worry about the health of the boss, but how much further ID was able to get into the fight and how much further we have to go. But how you're not going to see a lot of health really eliminated from Araz himself, even with double the amount of time, as we dive into poll number 3 here.
Yeah, 3rd time's the charm. I think that this boss did have a poll prediction of 3 from one of our casters, so it has to be now, or else that person is wrong and going to feel very foolish. I think it may have been Tettles. We'll have to see, though. I don't remember exactly what the predictions were. I think I was pretty low on this boss as well, though, so hopefully they are able to make some fast progression here.
So this time around, it's a different collector that came up first. So they're not set collector spawns either.
Yeah, so you have to be ready for anything when it comes to which collector spawns.
Yeah, that's what I was looking out for, and it is a different one. I don't know if it doesn't seem like they could bait it because the boss is just sitting in the middle and the raid is still in the same spot.
All right,
so they just have to keep their eyes open.
Maybe it's closest to the boss because this time around the boss has invoked that one over on the same side as it has been moved to. Maybe that was just RNG, though. We're going to get another spawn of 4 ads here. This time it's from that first collector in the middle of the room. And they are quickly all brought to their...
Oh, but they also have swirlies. They dodge.
Ooh, gross.
It did break them all. And now they'll get another set here.
2 healers down.
Hole.
That's not good. We also lost our B-Res early as the first Arcane Echo spawning took out a player. So now 1 healer, just Dryny, trying to keep the raid alive. It's a valiant effort, but already more players starting to die. A Shine, one of them does have Ankh. I think wisely opts not to click it here. This pull is looking very doomed very soon.
THD is dancing around, staying alive.
Yeah, it looks like
those
still on
orbs
that
zoot.
It's all right. Yips is still alive, so there's a chance. Oh, never mind.
Those are some quick orbs.
Wow, one of the big strengths of that Blood Death Knight here is that Death and Decay slow as well. Looks like he had a thing telling him to do that soon. That'd be really nice to just put in the middle of the room. One of the most powerful slows in the game. It starts at 90%. Does decay over the lifetime of that Death and Decay, though.
Ideally, for damage, they're going to want to just fully CC the first wave and then the second wave when there's 3 sets, and then just blast all the damage when all of them are stacked up. But I don't think they can do that. The orbs move so quickly.
I mean, if you could keep them in a stun or something.
Yeah, you would need like a vortex and then a stun.
I wonder if you could like Ring of Frost to keep them chill for a while, right?
And like not damage them?
Yeah.
Take us back to Mob Classic?
Yeah, I mean, that's a strat that we've seen on some of these kinds of ads. Razageth, when you had those little ads that crossed the middle of that side platform and you just put them in a Ring of Peace. Although this time around, those ads move so quickly, I think it's probably not feasible.
Yeah, double Rop into Rop.
Rop looked really good.
Yeah.
That is certainly looking strong for that Monk class.
Do Resto Druids get Ursals or no? They
can,
do.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so they can have an Ursals. They have the Nox from the Evokers.
Yeah, we saw Blast Wave to good effect as a sort of panic button by Hopeful.
Maybe Supernova works.
Yeah.
To knock up there's a new Gravity Lapse, and that one lasts pretty long.
It does. Yeah, we've seen Fired Up swap over to that Arcane Mage. It actually looks like we have a couple of different spec choices, because I can see right below THD on the meters here on Boomy's screen the icon of a Demonology Warlock. So we may well have some experimentation going on, even from the multiples of different classes that we have in play here.
Yeah, maybe they're talking about some of the stuff they're doing, so we can check that out by heading into a Monster Energy listen-in.
Okay, so it's like right. Is this it? Is this the second ad? And this is where we just got one shot? Yeah. So that Echo's dying, the new one's spawning. The next one's coming in. Where can the raid stand? Here?
Just be anywhere.
So let's spawn the Arcane Echo directly in the center of the room. And let's have the AMZ, like, here. Like, in front of where the ads are, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah. Just big Percy's here.
And that'll just be everyone.
Okay, it'll just be hard, like, if the ads were spawning opposite and I'm tanking the boss, like,
we can also
over
have
far away. Like, I'm just not going
Wait, are you talking about your AMZ?
Like, unless it's always on square, like, is that where it's always going to be? Or can it be over here?
We can just make it always be on square if we want.
Because I'm
the
over
ads,
here.
the ads are going to be coming in. No, it can also be on that ping. Can we just have one of the DPS TKs AMZ?
Yeah, because I'm going to be over here with the boss, so I might
just
be
have a DPS TK do it.
Let's just throw them both for now. Fuck it, let's go.
Dude, someone is cackling. Yeah, we have like enough time for like 2 pulls, or maybe we just kill it here.
Lock it in.
Fine.
Just kill it here.
It holds
two double AMZ on this.
I mean, it looks pretty pissed.
Brandon, you fucking got me right after that second. Yes, sir.
Dude,
Like,
I health
after
potted,
that
delay,
phase,
everything.
it
So
stops.
Frostworm's Fury griefs the first ads, but they're easy, right? So it's fine.
Just press all Zephyrs here on our
It's also a 3-second stun, so it's kind of fine.
Okay, so the first soak is going to be... So what we should actually also do is, who's AMZing this first soak? Dodge here?
Wolf can do it.
Okay, so Wolf, I want you to AMZ to where you are putting it halfway in the Arcane Echo soak and halfway out, so people who aren't soaking can get in it. It's happening in like 6 seconds. Just put it in between like the middle, and have the Arcane Echo soak always be directly in the center. Press the Grip of the Dead. The Frosty K's are griefing you, but it's fine. Okay, this is stun. The cap on this first set is just a meme because of the DKs. Okay, you're doing double dodge here. Double dodge. Okay, double dodge. Respect it. Okay, then we're getting new ads coming. New ads are in 3. He can onk. And then we're going to get on this new Echo. This is immunities, personals, rally AM, and there's going to be an AMZ in between the Echo and where that thing is right now. The immunities are in the direct center of the room, so you don't care. Personal. Press smacked. This is
I don't have stun. I don't have stun.
You don't have stun? Okay, just ring early, Trill.
I have D&D in 3 right now.
That's fine. You're gonna use it on the next set. It'll work.
No.
Trust. This is your stun check, followed by impact. Double dodge, triple 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 dodge. Okay, and then we're getting a set of 3 adds, correct? Finish this echo. Adds 1 coming in. Get there. This is going to be Boomy stun into a Shine's cap into Trill's ring.
I'm coming now. Trust the D&D, like, trust it. It'll be good.
Oh, we had like a meta. Frosty K's are doing weird shit again.
I did not meta.
I lied. Good ring. This next set is going to be Sang's spit into Trill's stun into Impex's cap.
I don't.
He stunned early. It's fine.
Oh yeah.
Sent this inside.
It's okay. Use the ring.
It's not up yet.
How long?
I have it now.
Okay, and then this next one is going to be Nick's roar into Shaq's stun into Zevi's cap. He's not here. Who can follow up stun here? Nick's dead. It's fine. Keep going. Kill those ads. This is going to be Yip's Mass Grip or Ursul's.
I've got the first collector.
Intermission now.
The lines are really fast.
Yeah, the lines are really fast. And spread out, guys. Spread out.
Okay, I'll get the other one.
I'm listing.
Yeah, I like that.
You know which one's casting second?
Yeah, I do. It's you're going exact opposite.
Yeah.
Dude, the lines are absurdly fast.
Yeah. I have an idea for this phase, but I think we just go to bed and show up tomorrow, right? Chill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also,
I think we should always probably switch on this one, Scott. Like, because mine's stunned, so I can leave it and come take yours, and you just go get mine out of the stun. I think that's probably easiest. You just bring it here. I'll just come get it, and then you go take.
Am I supposed to do it like after they do it?
Like we just did, right?
Yeah, like we just did. Except you would just go and get mine.
Nick, did you place an app there
over from
when you died?
I don't think so.
Dude, who openly laughed at he's not here, Natty?
Siphon, and then the boss cast knockback. Just
oh no, I laughed IRL,
like,
bro.
I
got shot in the head, bro.
I laughed IRL as well, but that was
this is RNG.
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes on random people. 3
I didn't have an ad. I just got literally triple, like, just one shot by the shit.
Can be, I don't know if I'm
like,
check how that works. Maybe some weak hour that tells you that you're being targeted, because I think it's, as far as I remember, not everyone.
I actually hit twice in 0.7 seconds, and then this thing just fucking one-shots me.
Because we probably need something. We need the rally there. Probably people should be personal data thing, and we should also assign renewing blaze to Shaq. Plus he should blur instead of nether walk, and then.
Bummel, we're all gonna go to bed right now. You spend the next hour thinking about exactly how to figure out that shit, or wake up early in the morning and do it, and then we'll talk about it tomorrow. It's all good.
Their melees aren't too bad. So
my question with that roar, you want me to do?
Yeah,
like someone else roared first, like the oppressive roar.
They just probably fucked up.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Wait. Also,
which set?
What?
The last set right there. Before we pushed.
Not me.
Like he said my roar, then I saw they already had roar on them.
Yeah, I roared because like my roar is not up for the previous set unless I'm expected to take
I can work that. I can make that
I wanted to make
unless
sure.
I'm expected to take the cringe talent, but I would rather not take the talent. Like minus 30 seconds.
So that was very, very good. Great pull. Great day. We fucking blasted through everything. Did everything we needed to do. Got geared. One shot all of our Tazzies. Got fucking insanely lucky from loot, by the way. I don't think we could have possibly gotten better loot from that place. So log on tomorrow. Time to game. Go to bed, by the way. Don't stay up. I'll get really mad. I'll find you.
I'm staying up.
You're not staying up. Go to bed.
I'm staying up.
All right. Leave TeamSpeak. We'll figure this all out tomorrow. W.
Thank you so much, Monster Energy, for that listen in. It looks like the Raiders are calling it for tonight. They got to 78%, I think I saw there, and they're just going to let the analysts probably stay up all night making some stuff for this. A lot of CC rotation management, I'm guessing. That seems to be a big deal on this fight.
Yeah, getting a couple of those pulls before bed is really valuable for seeing exactly what it looks like, exactly how different stuns and stuff actually feel against the different mechanics. So I think certainly a good use of time tonight. Also, it just feels really good to actually start getting some progress going. We spend a lot of days doing chores and then killing a couple easy one-shot bosses. It's nice to actually start getting for what we're all here for, which is Mythic progression.
Yeah, and on a nice little prog poll, and we heard Max during that listen-in live calling all those CC rotations that you're talking about, and now, as you mentioned, the expectation is, okay, we go and chart all of this out for what we expect to be the length of the fight.
Yeah, it's interesting because mechanically, you don't really need a weak aura. Like, when you know you have that orb, it's a pretty crazy graphic. You know, like, where the things are spawning. They're very visual. But as far as the CC goes, it would be very helpful to have something tell you your stun is next, or a raid leader who is about to sit down and join us for the Blacklyte Spotlight.
Yeah, it's one of those fights, right, where you have just a lot of control that can be done, but if you lose even a couple of seconds and then one mechanic's a little scuffed, the next mechanic is going to be very scuffed, and then it's a wipe, right?
Yeah. All right, it looks like Max is here.
I'm here.
In the Blacklyte chair for the Blacklyte Spotlight.
Is that why it's named that?
Yeah, that is why it's
not
named
just
that.
a coincidence?
No, it is
Okay.
not.
That was lucky, because that would be a lucky coincidence.
It would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we finally made it to Mythic, and
yeah. How are you guys feeling? You guys made it through the trenches of the first couple days of the tier?
I would say, yeah, it was harder for us probably than you guys, you know.
I actually think that might be true. Like splits are mind-numbing, but like I feel like casting, like if you love WoW rating and you're like so into progression, like casting splits is just like you're just doing, what are you doing, you know? You got to do your job and you're doing it, but yeah, you guys are definitely in the trenches too.
Y'all are doing your job, so the least we can do is ours. But yeah, I mean, into Mythic today. Probably the most exciting first boss kill in the Race to World First history.
Yeah, it's a clean one shot. Yeah, that's how we take those.
I'll admit, we were on the couch about halfway through. We kind of resigned ourselves to, maybe they're gonna wipe on the first boss. And yeah, I thought you guys kept pushing through.
Yeah, the Enrage is weird. You can like kind of play a while, so we just felt like, might as well go for the one shot, right? Like I don't want to have some random guy in Twitch chat flame me for not one shotting the first boss.
Right.
So yeah, we went for it. I thought about wiping it. It was actually kind of interesting in the first bot. Whenever you do a long tier of farm, you have like the best players in the world, but you get to these bosses and it's like they literally forget how to do Mythic progression for like a while. Sometimes it can be like a raid night. That's unideal. But you saw it happen on that pull. Like a couple of people just died to like the fall off damage from the tank thing.
Right.
So it's not like linear fall off damage. It's kind of like nuclear fall off damage and then you live. And someone just like sat there and they're a very mobile class. It happened right away.
Yeah.
And it's just like, that's something that like someone in this guild would never do, but you get used to doing because you have no challenging content for a really long period of time. So you kind of saw people like kind of locking in, and then for the next two bosses, we just like completely smoked them.
Absolutely smashed those two bosses. But yeah, it was 26 deaths for that first boss kill. Ankh Totem coming in clutch, I think, in some ways.
Oh, we died 26 times on the kill?
on
That's
Plexus
insane.
Sentinel kill.
I would not believe that number. That's so many more
Because
than...
you had 3 shamans that all onked themselves. Then you had multiple battle reses and an Ankh Totem, I believe, to make it happen. And also, it was a nice little opportunity for Yips following Scott's Anduin.
Yeah, he was aura farming.
To then have Yips take that one for the squad.
It was all intended.
Forge Weaver Araz. This looks like a really significant step up. Just what are your first, impressions of the boss after a couple pulls?
It's hard to tell. Like we knew we had to talk about the loot for a little bit, so I wish we had like more time on it. But the reason why I wanted to go there is just to like make sure we have some initial like the construct of the fight set up. Like make sure the CC rotations and stuff, which you saw in our last poll, like I think our third poll, maybe our fourth poll. We like our ad CC was perfect. We had that exactly right. So like I would imagine starting tomorrow we would just be at least in the first intermission every poll 3 or 4 pulls in. That could mean a lot of things. It could be a 200 pull boss, but it could also be a 20 pull boss. I don't know, right? The intermission's pretty quick. But yeah, it's clearly a step up. I mean, I think one of our raiders said, like, man, they took Rashinan so bad. and it's like, yeah, like you one-shot the 4th boss for the first raid of this expansion, and then they, Styx obviously is easily the hardest 4th boss of all time. And then now this boss, I don't know where it's going to end up in terms of that, but it's like certainly a massive step up from the first 3.
Yeah, we saw in that last poll you eke about another 10% boss health or damage on the boss there, but it does seem like a fight where it's very difficult to find boss damage just because of how much time is dedicated to positioning and dealing with the adds themselves.
Yeah, I think you'll... there was something we were going to do on this fight that we didn't want to do tonight.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we'll have a lot more boss damage tomorrow.
All right, cool. Not going to push you too hard on that one then.
Yeah, how are you feeling about weak ores this tier? Because I was thinking that the bosses would be designed a lot more for like the add-on pruning that they're doing, maybe some experimenting with fights that don't require weak ores, or does it feel pretty typical?
So kind of polarizing in both directions. So I would say most fights I feel like it's not super weak ore centric. Like it's pretty easy to do without weak ores. Like maybe all of them except Fractalus, where like literally the entire fight is just someone telling you where to go, a little robot. But I think Mythic Fractalus, even with it being so random assigny as like a fight, I think it could end up being a really powerful fight. So like one thing that I found strange is in Heroic, they never found a way to add raid damage to the fight, but in Mythic, there's Mythic walls that you break that do raid damage, and it's going to own you. In fact, they buffed the duration of that dot by 50% just today, from 8 to 12 seconds. So like, that's going to own you. I still think Fractalus has a chance to be a boss that is trying to kill you a lot, and you are going to have to try to do as much damage as you can to kill him. And that alone, you can have a pretty basic boss, and if you can accomplish that, it's going to be really cool, especially if it's hard to live. So I think that one on Heroic, it's just it's like there's nothing to heal, and like you just go to your spots. But on Mythic, I think it's going to be pretty intense. Like you're going to feel like you're dying like a lot. So I'm looking forward to that. But I don't know. I wouldn't. You are right. Like, oh, we're going to prune add-ons. So, but that thing is that's not going to happen for like years. And they're not going to like completely change their design process going into one raid. I don't even know how you would do that because add-ons are still here, right? So I don't know.
They're also very clearly honing in on what they think is the correct boss health, right? Because it got like a major health buff, and then more recently, I think just took a tiny
Fractalus
health nerf. So.
Last week, Fractalus's health was buffed by 130%, and then this week and just today it was nerfed by 30%. So yeah, I mean, but I don't really pay too much attention to that, honestly. I feel like Blizzard could, you could see a million of those changes, but like all that matters is the health that you get to and it's there.
Right. Yeah.
It's just like last second, like taking any information they can to make it as accurate as possible.
Hard mode Tazavesh, how did the loot work out? We kind of just heard some rumblings. Obviously, all 6 groups were successful, but
yeah, I feel kind of stupid because like the whole week I've been saying like it's not really that important for the raid. Like most of the time, it's just going to be a crest save, and I think maybe on average that ends up being
Azula.
Maybe, hopefully,
You're just
true.
Gonna ruin the whole
broadcast.
We're good.
And we got a ton of weapons, a ton of really good rings. A few trinkets. Basically, everyone, like the worst thing that someone got, well, okay, someone got a belt. That's tough.
Ooh,
one person got a belt. But the worst thing anyone else got was saving a crest.
Okay.
And I would say the average person got like a weapon. It was like insane. I think we got like 7-8 weapons or something like that, which is absolutely crazy.
That is nutty. That is nutty.
Yeah, I want to go back to Plexus Sentinel, I guess. Did you feel anything with the kill like that? I know it's just the first boss, but were you excited at all? Like,
I mean, I was like, man, it'd be really cool if we didn't not one-shot the first boss. So, like, when you killed it, I was like, oh, thank God. We did not wipe on this thing. So, yeah, so in a way, yeah, is that the first boss in a long time or ever that has made me feel something? Maybe. Like, no matter how we got there, we got there. Yeah, that was fun.
On Lumathar, just a small question around the approach there, because some people are talking about, well, hold Lust until you get the damage amp when she comes down for the second phase. Was there any specific reason you guys threw the Lust at it initially?
No,
cooldowns?
No, we have an account sharing mage we got from Echo, and he just randomly lusted on
He
pull.
just ripped the Lust on pull.
I know a lot of mages like that. That's, they all do
we
that.
literally.
Gotcha.
I mean, you can listen to our comms on the channel, and it's just. Like we pulled and we're like, okay, I guess we're lusting. That was exactly what was said on the poll, and we assumed we would just like wipe maybe because we did that, but I mean, it was a
we
really
spent the first 50% trying to justify the lust.
I mean,
I came up with some reasons, which I was like, well, if you get through phase 1 faster, you drop less webbing around the edges, which means you have more space. For the I was trying to come up with a million different reasons
that is
why.
It is an area denial mechanic. It just doesn't really like you could do the last phase with the entire room covered on the outside with that. That being said, P1 might be harder than P2, and I guess the reason you would less P2 is like, you get. Is there a damage jam at the beginning of P2? I actually don't know.
All of P2.
All of P2.
It's just yeah. Okay, so you'd feel like you'd want to lust there, but it's like it doesn't really ramp that hard. It was easy to heal, and you just kind of get to the end before anyway. So maybe lusting P1, you get a ramping amount of pylons in P1.
Yeah,
starts with 1, goes to 2, ends up being 4. So like if that's dangerous and you're scared of that. Maybe lusting P1 is the move, and on accident we can figure that out. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sort of hopeful multiple times now. Accidentally ended up working out really well. The things he's done, but
he's accidentally the highest item level.
Well, that's like a temporary thing. That's just because he's done Mythic Plus for 2 days, and everyone else had to still do splits. Yeah.
He's also playing Fire Mage, a spec that they've announced some buffs for. How were you feeling when we saw the class tuning today? Is that any of that surprise you? The fact they're buffing Fire Mage and you showed up playing a couple of them must feel pretty good.
Yeah, but also, I mean, they've announced it really early in the week, so if Blizzard ever felt like that was wrong, they could simply just like not do it.
Yeah, do the little strike through on the note. Yeah.
So I mean, they could do something like that. Yeah. I mean, Mage is always good. A lot of specs are good for different things.
I was just going to ask one final question for you. Looking at tomorrow, we kind of heard your good night to the Raiders and everything, but what's kind of the expectation straight into Mythic? Not going to hold you to it, what you say tonight, but...
I mean, even if I could tell you, like, I could tell you right now that the plan is we're going to go right into Mythic.
And it won't matter.
And I could be lying to you. Like, maybe we'll wake up and then Bubba's like, wait, actually, we could gain this and this and this if we do Mythic Plus for like 1.5 hours. And if we're going to ever have a wipe to an ad being at 1% HP and goes in, we wouldn't if we would have done this. And then I'd be like, yeah, you're right. And then they'll go do Mythic Plus for like 2 hours. I don't know, but I don't think we have a lot of upgrades for Mythic Plus, honestly.
Gotcha.
So I would imagine we would just go straight in. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, thank you so much for stepping into the Blacklyte spotlight again tonight, Maximum.
Yep.
Yeah, get some rest.
Hit it with a full government.
Yeah, the full government Maximum name. That's crazy. Okay, cool. All right.
See you. Good night, man.
Gian.
Wow. 2/3 of the Potty C. For just a moment there. Felt like I was
electrifying, huh?
Yeah, that was wild. It's like at home listening to it. Yeah, I love
never
those
felt
interviews.
so close to the Potty C.
No. I was actually a guest one time, Dash.
Were you?
Wondered, yeah. A kind of guest game show host type thing.
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, it was very memorable.
Yeah, but yeah.
What does one have to do to be a guest on the Potty C, Dratnos?
Get DM'd by Frank.
Okay, talk to your agent.
Frank,
okay.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Frank sent me a DM. He's like, yo, you got some time this whatever day you record it? I said, sure. But yes, he's so excited to see them get into Mythic. Forge Weaver looks great. I'm sitting there looking at it going, is this going to be like too hard? You're trying to figure out how hard is this?
Is this just like a 10-pull boss?
Yeah.
Because it could be either right now. I think that they will eliminate this boss fairly quickly once they come at it tomorrow, especially if, like Max said, they've been holding back part of the strat for tonight. Then, yeah, that could make it a lot easier.
Yeah, I think it's closer to a 10-pull boss than a Styx.
Yeah, but how
much
where
is
in
the
that
question.
spectrum it lands, I think, is definitely up in the air.
I was watching it thinking maybe this... I mean, they haven't optimized boss damage, but you're talking... There's so early on this, talking about optimizing boss damage just seems kind of weird, because that's usually something you bring up like 50 pulls in, and you're like, oh, they're getting through it. They haven't really started optimizing yet.
This is a weird fight, though, because optimizing might mean you go from having 0% uptime on damaging the boss to 50% uptime or something on actually hitting the boss instead of hitting ads. And in that case, it's a big deal, right? Whereas there's a lot of third bosses or fourth bosses where it's like, okay, if we did 20% more damage here, it wouldn't matter because the boss isn't tuned that tightly.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm excited. So I think we're going to call it for tonight so you guys can get some sleep. Oh, actually, Dash, you're joining me.
I'm joining you.
In a few minutes for
on
the After Dark
show.
But Dratnos, you can go do some Mythic Plus and then get some sleep.
Love Mythic Plus Keystone Dungeons.
Yeah, and then all the viewers can rest so that they can. Well, no.
Well, we gotta watch.
Stay for
After
after dark.
Stay for after dark.
Yeah, I'll go hop in Twitch chat for that.
But then we'll all take Maximum's advice and get some good rest before more
Every
raining
night
tomorrow.
All right. Well, thank you for joining me tonight, and thank you to our sponsors. We've got Coinbase, our presenting sponsor, along with Philips Hue, Blacklyte, Monster Energy, Alienware, Zenni, RaiderIO, Wowhead, and Warcraft Logs, and of course our charity sponsor, the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. You have a good night, and see you in a few minutes for After Dark.
That's right. Stick around.
Someone I'd like for you to meet.
Don't be a third wheel. Enter the sweepstakes and meet your perfect match.
Ever since humans first walked the earth, they've searched for one thing. Civilizations advanced, yet suffering continued.
There seems to be a strange curve in the lower vertebrae. I'll call this the lumbar. We must give it support.
But doctor, I'm seeing spots.
We mastered silicon chips and cathode ray tubes, but comfort was still offline.
There really should be a chair made for gaming, with cushions and maybe wheels.
Until we got it right.
Man, I wonder what my ancestors went through before this.
Elevate your space with Blacklyte.
Hey, psst. Have you unlocked your blue yet? This is my blue. Sharp, stylish, and ready to win. What's yours look like? Quests are easy, like watching our matches or just repping Team Liquid online. Rack up points and flex your grind. I'm keeping an eye on the leaderboards. I'm watching you. Join my blue today. See you there.
Hey, what's up? Why'd you want to meet all the way up here?
Do you ever think about your future? How people might remember you?
What are you talking about?
You never know what tomorrow brings. What if I told you there's a way to see?
Why would I need new glasses?
Just put them on.
I don't see anything different. They're just regular glasses. Huh, that's weird. It's almost like I'm
seeing the future.
Whoa.
Yo, brah, can you toss my frisbee back?
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Hey, Hopeful. Want to look at an idea I have for Nexus King?
Awesome. I'm almost done here. Just give me a couple more minutes.
Hey guys, we're looking at the new Race World First Apparel collection. Let's get started. Shadow Tee, new design. We have the Alliance jacket, blue and clean. Had the Void hoodie, super warm. Had the Horde jacket, new style. We have the Sylvanas Sherpa, very soft. Have the new race jersey, has Dimensions on it. We have the Derp hoodie, great for raiding. We have the Void tee, new print. We have the mouse pad, slides real smooth. And finally, we have the Derp tee. If you guys want to grab any of this, you can at tl.gg/RWF.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Race to World After Dark. I'm Cams, joined by Dash.
And Azula.
And Azula here, who is getting very tired.
Yeah.
We'll try and make this quick for you, sweetie. But tonight we're going to be talking about classic WoW.
Let's do it. That's my baby right there. That's that's home for me. At least how I think of WoW.
Yeah, I was a vanilla player, but not a classic player.
Well, that's actually more what I was too. Was a vanilla player. I actually didn't play classic in 2019 on the re-release, but then I did play a ton of hardcore ever since hardcore has come out, and that's played essentially as classic, right? So right back into the classic world in that.
Oh, if you didn't notice, we haven't had a sponsor for the After Dark, but I'm getting a note that we had a suspicious donation from if I'm hearing it right, a wealthy furry. Is that right? Well, whatever that means. A suspiciously wealthy furry.
We'll take it. Sponsorship is a sponsorship.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you want to get your name like under this graphic right here, you could
that's right. A little brought to you by a suspicious furry, if you will.
Yeah, maybe some other creatures will pop up.
Azula does not know what just walked into this.
Was it Azula who did this?
Yeah, that's true.
Was that your donation?
Azula, are you the donor?
All right, let's hop in. Let's talk about hardcore. That is something after the fact I thought was pretty. I didn't do it, but thinking about it, that would be a way I would want to experience classic WoW. Because I went and leveled in the Barrens to like get a little nostalgia on the regular classic WoW in 2019, and then got to like level 20, and I was like, okay, yeah, I remember this. I'm done. But watching people do the hardcore and thinking about it was like, ooh, that would really let you dig in because everything is so important and you really have to like learn the game.
Yeah, I think part of the reason why, like 2019 Classic when it came back, I shouldn't say I didn't play it at all. I did kind of the same thing you did. I jumped in, leveled to 20, and I was like, okay, that was a fun little nostalgia trip going through the initial, starting zones, Elwyn Forest to Westfall to, Red Ridge Mountains. Then it was like, okay, but I'm remembering how much time it's going to take to get to level 60 and then do everything beyond that. Is it really worth it? I think the nice thing about hardcore is it just adds so many stakes to the game, right? And so while you are still spending a tremendous amount of time along that journey, every single accomplishment is amplified that much more in terms of how it makes you feel, as well as you cannot beat those heart-pounding moments when you're facing the threat of 100 hours lost at level 60 and you're in a dungeon where something's going wrong. 200 hours lost, something like that. And the responsibility you then feel to the other people around you in the world.
Yeah,
right?
If you take raid loot and then die while you're out questing, you just got the tier.
Or I play a healer. People's lives are in my hands.
Yeah.
They are entrusting me with those hundreds of hours or whatever that they've invested. And yeah, as to your point, every piece of loot means that much more, right? And so I love any game that has stakes. I think that hardcore specifically works with classic WoW, though, where it might not work for a number of other expansions in WoW. Because the reality is that in classic WoW, very few things are just threatening to kill you outright.
Yeah.
Like there's not a mechanic that's necessarily going to one-shot you. There's a few. It's more about the knowledge, right? And it's more about understanding your strategic approach to something and what my class is strong at, what it's good at, what it's bad at, and now how to play around certain encounters as a result.
Yeah, WoW is still very much like a knowledge and prep game, but it really was that way back in the day. I mean, I guess.
Well, now there's more of a demand on mechanics, right?
Yeah.
It's still a knowledge and prep game, but also a mechanics game, right? And so, but at the end of the day, like a raid fight in classic WoW, most of them have two mechanics. It's like move out of the bad, and then maybe one other thing that you have to accomplish, right? Imagine any current raid fight in a hardcore format.
Yeah.
Everyone's losing their character.
Yeah, unless they were just like tuned down to
and then
up for that.
And then
But
it's not
still,
retail WoW anymore.
Yeah. Oh, what do we got here?
Is this our mysterious sponsor for the evening?
I think it is. It just came walking in like he owns the place. Just thinks he can donate and then control the show.
Suspiciously wealthy furry over here. How are you doing? Good.
Good.
Wearing the headset. Giving the thumbs up.
Does the mic pick you up over there? He's nodding yes.
I can't hear a thing.
No, I don't hear any sound coming out, so it must. Oh.
I see a mouth moving.
The mouth
no
is moving.
Sound.
This is not Tettles. Does Tettles have a Sonic shirt? That is an orange like a moonkin, orange like a druid. With a nice. Oh, is that a nice?
Yeah, it's a cat, feral druid.
It could be
of some kind.
Yeah, is that Smacked? Was Smacked? No, who was playing the feral? Smacked is healing this tier.
Smacked is healing. Yeah, we didn't have a feral in, at least as of yet.
Yeah, but
Azula is trying to figure out what that is right now.
Yeah, Azula does not like our donor.
You know, growling. Not at our sponsor. No growling at our sponsor.
So how much of that money am I getting from your donation?
Yeah, how much
Mr.
goes
Furry?
direct to Cams?
He's trying to figure out the headset.
However we can make it work.
Maybe I'll just sit here while you figure that out and not say anything.
This is a screaming success. Still nothing.
So classic WoW.
So classic WoW.
I forgot, I got completely
Just
derailed.
so off track now.
Have you played any others like the Burning Crusade and the Wrath of the Lich King? Or
No. So again,
You
like
just
in
did the
terms of the
hardcore?
2019 re-release, I did not play into TBC or Wrath. I will say the majority of my hours as a WoW player, though, probably still come from those original 3 expansions. While I have touched every expansion at some point, along their release cadence. Vanilla into TBC into Wrath of the Lich King. I mean, the game came out when I was 14 years old, so I was primed, for those years to be the ones where I just put hundreds, if not, thousands and thousands of hours into the game. And I look back on those expansions very fondly, right? I think I'm in that class where, Wrath was like probably for me the best, the best period of WoW.
Yeah.
And then there's the kind of the next gen WoW players, which is what would you say, Cataclysm,
The Cata
through to
babies.
Legion, or and then probably then there's the third generation, which is post Legion players.
Yeah, I think if they didn't do it, but if there was a WoW 2.0, if it's not Legion, then it was Kata, probably. But I think Legion was the first. They like really revamped a lot of classes and put a ton of systems in the game and stuff. And the game changed a lot after Legion. And then I think Dragonflight would maybe be like another like a 3.0.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. If I think about, we actually started to talk about it a little bit on, I think it was like the first day of broadcast, kind of randomly. One of the things I think that Classic WoW did very well is make every class feel uniquely good and uniquely bad at different things. And then by virtue, made grouping feel much more valuable. Because if I cannot perform certain tasks and you can, and then you can't perform certain tasks and I can, it wholly benefits us to group up together and support each other in a way. Azula is just on edge right now because
we've been invaded by a farm.
There's a whole farm in here all of a sudden, and she's trying to figure out what's going on.
It's okay, Azula.
Azula, we're fine. It's all right, sweetheart. But you know what I mean? Like, I think that was something that, especially as a social game, it really identified early on, which is that we are made stronger by grouping together. A priest with a warrior, all of a sudden becomes an unstoppable duo. But a warrior on their own is actually very fragile in a lot of cases in Classic WoW. Like, warriors are very much known for the fact that you take on more than one or two mobs on your own and you're probably dead as a warrior in Classic WoW. But all of a sudden you put a priest behind them, warrior becomes unkillable, and you're just like motoring through mobs, zero downtime, and it's a really impressive kind of duo, of classes to put together. I think as expansions came on, one argument has always been a little bit of the homogenization of certain classes and abilities within the game, and so. Yeah, I've got 2 or 3 defensives. You've got 2 or 3 defensives. Aside from the raid buffs that we all put in, I have a spec if I need to cleave. I have a spec if I need to single target. I have this. I have that. And so where does kind of the impetus for why we need to group together come in? It's just less present, I think.
Did most people level in a group in hardcore?
I would say a lot of people did. Not everybody. I mean, you're going to be running dungeons, so obviously for that, you need to. If I think about my recent hardcore experience, my first character that I leveled as a priest, I leveled entirely alone aside from the dungeons that I ran.
And you got to 60?
And I got to 60.
Gamer.
I have 4 level 60s in
wow.
hardcore. So I have 2 priests. One I did on one of the older hardcore servers, like one of the original ones, and then the other 3 came on the anniversary server. I put in the OnlyFangs group, so that was a lot more of group leveling.
That seemed like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a ton of fun. And again, one of the examples was I played my mage with another person's priest, my boy Clock.
Shout out.
Yeah, he's in Norway, so he's probably not watching at this hour. But still, we did basically 1 to 60 together. He's a priest, I was a mage. Another really powerful duo, because as a mage, I'm super fragile, right? I'm obviously still very powerful, a lot of control, but if I get caught for a moment, I can get 2-shot by anything, right? In Classic WoW or something like that. So having a priest behind me all of a sudden makes it so we can blow through quests. We can take on 10 mobs at a time without the threat of, again, a lag spike killing me. Because I didn't get the blink off in time or something like that, and these mobs all, caught me. Or something like that. So it was, again, it kind of forced this social interaction between the two of us, and I made a friend as a result. Somebody I did not know prior, and now I consider to be a close and dear friend, all because of what the game kind of demanded of us to be successful. And that's, I think, one of the reasons why WoW originally was such a successful game. Because it did create a necessity of social interactions, which is what an MMO should do.
Yeah, my oldest friends in real life are high school friends that I played WoW with, and my oldest friends online are people I played, like I raided with in Burning Crusade. I still talk to them like every day. So
there you go.
Yeah, bonds people. So having played a mage in Classic Hardcore, Say you're in a dire mall and things kind of go awry. What would you do?
What would I do?
Yeah.
I would use every single piece of my utility in order to help my team. Well, yeah, I mean, to get away myself, but as well, maybe help the other 4 members of the party that I committed to going into this dungeon with to also survive. Because I do think there's a little bit of a pact that you sign when you
when you go into a dungeon.
Now, the pact isn't that I will die for your sins.
Yes.
But I will do everything in my power. I'll use every spell in my spell book. I'll use every
rank,
every item, every rank. It's really important to have a little alt key. If you don't know how to use macros, I think macros are a really important tool, especially when it comes to playing a mage. A little rank 1 Frost Nova. Most people start using max rank Frost Nova. It's important to know that Frost Nova's duration does not increase with rank. It's only its mana cost and damage. So honestly, don't even learn anything above rank 1 Frost Nova. And then of course Blizzard. Blizzard is a big one, right? Max rank Blizzard is half your mana bar, but a rank 1 Blizzard with a little alt key is a good way to go ahead and slow a few things. Counterspell is a very powerful tool. We got rank 1 Cone of Colds, which should also be alt keyed. We got Mana Gem. We got Evocation. I mean, again, one of the most utility-focused classes in the game. It's very useful. And at the end of the day, I think communication is another big element of it. You're in voice comms with people. Let's be talking about what we're trying to do. Let's be a part of the solution, I think.
Lock in.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody lock in. And let's get through this together.
Yeah,
Those are the most fun moments when you get through things with people, right? When everybody locks in, does their job, that's when you have the most fun in World of Warcraft.
I mean, that's why the raiding is so awesome. I mean, to kill some of these bosses when like even just like your average raiding guild, it takes a ton of time. You're coming in 4 nights a week or even 2 nights a week is a lot of time. And to do that with a bunch of people, it's just so exciting. That's just the best part of WoW is playing with people.
You could probably attest playing at the level that you've played at to some of the more memorable moments for yourself. And I'm sure killing the end boss is one of the most memorable moments. But I'm sure there are many other memorable moments where, whether it was you or somebody else in the raid, pulled something off for the sake of the team, right? And it might have been catching that thing and dying for the sake of the kill. Saying, all right, yeah, I'm going to drop 10 places down that damage meter, but I'm going to catch that orb before it hits the ground, and we're going to get the kill. That's a good feeling.
Or your yips tonight.
Or your yips tonight, and you get it over the line. You know?
Not the hardest boss, but you did save him some time.
It was impressive, man. That was so cool to see.
That's fun. So do you think you'd level any more in hardcore, or is that kind of your past?
So I've got 2 priests at level 60, a mage at level 60, and a druid at level 60. I would like to get every single class in Classic WoW to level 60 at some point. I need a break, and I haven't played hardcore WoW since OnlyFans kind of ended. I don't know when I would come back. If they do another fresh release of servers at some point, that would probably be the biggest reason to come back. Obviously, an OnlyFans 3.0 would be another reason I would be very quick to jump in there. So not only do I want to get every class to max level, I'd like to complete a couple challenges with certain classes. One of my druids, a druid who died, actually, at level 27, I was doing what I was calling the D&D challenge, where I was only allowing myself to wear 3 pieces of magical gear.
Okay.
So only 3 of my pieces can be green or higher rarity.
So
everything else has to be wider.
Self-imposed.
Totally self-imposed. But 3 pieces of magical gear, maximum, and 12 prepared spells at any given time. And I can only prepare spells anytime I go back to a rested area. So I only use 1 hotbar, the main hotbar, 1 through =, MMO mouse. And whatever those 12 spells are, I can't use a single other spell in my spell book if I did not prepare it before I went out into the world. I could go back to, an inn and change my spells based on what I'm going to try and accomplish, but I'm still locked to only those 12 spells that I choose at any one time. Sadly, that druid didn't die as a result, really, of any of those. I mean, arguably because I was underpowered, I made a poor decision. But I didn't die because of the 12 spells. I died because I jumped out of a tower, intending to jump to the 2nd floor, and I just missed. And I went all the way to the ground and just died to fall damage.
A classic death.
Which was a real bummer. But still fun. So I'd like to run that back at some point. Or
Kind of
maybe
like a
apply
Dark
that
Souls.
to somebody else. Yeah, kind of like a Dark Souls thing. I have another challenge that I like to do for a shaman, which I'm calling like the Avatar challenge, Master of the Elements. But basically, I spin a wheel, a randomized wheel. This character's still alive. He's like parked at like level 23 or something. Not very high, but I spin a wheel of the 4 elements. And I've assigned, obviously each of the spells in my spellbook to a certain element. And whatever element it lands on, I can't use that entire class of spells until the next level. And then I spin the wheel again, and whatever it lands on, I can't use that class of spells. So I always can't use one of my types of spells. So if it's nature, I can't use any of my healing spells. If it's frost, I can't use frost shock, whatever it is. If it, so that kind of stuff to make that more difficult. I want to do a hunter with the Robin Hood challenge, which is every time I go into a major city. This one's really simple, but every time I go into a major city, I would roll a random number between 1 and my current level, and I would have to just give that amount of gold away to a random person. So just like doing good and giving away gold, but it would mean that in Classic, gold is hard to come by.
Yeah.
And so that probably means I won't be having a lot of spells that I previously would want to buy or something like that. And every single one of these classes, I also would play with what I call the Wheel of Misfortune, which is another random wheel of all kinds of different negative effects. So it could be something like delete a random item. So I didn't just roll like 1 through 16 because there's 16 slots or whatever. And then I just, whatever number it lands on, just delete it, no matter how good it is. It could be... I can't even remember a lot of them, but basically just a wheel of a bunch of random things. It could be like fight the next elite that you see, or something like that.
What if
that's within like 5 levels? Maybe we could put something like put some kind of qualifier, so I'm not just walking up to a skull and dying. But I love that kind of stuff. I love self-imposed challenges. I really like risk in games. And again, Classic is not really a game. I mean, it has risk, but it's risk based on knowledge. The punishment, though, isn't really there. The punishment is walking back from the Spirit Healer in Classic WoW, which is just a waste of time.
Yeah, it's just time, yeah.
So that's where hardcore for me, it's more about, which is a waste of time. If you die, you lose all the hours you spent. But to me, like I play Path of Exile hardcore. I just love when there's risk involved. Or some kind of competitive element. That's why I like things like MOBAs as well, because I like PvP and I like ranking systems, so I can have an idea of progression.
I think I space out too much that I would get killed and go, oh, I forgot.
Yeah.
That I forgot that it was hardcore.
I've had a couple of those moments. I had a moment on my mage, if I recall correctly. I was in the Western Plaguelands, and there's the 4 farms in the Western Plaguelands. Again, I know you didn't play a ton because you said you were more TBC, right?
Yeah, I got to like level 40 in vanilla.
Okay, so Western Plaguelands is a level 50-ish and above area, but there's these 4 undead farms. The one, I can't even remember the name of it, but it's the only one that's on the south and the eastern side of Western Plaguelands. There's a specific mob that casts a frozen tomb, basically puts you in a mage's ice block.
Okay.
But for 10 seconds. But you can still take damage while you're in it.
Oh, so you're dead.
And if you aggro 2 of them, it'll hit you with 1, and then as soon as it's ending, the other one will hit you with 1, and you're perma-stuck in an ice block. And I was on my mage, and I accidentally aggroed one of those. I was fighting a totally different mob, and I aggroed one of those, and I didn't really instantly react to the fact that I aggroed one of those, and then all of a sudden I got frozen. And I had I'm spamming Blink, trying to get away. And I had 1 millisecond. I managed to get away, turned wasn't able to sheep it because it's undead, but turned Kona Colded it and was able to kite away and stuff like that. And it was really brutal. Barely lived, 2% health at the end. It was terrifying. But those are the fun moments when you come away and your heart's absolutely pounding and you think about everything that could have been lost or something like that. I also had another moment with my priest raiding in Molten Core. They're the Flame Guards, I believe. They're these fire elementals that can fire off 10 random fireballs in a 40-person raid. Or maybe it's up to 20. I can't remember the exact number. And they hit for 3,500 fire damage. Most classes, especially priests, don't have that much health. We have 4k health or 4.5k health. So if you get hit by 2, you're dead. You take a fire resistance potion or a fire protection potion, which allows you to absorb anywhere from 1,900 to 3,200 damage. Okay, so I have one of those popped. I go in and I have a shield on, obviously, as we're pulling this pack. And then I get hit by 3 in a row. And because I had cast that shield on myself before, Weakened Soul was off cooldown. So I got hit, cast another one on myself.
Oh, my goodness.
And I lived with like 500 health. But like again, I almost lost my character to something that's like you can't really do much about. But why did I live? Because I had the knowledge.
You're prepped.
I had the knowledge and I had the prep. So I had the fire prop potion, and then I double shielded myself, and I barely lived. But it was rapid fire, boom, boom, boom. It was 3 in like less than half a second hit me. But again, it's like that's so rewarding to then succeed, get through that, and then I got my Eye of the Shadow, and I got my Benediction or Anathema and Benediction, which is the best in slot staff for priest, basically for the entirety of Classic. It feels incredible.
How far in the rating did you get?
Through Blackwing Lair.
Okay.
So we stopped. Only thing stopped after Blackwing Lair, and I went all the way through and got and completed it. And then the guild disbanded essentially. Some people kept playing for a little bit with Ompi rating as opposed to Soda Pop, and so my hope is that for the next OnlyFangs, we go to AQ and Nax because we didn't get there. They did a phased release, and I think there was some burnout at that point.
Yeah.
Versus just a flat release everything, at which point we probably would have committed to going all the way through Nax.
Yeah. Did you ever check out Season of Discovery?
I did. I played a lot of Season of Discovery as well, all the way through level 60. I didn't come back for the Scarlet Crusade raid, which I sort of regret because that was some of the new content, and I kind of wish I went and explored that. But I did play Season of Discovery pretty much through like the normal Classic endgame.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of that. What was the raid?
I guess it was like the Scarlet Crusade raid,
something,
I guess,
yeah,
or whatever. I don't even know if that's exactly what they called it.
And it was like interesting. I was watching people, and I was like, oh, they have weak auras. They're doing rotations.
Yes,
it's kind of that you've been hearing about, like a Classic Plus. It seemed kind of like that.
I mean, it was very much like that. There are mixed feelings on SOD, for sure. A lot of people, I think, look very fondly on the first couple phases, the 1 to 20 phase and then the 20 to 30 phase, where you had BFD as a raid. Basically, they blocked you off at certain levels along the way, and they revamped old dungeons into raids for SOD. So BFD, Black Fathom Deeps, was a raid in Classic, or was a dungeon rather in Classic, and then they revamped a bunch of the fights and made it a raid. But they were like 10-man raids. No Moregon was another one, level 30, which was a dungeon, became a raid. That was a lot of fun. And they really messed with a lot of classes. I played a mage healer.
Yes, I saw some of that.
Which was a lot of fun. So it's like, healing through doing damage, which was a very fun kind of prospect, and you did it through arcane spec, essentially. And then I played a priest because I enjoy priest as well. But a lot of people look at the level 40 and the level 50 band as having been pretty rough. I think they lost their way a little bit at times with some of the decisions they were making. They, I think, inadvertently created a way of leveling in one of the bands that people really didn't enjoy because it kind of shirked the whole idea of Classic, which is to explore the world. And they gave people an infinite loop of something to do in one zone to go all the way to the next level band. So you did 10 levels in like 4 hours with a group just running in a circle. And it was like,
oh, okay.
Was that enjoyable? I mean, we leveled quick, but did anyone enjoy that? No, not really. So I think that's the balance they're trying to find when you talk about a Classic Plus, right? It's like, well, how do I retain some of the elements of Classic that people love, or the reasons that we have to explore the world, but while also creating a little bit more dynamism in the way that classes play? Because admittedly, when you play Classic at level 60, you got like every class uses like 4 buttons. Like you've got 20, 30, 40 buttons, but in reality, as a priest, I'm casting 4 buttons. As the reality is, any damage dealers, I kind of have my primary builder, spender, whatever kind of a thing. So yeah, giving people a reason to actually have a rotation or a priority list, I think that kind of stuff is important. But balancing that against, again, turning it into retail.
Yeah, true.
That's the tricky part.
Yeah, I liked when I saw that you went under like Karazhan. Was that one of them? In that area, at least?
Well, yeah, so, yes, the Karazhan area. Why did we go there? I'm trying to remember now. Man, I've played so much Classic that everything's kind of blending together at this point.
Yeah, but I would like
Deadwind
them to be
Pass.
more of that, where it's like stuff that was in the game. Because I remember like glitching my way under there at one point, or there's like the Iron Forge that's underneath, or Hyjal was always there. That's what I would want to see is like if they went back and like dug through all the old files or whatever, and maybe they had some ideas of what they were going to do with Hyjal.
What did we never see?
Yeah,
and that's where the Scarlet Crusade thing kind of came from, because there was this idea that there was intended to be a Scarlet Crusade raid at some point, because Scarlet Monastery exists, which is this really weird set of dungeons. It's 4 dungeons dedicated to one theme: the Scarlet Monastery and the Scarlet Crusade. And it basically covers everything from level 28 to level 42. Like, you can literally do like 14, 15 levels just in those 4 dungeons. And they scale, one leads into the next to the next. And then Scarlet Crusade just kind of ends. Well, you have one more look at it in Stratholme, in Strat Live, which is a level 60 dungeon as well. But then you're kind of like looking for the through line there. To an end game, and it didn't exist in Classic WoW. So there was kind of that idea that, bringing that back for Classic was them saying, hey, you know what we never fulfilled was like the end of that Scarlet Crusade storyline. Let's go pursue that.
Yeah, I remember there was like the Emerald Dream rumor, like back in the day, was a big one. I think I saw like pictures of some like weird Emerald Dream type zone for an expansion they never really got to.
Exactly. I see someone in chat mentioning that. Yeah, Scarlet Crusade, they're all over Western and Eastern Plaguelands as well. I mean, so that's the thing. Is like they're really pervasive within the Classic world, and then like you're like, but like we don't ever have any kind of like resolution with them necessarily in Classic, which is a strange thing.
Yeah, I just don't know if I'm ever going to find the time to do it. I know myself, I play so much retail. Like, I wish I could just download the experience.
I was going to say, and I don't know if I would if I hadn't had a childhood that was attached to it. I do think that there is a very large element of Classic that is tied to nostalgia.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that's true in a lot of gaming in general, right? That's part of why I love Age of Empires, and that scene still exists. And I still play that game, and I still watch that esport. But I don't know if I would if I discovered Age of Empires today.
Yeah.
Right? But I have this kind of nostalgic attachment to it that I love. And so for me, yeah, Vanilla and Classic, has that element to it and reliving some pieces of the childhood, but also coming back and then doing and achieving things that maybe I couldn't have achieved when I was 14 years old. I didn't have the patience or the wherewithal to do that, know, or something like that. Like, so if you think about even just on a TBC level, like, would you be more willing to go back and replay through that? Or you don't even think that's got you?
No. Okay. And I played a fair amount of the vanilla. And then even when Burning Crusade came out, like I made a new character and then kind of like leveled that one. And I didn't really get into like the Burning Crusade endgame stuff for a while.
Okay.
But
where do you look on the timeline of WoW? Like, do you have even like that's the peak or that's the
peak? I mean, with Mob Classic coming out, that was when I really got into hardcore raiding. So like, and going to BlizzCons and meeting guilds and that kind of thing. So there's a lot in my heart for MoP.
Yeah.
But I just don't know if I can go back. It's so much work to level up, and then the raids are kind of like the classes are not quite the same that they were, and the raids are a little nerfed, and then you're prepping and all this stuff, and I like don't even do all that in retail anymore. So I like to watch it on the side, and I always think like, okay, this is the expansion that the people who do like the Race to World First thing in Classic, they're going to struggle here because these were hard. But then they're doing them on PTR and stuff, and it's just never the same. Like Ragnaros in Firelands, I thought was going to be tough, and it's like, oh, they just one-shot everything.
And then,
Yeah.
Okay, so we're kind of moving out of the Classic discussion here. I hope that's okay with production and with chat. But now I'm curious for you, like, as somebody who played at the highest level in WoW, where did the decision come from, and how was it to, like, step away from that? I can't imagine that's an easy thing.
Oh, it was easy.
Was it?
I was like getting very anxious about it. I don't know. It was like getting as it was getting more and more competitive and in the cameras and everything. And I didn't like to be like so watched, and especially.
So you decided instead I'll just go be on camera.
Yeah, this is way chiller than raiding.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and then when Max started being like outside of the raid, that was like another weird pressure of like there's someone watching you all the like they're not playing anymore. You know, if Max is in the game, he's raid leading, he doesn't see you why you messed up, but he's like watching you like, what are you running over that direction? You're like, oh, I'm so sorry. Sometimes you're just out of position doing weird things, you know? And
yeah,
I don't know. I just it got to be a lot, and then I messaged Max and I said I still want to be a part of it. So do you have like room for a caster? And he said yeah. So that's why I'm here. But
Azula,
it's all right. Oh,
a little money.
It's some money.
Azula, you could finally pay some rent. Hey. No. Come here. That we're not doing.
It's all right, Azula. It's okay, sweet.
Nope.
Oh.
I'm a huge cat.
Wow. You want to maybe wrap this thing up and go get some
big cat,
Taco
scary cat.
Bell or
Get some
something?
Taco Bell. Yeah, we can treat Kalamazoo to a little Taco Bell.
Yeah.
You need to chill out, though, sweetheart. That's not okay.
Yeah, thanks so much for taking this walk down memory lane.
My pleasure. Thanks for giving me an excuse to.
Yeah, it's good to hear about the hardcore experience. I didn't know you did so much, so that's good.
I'm a degenerate gamer, as you're probably learning from us being as desk neighbors, if you will. But yeah, anything I do, I kind of do to the extremes. It's just in my nature. Whether it's hosting and casting, any game that I play, I just dump hours in, and I like to kind of do it in a way that challenges me to the max.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thanks for joining me.
Pleasure.
Thanks to everybody for watching us. The Raiders will be here around 9 a.m. PST. You can check in a little earlier to watch Synced with Automatic Jack and Aya in the morning, the little morning show.
The early crew.
Yeah, and then the Raiders will be in there, and we might see some Forge Weaver. Might be some Mythic
Forge
Plus.
Weaver dies tomorrow. When it dies tomorrow,
yes.
I'm not sure, but it dies tomorrow.
We're putting it down, dies tomorrow?
Dies tomorrow, and it's going to die in exciting fashion. I think this fight it has already delivered in a way.
Yeah.
And I think it will continue to.
Yeah, I'm excited, so I can't wait. Well, I'm going to go do Mythic Plus, and then I'm going to go to bed.
Right, I'm going to go play some Rust, and then I'm going to go to bed. But either way, we're all going to be here tomorrow for the race, and you better be there too. So get your rest so that you can join us.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Thanks again for joining me, and thank you to our sponsors, Coinbase, Philips Hue, Blacklyte, Monster Energy, Alienware, Zenni, RaiderIO, Wowhead, and Warcraft Logs, and the charity sponsor, the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. I'm Cams, that was Dash, Azula, and some animals that were the donators. We'll see what happens next time, but until then, have a good night.
Cheers, everybody.
Excuse me, how much do you pay for rent in LA?
I don't pay rent. I'm a professional World of Warcraft player. I live with my parents.
Oh, can we see your place?
I can show you where I game. So this is my setup. Nothing too crazy, but it does have my Alienware 2725 Q monitor.
Nice, liking the vibe.
Yeah, and then here I have my manifestation station. It's where I like to envision myself winning the race world first.
Totally get that. What's that?
Oh, that's nothing. That's just my Alienware shrine.
Hey, what's up? Why'd you want to meet all the way up here?
Do you ever think about your future? How people might remember you?
What are you talking about?
You never know what tomorrow brings. What if I told you there's a way to see?
Why would I need new glasses?
Just put them on.
I don't see anything different. They're just regular glasses. Huh, that's weird. It's almost like I'm
seeing the future.
Whoa.
Yo, brah, can you toss my frisbee back?
Ever since humans first walked the Earth, they've searched for one thing. Civilizations advanced, yet suffering continued.
There seems to be a strange curve in the lower vertebrae. I'll call this the lumbar. We must give it support.
But doctor, I'm seeing spots.
We mastered silicon chips and cathode ray tubes, but comfort was still offline.
There really should be a chair made for gaming, with cushions and maybe wheels.
Until we got it right.
Man, I wonder what my ancestors went through before this.
Elevate your space with Blacklyte.
Hey, psst. Have you unlocked your blue yet? This is my blue. Sharp, stylish, and ready to win. What's yours look like? Quests are easy, like watching our matches or just repping Team Liquid online. Rack up points and flex your grind. I'm keeping an eye on the leaderboards. I'm watching you. Join my blue today. See you there.
I'm a huge cat